close this thread, and bam, tax credit.
To try to manipulate other people rather than just kind of withdrawn and introverted. And I think it also takes maybe a relatively high degree of emotional stability or low neuroticism to do these tactics, right? Because they're risky and they can backfire. So if a woman's very neurotic, worried, anxious, depressed, she's not as likely, I think, to use these kinds of tactics. But that's pretty speculative. It's pretty speculative, but that's where I'd put a bet.
Okay. I hope it's speculative. You've just described exactly my personality. Almost. Actually, not entirely. No. The agreeableness. Have you ever split it up into like subdomains?
Yeah, the facets.
So agreeableness splits into the facets. Sorry. I scored almost 0 in politeness, but compassion was like 89. Mm-hmm. So I guess that doesn't make me like unreasonably disagreeable, on average.
Yeah, I think the facet level traits are really important because a lot of people have kind of vaguely heard of the big five, like from you or from Jordan Peterson or whoever, but each of them has these subcomponents, right? Just like intelligence has components like spatial intelligence, verbal intelligence, social intelligence. Any given big five trait, like agreeableness, will have these little components like compassion, politeness. I'm kind of like you, like, online, on Twitter, I'm not super polite. In person, I'm highly polite. And I like to think I'm pretty compassionate in terms of like actually caring about people and animals and so forth.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, very cool. Well, I guess we might as well talk about what effective altruism is.
This is a movement launched about 10 or 12 years ago by a couple of Oxford moral philosophers, Will MacAskill and Toby Ord. And it's grown into this kind of global movement of tens of thousands of people, mostly young people, mostly highly compassionate, maybe a little bit Aspergery on average, like highly rational, highly systematizing people. And the concept is try to do the most good that you can in the world, but using reason and evidence and open-minded kind of rational debate rather than just virtue signaling or rather than just going with your gut feeling or your empathy, right? So what the effective altruists tend to talk about a lot is, look, if you're going to give to charity, try to find charities that actually have good empirical evidence that what they're spending money on actually does some good, actually works. So they like recommending charities that have actually run like randomized clinical trials for their interventions. So for example, one thing that really seems to help to reduce global poverty is a thing called direct cash transfers. So there's an organization called Give Directly where you can donate money to them and they'll simply like wire the money to poor people who could use it and who have the wisdom to spend it on whatever they think they need instead of us telling them what we think they need. And randomized controlled trials show that's actually very effective at reducing poverty and improving lives. So the basic idea is you try to have kind of a scientific mindset rather than just a virtue signaling mindset when you're doing beneficence, when you're trying to do good in the world. And I've taught several courses on the psychology of effective altruism and some of the ways that our kind of intuitive moral psychology fits with that viewpoint, but also really struggles with it. Because I think a lot of our moral intuitions basically come from hundreds of thousands of years of virtue signaling, right? To get credibility at an ethical level within our little clan or tribe. And we're not very well adapted to thinking about large-scale problems that like affect 8 billion people in the world or that affect maybe billions or trillions of animals. So EA is basically an attempt to like fill the gap between our evolved moral intuitions versus what actually works in the modern world. I hope that makes some sense.
That definitely makes sense.
It's a pretty weird movement, but I think it's exciting.
Well, it sounds like intelligent people trying to do good.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
That sounds good to
Yeah.
me. So you said we've all evolved through virtue signaling and kind of smaller groups of people and tribes. Um, do you think that goes for kind of everybody back then across the board? Because I always assumed virtue signaling was, well, basically lying.
Yeah. I have more of a kind of neutral take. Like I published this little book called Virtue Signaling in 2019. And I tried to emphasize like virtue signaling as a term became very common around 2016 with the Trump versus Clinton election. And it was often used by conservatives to make fun of leftist people preaching at everybody, but not actually doing very much good, right? So there's a negative kind of cheap talk version of virtue signaling where you're just running around on social media saying, you guys should do this, don't do that, you're good, you're bad, blah, blah, blah. My view is virtue signaling can be extremely positive. For example, if you got two single people and they're searching for mates and they meet up and they have a date, they're trying to evaluate each other's kind of ethical compass and their personality traits, like how agreeable, how compassionate is this person? And they'll talk about all kinds of things that basically boil down to virtue signals. But some of those might actually be reliable indicators, right? So if they say, look, I volunteer in a soup kitchen 6 hours a week, it's hard to do that if you're a psychopath, right? Somebody with no empathy couldn't stand to do that week after week. So it is actually some kind of good signal of underlying values and personality traits. I just wish that more people were selective about what they actually do and maybe do things that deliver real benefits to others rather than just working as really good signals of who you are.
Well said.
Thanks.
Okay. Slightly changing topics then. What's the evolutionary benefit of psychopathy? Why is that still around?
There's a lot of discussion about this, and there are, I think, very good insights going all the way back to the 1980s, right? People have been discussing this. If humans evolved in small clans and tribes where you know everybody.
From 2017 on, Studio One is the official DAW here at Studio DMI, in every room for every purpose. So every record, from big album projects like Drake to dance record for Diplo, everything has been done on Studio One so far. PreSonus Studio One V6 is out and is great. So many improvements. I think those guys, they read my mind. They really pick certain things very important for my flow, for my workflow, especially the channel overview. Try to stay on one channel and be able to access everything on the channel. It's a key element for me. I love the additional function on sidechain. It was already crazy before. And I think the key element, the best plugin EQ on the DAW format, the Pro Q3, it's even better. The dynamic functionality and the solo makes, to me, the ultimate EQ on the plugin format.
Welcome to your personal port, Captain. Choose a ship and click on the battle button. The conditions for victory are displayed on the loading screen, but pay attention, the objectives might change. 2 teams take part in each battle, with the green colour representing allies. You shouldn't fire at them. It can be helpful to look at the minimap occasionally, so you know what's going on, and can decisively act to help your allies in good time. Ships can't speed up, stop, or turn in just a second, so you should think about your maneuvers in advance. Stay constantly on the move with course changes to evade shells and torpedoes. Master this skill and you'll live longer and win more often. Take a target lead while firing at a moving enemy. The farther a target and the faster their speed, the greater the lead you should take. If your ship is set on fire or flooded, she'll start losing HP. Push the R key to carry out repairs. However, you'll only be able to use this ability again once the cooldown period is over. After a battle finishes, you'll be able to see how you performed on the statistics screen. The amount of XP and credits you earn depends on how successful you were in battle. Don't forget that XP is gained by the ship you headed into battle with. This can be spent in port, on researching modules, or even on a next tier ship, which will be better and more powerful. Credits should be spent on improving your ship or purchasing new ones. All ships are divided into 4 types. Heavily armoured battleships with the most powerful guns, fast and stealthy destroyers with deadly torpedoes, cruisers, which make versatile fighters, and aircraft carriers that have aircraft as their primary weapon. Try out different ship types and choose the one that fits your playstyle best. The more battles you play, the more opportunities you will unlock. Don't forget to watch our training videos. Knowledge is power. Good luck in battle, and may the seas be fair for you.
And you gather huge amounts of social information about people you interact with regularly, you might think there's just no room to be a psychopath. If you're regularly exploiting, deceiving, manipulating people, aren't people going to find out and push you out of the clan? And that's basically a death sentence, right? Exile equals death.
Yeah.
If you're in a prehistoric situation where you cannot survive by yourself out in the wilderness. Well, my personal hunch, actually, is that the rates of psychopathy in small hunter-gatherer societies are quite low. I think it's correct. You can't survive as a psychopath in a small clan where everybody knows you. However, once you get civilization and agriculture and city-states and big populations, and you can move from group to group sequentially, then suddenly there's a niche. There's a niche for the psychopath. So my hunch actually is psychopathy, sociopathy more generally, might be a fairly recent development and just kind of post-civilization development. If you look at like the American West, like my ancestors were roaming around in the 1800s, and you could, you know, if your reputation was shattered in one place, you could move to a new town, adopt a new identity, build up a new reputation, get people to trust you. And it can work. And, you know, nowadays, psychopathy seems to positively predict like number of babies, especially for men.
Yeah, okay, that makes
right?
sense.
Because it's associated with sexually exploitative tactics, with seduction, manipulation, not just like physical sexual coercion, but also, you know, I've been a little bit peripherally involved in the pickup artist movement for like 15 years, and I've talked to the PUAs, and I know some of them. And it's a weird movement because there are a significant number of like actual hardcore psychopaths in it who are trying to figure out, okay, how do I, you know, seduce, manipulate, deceive women? And then there's a bunch of normies and normal people with normal personalities in it who legitimately just are confused by modern dating and want to learn good, honorable, you know, methods for finding a girlfriend. But there's certainly a niche for the psychopaths in the modern dating market.
That's very interesting. Do you think social media too has like increased, I guess, how often you see psychopaths? Because I feel like if you're an extroverted person and you're disagreeable, oh, actually, before we get into like that question, can you describe what personality traits compose a psychopath?
I mean, the usual ways of recognizing like a hardcore kind of criminal psychopath as opposed to like a white collar sociopath. Okay. Hardcore criminal psychopath would be lack of empathy, lack of remorse. They're very comfortable lying. If you catch them out in a lie, they're not embarrassed. They just keep lying some more to cover it up. They tend to have an unstable lifestyle. They move locations, they move jobs a lot. They have a kind of complicated, checkered sexual history with lots of ex-girlfriends. Don't want to talk about why the breakups happened. They tend to be impulsive, sensation-seeking, drink a lot, do a lot of drugs, drive fast, often have a criminal record. And so, you know, if you're a woman and you're kind of on the lookout for, you really want to avoid legit bad guys, I highly recommend reading a couple books about psychopaths so you can know these traits and kind of recognize them when you see them.
What about conscientiousness? Is that what plays a role in guilt?
Yeah, totally.
Do you think?
I think conscientiousness is associated with self-control and forward planning and willpower and resisting temptation. But also, I think in a social context, susceptibility to guilt and shame is part of conscientiousness, right? Like when I was planning this podcast, it's like, okay, I'm going to put it in my Google Calendar, make sure I'm there on time, feeling anticipatory, like guilt and shame if I fail to show up. You know, that's conscientiousness. And the psychopaths tend not to have a whole lot of that. Like they'll just flake out on things and not care and not feel bad about it.
Wow. I know that that's not good. It sounds kind of relaxing though. But I don't know how far you'd get in life without destroying all of your relationships and maybe being miserable, but
yeah, it's
kind of
an easy
relaxing.
way to live until you end up in federal prison, and then it's not so great.
yeah. Okay, what about white-collared sociopaths? What do they look like?
Um,
Blue-collared?
well,
You didn't correct me, but did I do that wrong?
yeah. So
White-collar,
you can
blue-collar?
have white-collar sociopaths who don't typically get involved in violent fights, and they don't typically end up in jail, but they're willing to do the lying, deceiving, manipulating in order to get higher status, wealth, and prestige. So you might expect them to end up in professions like sales, marketing, politics, running crypto exchanges that don't actually have the crypto that they promise to have, etc. And then I know some forensic accountants who work on white-collar crime and figuring out what actually happened in this company, where did it go wrong? And they say there's also something called a pink-collar psychopath, which is they start out white-collar, right? They're not violent, but if they get audited, if there's a legit threat that could destroy their career, then they can actually turn violent and get some blood on the white collar, right? So that's the pink collar.
Ooh.
So auditors, people who do taxes, white collar crime investigators, they do have to be a little cautious that just because somebody has an MBA doesn't mean they're never going to turn violent if you're probing deeply into the finances of their shady startup company.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. I bet you could get some people who weren't even really on the sociopathic spectrum and still, if they do something wrong and then get probed into, can turn violent.
Yeah, totally. And you know, there's certain kinds of professions and social situations that can kind of nudge people either in the compassionate direction or the kind of sociopathic direction, just because the norms in their profession. So think about if you go to med school to become a surgeon, right? You actually have to become a bit of a situational sociopath to do surgery at all, because most of us have an innate aversion to like cutting into people and messing with their organs. So
Yeah.
thank God that humans can suppress that kind of compassion under certain circumstances where it's adaptive to do that.
Why did lying develop? Is that an evolutionary tool? Like, why is it that, I mean, I guess we just talked about psychopathy a little bit and sociopathy, but why is it that some people lie so much, that tell stories constantly? Can that be due to, childhood issues, and can that develop because of that? Or why do some people tell stories constantly?
Spencer, this ranch and your legacy are in peril. You must come home. Survival is coming.
1923, new series now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Let me try.
Pull harder!
Guys, I hate to say it, but we might have to ask a grown-up for help.
I think, if you ask, take a step back and ask, why did language evolve in the first place? Like, why can we communicate complex thoughts and feelings to each other in a way that no other animal species can do with as much finesse? People like Richard Dawkins have argued complex animal communication, like human language, did not evolve to convey truth. It did not evolve to reach some group consensus about how the world is. It evolved to influence or manipulate other animals or people to do things in your interest, okay? So the classic example of animal communication is a male trying to seduce a female animal, right? Displaying some big courtship plumage, or like a bird song, a whale song, a gibbon call, whatever. And the point is not to convey reliable information about the state of the world, right? The point is to convey information about, I'm a cool guy, I have good genes, my brain works well, mate with me and you'll have good babies, okay? So that's the foundation of a lot of animal communication. Then when it comes to humans, a lot of chit chat that we do is sort of subtle bragging, or it's entertaining other people so that they will kind of reward us with more status or prestige or mating opportunities or jobs or whatever. So if you take that animal communication view of human language, then lying, but also kind of humor and telling benign fictions like stories and myths and entertainment, right? That should come as no surprise. It's only if you have this model of language that says language should work, like two objective computers communicating with each other to do like a hard-to-hack bank transfer, right? That's the wrong model of language. So, like, I've got a 10-month-old baby daughter, and I see her just learning, the beginnings of babbling, and she can say mama and dada and so forth. And she will use those tools to the best of her ability to kind of manipulate us to get stuff she wants, right? Attention, food, playing with a certain toy. And so as soon as communication capacities develop, we start to use them to influence other people. And I think, that's fine. It's just, there's good ways to try to influence other people. And then there's super deceptive, manipulative ways to do it that don't actually yield like mutual benefits at all.
Congratulations.
Thanks. You've got our daughter
Yeah,
too, right?
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's 5.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you. Hey guys, this episode was sponsored by Rabbit Air. As someone who's allergic to everything, I've been using air purifiers for years. I love Rabbit Air. I have their Rabbit Air A3 air purifier with my lion logo on it. It looks good. I think it looks good. It removes odors too, not just allergens. If you have a pet, you should also get an air purifier. If you have allergies or asthma, they are massively beneficial for removing allergens and dust from your environment. If you had mold issues, not only do air purifiers effectively remove unwanted bits of things from the air that can provoke an immune response, but it also looks great. This is fun too. Rabbit Air has their new Artist series, so you can get cool designs on your air purifier. Vincent van Gogh's Starry Night, you can put that on your air purifier. That's fun. They offer a 5-year warranty, free shipping and returns, and a 90-day money-back guarantee on all their products. Check out Rabbit Air's new Artist series now. Visit rabbitair.com today. That's RABBITAIR.com. Enjoy this episode. Okay. I want to talk. So you said you you're worked with or knew people in the pickup artist group, like whatever that is. Are there tactics you could tell men that aren't sociopathic but can work to help them get women?
Yeah, so Tucker Max and I did a whole book on this called, the hardback was called Mate, the paperback was called What Women Want, and this came out 2015, 2016. We took a very different approach. We were kind of reacting against pickup artist culture a little bit. The strategy we took is to try to help young single men understand what women want, what traits and skills they're looking for, and then to try to convince young men, actually, there aren't really very good like cheat codes. The way to attract a good girlfriend is actually become a better man and build the traits that are legit attractive. And so the whole book was basically about, like, if you just allocate a little bit of time and energy, you can actually get dramatic improvements in many of these traits. Like, it's not actually that hard to get in better physical shape. Whatever your body type, whatever your height, like, you can build muscle, you can lose fat, you can get more energy. Here's how to do it, right? And we talked about everything from kettlebells to jujitsu and so forth. Or if you want to improve your mental health, be less depressed and anxious and introverted and scared. Like, there's reliably effective ways to do that also. And like your dad has talked about some of these. Get enough sleep, eat right so your blood sugar is not going up and down all the time. Do your exercise, meditate, be mindful, blah, blah, blah. And then there's a bunch of other traits that matter to women, sense of humor. You can work on that, you know? A lot of young men will devote like 10 times as much effort to studying for one particular class in college as they'll devote to building their active sense of humor, like taking an improv comedy class or whatever. So,
that works. Like,
yeah.
you can improve that. I figured some people are just, I don't know, that you'd had to develop it like below the age of 10 or something. I don't know what I was thinking, but that some people are naturally so funny and some people aren't. But there are ways to fix that.
Yeah,
or improve
yeah.
that.
I mean, look, I'm a pretty hardcore hereditarian about a lot of things, and I think, you know, evolution and genes are really, really important. But we have these big brains in order to be able to learn useful skills, and I think just a lot of young men are like misallocating their learning time to like getting really good at Call of Duty or Elder Ring or some video game. And they could like take the hundreds of hours that they're doing that and allocate it to stuff that like women actually care about and improve it dramatically. It's just that like the existing educational system isn't really geared up to encourage young men or young women to do that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's for sure. So what kind of traits, I mean, you named a few, but what kind of traits are women attracted to?
We talk a lot about confidence, and that, you know, unless you're a psychopath, confidence is actually pretty hard to fake. Like, if a young man is getting reliable cues.
When you're launching a new product with a tight deadline,
2 weeks?
Grammarly's tone suggestions can help motivate your team with a positive approach. Because you know we got work to do. Looking good, team. When it's time to pitch your product to clients, a more personable and friendly approach can help sell it. And look, they bought it all. With Grammarly, getting the tone just right makes a big impact on your team's success. Click the blue button to download Grammarly today.
That they are respected and valued by other people, by other men, by other women, by their mentors, by their classmates. Confidence naturally comes from that. If you're not getting those cues that people value and support you, it's really hard to fake it till you make it. It's really hard to sort of fake that kind of confidence. So there again, our counsel to young men is like, find groups where you are valued and you do get along with people and you've got your little posse, your little friendship circle, and try to get your confidence from there to start. Also, as you build up more sexual experience and you date more and you just interact more with women and get more comfortable with women, that also builds kind of sexual and romantic confidence, which again is very hard to fake. A lot of young men have this experience, right, that no women pay attention to them for a long time until they get a girlfriend. They get a girlfriend, suddenly they're getting sexual validation, romantic validation, and suddenly other women are paying attention to them. And they don't even know what changed. But in biology, that's called mate choice copying, when females are more attracted to a male that's valued by other females, right? And I think that's kind of mediated by sexual self-confidence, that if a man has a girlfriend already, he knows, at least there's one woman out there who values me, and he kind of internalizes that validation and then like radiates it outwards somehow in body language or how he carries himself, and then other women pay attention to that.
Oh, that's interesting. So you think women would be more attracted to a man in a relationship even if they didn't know that they were in a relationship?
Yeah, I think so.
That's cool. I haven't heard that before. That's cool.
I don't know if there's any good like empirical psychology research on that, but I'd be extremely surprised if that didn't happen. And like there's so many anecdotal reports from guys talking about this, that like there's long dry spells, nobody wants me, and then when it rains it pours, get a girlfriend and suddenly everybody else wants me. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I like that theory. Okay. Do you think humans are naturally monogamous? Do you think some are naturally polygamous?
The line I take on this is I do think humans evolved to form long-term pair bonds. I think that's pretty clear. I think, look, like 5 million years ago, our ancestors had huge sex differences in body size. The males were about twice as big and heavy and strong as the females, right?
Oh, wow.
And that is what you see when there's a highly polygamous system, meaning the top few males mate with most of the women, and then most of the males don't get any mates. So you get intense competition between the males to be big, strong, aggressive, dominant, right? And to sort of monopolize the females. But then what happens is the males evolve to be a little taller and a little stronger, but the females start to catch up, right? The females rapidly increase. And so now, although it seems like males are much bigger and stronger than females, we're actually about as evenly matched in body size as any primate, as any mammal gets. That's an indicator of pair bonding. That's an indicator that males and females were matching up, that they were forming long-term relationships that were at least socially monogamous, which means they hang out together, live together, sleep together, raise kids together, share a lot of food with each other, share care and compassion with each other, and so forth. So I think pair bonding is pretty central to human evolution, and it's what allowed things like the evolution of fatherhood. Right? If you look at most mammal species, the dads don't do anything. The dads just contribute genes. They don't help raise kids. They don't teach kids anything. They don't even protect kids that well. But with humans, males have evolved to do all of that. Now, that still leaves some room for like high status, high prestige males to sort of go outside the pair bond, right? And to attract additional women. And in most complex societies, the highest ranked, wealthiest males do have multiple wives or concubines or mistresses or whatever. So there's a kind of complicated system of like high status male polygamy on top of most people forming pair bonds, plus some women also being kind of getting resources from multiple males, like sex workers, prostitutes, etc. So are we naturally monogamous? It's complicated, but like I do think pair bonds are pretty central to human experience, and particularly I would bet that most babies that have been born over the last few million years have been raised by pair bonded parents.
Okay, that answers that question. Do you think, because you hear about this, or I've heard about this, that men, and probably from kind of the red pilled community, that men don't care about IQ. And I think even from my dad, I haven't heard men don't care about IQ, but I've heard that the reason IQ developed was because of female mate choice. What do you think?
I really strongly disagree with that view. When I wrote my first book, The Mating Mind, way back in 2000, I said, look, if it was the case that women care about male intelligence, but men don't care about female intelligence, you'd get a huge sex difference in intelligence, right? Males would be a lot higher on IQ than females if females were driving it.
Wouldn't the genes, like, if you have a smart dad, then wouldn't the daughters inherit that anyway? So then.
Right, yeah, I do talk about that, but brains have costs, right? Big metabolic costs to grow a big brain and run it and think and talk and all that. So if the benefits of having the big brain were much more limited in women than they were in men, you know, women wouldn't bother, just like women don't bother growing big upper body muscles for competition. But in fact, if you look at intelligence research, it seems like the sexes are extremely close in terms of general intelligence. Like either there's no sex difference or it's very, very minimal, and some sexes are better at some things than the other, but it's pretty even. So I think what's going on is when men are looking for short-term mate, like an opportunistic copulation, like a hookup, then of course they're not going to care.
Opportunistic copulation. That's good.
Some biology.
I'm never using the word. Yeah, I'm never using the word hookup again. Opportunistic copulation. Okay. Anyway.
KFC's $5 Mac Bowls are back. Let's go!
That's finger licking good.
Continue.
Then, yeah, you don't care about the woman's intelligence, because if it's just about like the guy getting a notch on his belt, what does it matter how smart she is? However, there's good evidence that when men are getting more serious about choosing a long-term mate, like who do I want to live with, who do I want to marry, men get much more selective about intelligence than they are for hookups, right? Why? Because, look, you don't want a low-intelligence woman as a life partner, sharing a house with, who's incapable of understanding finances, who doesn't succeed in her career, who's not a smart, devoted mom to your kids, who's socially embarrassing if you're like trying to be a power couple in your local environment. So And we see this in the data on assorted mating. Like people of, when people pair up, they tend to match with someone with similar IQ. And that's typically a result of both the men and the women being pretty choosy about intelligence. So for women out there who go, yeah, but I've gone on a bunch of first dates, the men talk a lot, they don't take any interest in me, they don't seem to care whether I'm smart or dumb, they don't probe like, what do I know about the world? Yeah, but that's a first date. Let the relationship develop. What might often happen is after 3 months, 6 months, 2 years, if you're wondering, why hasn't he proposed to me? Why hasn't he taken this to the next level? Well, that's where the men are getting choosy. Right? That's where the men are now evaluating not just physical attractiveness, but the woman's intelligence and character. And the way that men get choosy, right, is they fail to escalate the commitment. Right? That's how they reject women.
Huh. Oh, so they'll just stay in it.
They'll just stay in it without moving in with you, without proposing, etc. Because look, if you're a guy and you've got a girlfriend and you're happy and you're having sex together, like why would you suddenly just give that up for no reason? Right? If you're happy in the relationship, but she's just not quite smart enough or stable enough or promising enough to marry, then you'll just kind of drift along indefinitely. Right? And that's often, sadly, what male mate choice looks like.
Huh. And women don't do that, right? If they'll break it off faster.
I think.
And is that because of like child rearing and bearing age?
Yeah, because women's time is much more limited in terms of fertility. So the men can kind of drift along. And if a guy's like, yeah, I had this girlfriend, we got together, I was 25 and we broke up when I was 32, no big deal. I'm still going to be fertile for another 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
But for the woman, right, he's burned through like 7 years of her precious fertility window. And so women ain't got time for that. They're going to probably break it off earlier if they think he's not the best pair bond mate.
And they should.
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably. Yeah, 'cause huge risk to them. Okay. What body parts do you think are women attracted to? Like what we don't have to just say body parts, but like what traits are women attracted to?
The classic male body type, we talk about shoulder to waist ratio, a kind of V-shaped torso. Where there's broad shoulders, there's a relatively narrow waist. That indicates like you probably got some muscle and you're not too plump and you're capable of doing stuff. You're capable of running and hunting and fighting and taking care of kids and doing all that stuff. So the kind of like Olympic swimmer physique, or the MMA fighter physique, you know. There's different varieties of this, but basically having muscle, not having too much fat, and being physically capable of doing a wide variety of things, that's good. And then in terms of psychological traits, I've spent like 30 years studying this. Intelligence is important. All those big 5 personality traits are important. Sense of humor, which I've written quite a bit about, which is both an indicator of intelligence, right, particularly verbal intelligence, but also it's an indicator of social intelligence. Can you understand other people's minds enough to kind of tickle their brains with a funny story? And also a good sense of humor is a good indicator of mental health, because people who have depression or schizophrenia or severe autism tend not to be very funny in terms of like, if they're trying to make a joke, it typically doesn't work, or they don't even bother making jokes. So if someone is reliably funny, particularly in one-on-one interactions, not just doing stand-up comedy, then they're probably relatively mentally healthy in terms of like not having the major mental disorders that are big red flags.
And do you think humor plays Do you think humor is more of a factor, I guess, in mate selection than height?
I think they're both important. I think, women seem to have this kind of heuristic or rule of thumb that I want a guy who's at least as tall as me and preferably at least a couple inches taller than me. So if you're a very short woman, that's pretty easy, right? Because there's about a 3 or 4 inch difference on average between the sexes. So if you're 5 foot tall as a woman, almost any man will do. I have some cousins, female cousins who are like 6'1", 6'2". If they're looking for men who are even taller than them, suddenly only 1% of men will do, and that's a very restricted mating range. So,
Yeah.
and I've talked a lot about this with my 26-year-old daughter also, who's in the dating market in New York. And like one kind of rational strategy you can do if you're a woman is, particularly if you're tall, if you can kind of convince yourself to relax this height standard, this height obsession, it really broadens your mating pool, and then you can focus on all these other traits that you care about. But man, if you go on Tinder and you say, okay, I need somebody, at least 6 feet tall who's making at least 6-figure income, a lot of men won't fit that who might have made great boyfriends or husbands. And so if you're just using like this one criterion to eliminate 80% of men, I think that's pretty dumb.
That seems fair. I think isn't that one of the most common search terms on dating apps too, is must be above 6 feet.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
a lot of women aren't even very well calibrated to like what is the actual average. I think in America the current male height average is about 5'10". But think about it objectively. Like in the modern world, is there actually any difference in terms of capability as a husband or father between a guy who's 5'9" versus 6'1"? I'm 6'0", so of course I'm a little higher than average, and I think height's good. Height's worked for me. But if I was giving advice to young women, I'd be like, look, try rationally to focus on, like, out of the traits I think I want, which of them actually matter in the modern world, versus which are just kind of these evolutionary vestiges that really aren't as relevant as you think.
Want hydration and visibly replump skin?
Make an appointment with this.
Plumping Water Cream from L'Oreal Paris hydrates better than the #1 hyaluronic acid moisturizer. With microepidermic hyaluronic acid, it deeply hydrates morning to night. Plumping Water Cream from L'Oreal Paris.
Right. Because the guy who's like 5'8", who's in shape and confident and can fight and knows how to protect you and your kids, is actually more useful than some 6'2" lazy dude who's never learned any sports or can't do anything physical, and where you're just getting into like a height worship for no reason.
I think focusing on mental stability and humor, those are two pretty good traits. And IQ, but like you said, that kind of goes along mostly with humor.
Yeah.
But those are the three that I'd focus on: stability, humor, and IQ.
And
that can get you so far.
It can. And those are some of the key things you need if you're actually raising a kid with somebody, right? Sense of humor probably correlates pretty well with ability and willingness to play with a kid in a way that's kind of creative and where you enjoy the kid's company, and the stuff they do you find amusing and you can amuse them, and that's super important. And the stresses of parenting, you really need emotional stability and resilience, because
and a sense of humor.
if some guy who's single is already depressed and anxious, just wait till he's like sleep deprived with a kid, financially stressed, feels torn between family duties and career. Like, it doesn't get easier, right? So I think a lot of what women are looking for is they're sort of unconsciously anticipating what traits will be relevant once we settle down, we have kids, we have a household together, what's going to be important to me at that point?
What about for men? Do they like similar traits, or do things change?
Again, I think men get a lot more choosy about these mental traits in longer term relationships and for deciding who do I really want to settle down with. I think a lot of men, myself included, tend to be attracted to certain kinds of instability in women when we're young, right? Like borderline personality disorder can be extremely compelling and enticing and attractive to men. But that would make a terrible wife and mom. So
What does that look like in a woman?
borderline is basically women who escalate romantic intimacy very, very quickly. They would fall in love very quickly. They can be extremely charismatic and verbally fluent and attractive to men. They can be sexually proceptive, so they'll actually chase men actively instead of just responding to them. But then once the relationship develops, they'll be often very prone to anger. They'll alternately idealize the boyfriend, but sometimes demonize him. So they can switch from like, you're the best thing ever. I love you more than I've ever loved anybody. 5 minutes later, they can be saying, you're the worst thing ever. I hate you. You've ruined my life, blah, blah, blah. So that's borderline-y behavior. And it is kind of irresistible to a lot of guys, but once you learn, oh no, that ends very badly, then you know that's not actually going to be a good wife and mother. So guys have to learn also to be wary of that, just like women have to learn to be wary of the bad boys who are kind of on the psychopathy dimension.
Okay, that makes sense. And then what were the other traits?
The men are looking for in women.
Yeah.
I think cheerfulness goes a long way. Baseline happiness level. Like my wife Diana is also an evolutionary psychologist. We've been together a number of years. She's just
cool.
she's hyperthymic. She's almost always happy, no matter what's happening. She enjoys life. She is very emotionally resilient. Almost never gets depressed. And that's a very important quality. When you're dealing with, life stressors like parenting and career and moving houses and so forth. So I think happiness and cheerfulness are, my sense is that like Gen Z doesn't really advertise those things because in a way you get more social credibility
Yeah.
from being neurotic and depressed than from being happy, and like being happy isn't cool. But I think for attracting a long-term mate, it actually goes a long way. Because, your spouse's happiness is going to determine a large portion of your own happiness over the span of years and decades.
Yeah, I think what's happening with Gen Z is there's so many people that are mentally ill. Like there's such a high percentage of the population is on some sort of psych med or suffering from depression or anxiety that, well, I don't know how it turned into a good thing really, but I can understand how it had to be less of a bad thing if so many people are suffering.
Yeah.
It's a weird situation right now.
And there's nothing wrong with having depression, anxiety, being on meds, etc. I just worry that if you have a dating situation that actually incentivizes that, right, that actively rewards it, then you get potentially a lot of people who they're not really temperamentally depressed, but they're kind of, they're doing whatever gets rewarded, right? And so if acting depressed or talking about mental illness gets positively rewarded, then you will see an increase in it. And
Yeah.
I think that can be quite dangerous.
That makes sense. Jeffrey, okay, two more questions. One, where can people go to find you? And two, if you could recommend one of your books that would help people, I guess, find a mate, which one would it be? Or understand themselves in order to find a mate, which one would it be?
Yeah, I've got a personal website, primalpoly.com, and on Twitter, I'm primalpoly. My Twitter persona, note, is not my real persona. It's kind of performative and it's very politically uppity and edgelordy. If you're a young single person, I do recommend the book Mate that I wrote with Tucker Max, which is basically pure dating advice for how to navigate the modern world. If you want to,
For men and women?
yeah, actually, a lot of the people who've read it are women, and they say, "Wow, it actually really helps me to understand the male point of view and the challenges that men are facing, so I can sort of navigate the mating market better." And if people want more of a deeper scientific understanding of where all this comes from, then the Mating Mind book from year 2000, I think, is good, and I'm still very proud of it, and I still think it's about at least 80% accurate scientifically.
That's pretty good. I'll link those below. Thank you very much for going on. That was interesting.
Thanks. Good to talk to you. Take care.
Take care.
Snap your W-2 and file your simple tax return with both Fed and state.
We prescribe medications that cause premature death. Read the package inserts, it's right there. The ketogenic diet helps people lose weight, get rid of their diabetes, or improve their insulin sensitivity, lower their risk for cardiovascular disease, helps them get off of medications, helps them start functioning in life again. I really don't give a shit if their LDL goes up a little. I just don't. Anybody who is gonna get worked up about their LDL going up a little bit in the context of all of that other stuff is an absolute positive idiot, and they are inhumane. They are inhumane that they would let people suffer and writhe in mental pain and be disabled by their illness and not offer them an effective treatment. That is just inhumane.
Dr. Chris Palmer, welcome to my podcast.
Thank you, Michaela Peterson, for having me.
This is great. I am so excited to be talking to somebody from Harvard who's discussing diet as a treatment for depression. This is crazy. I've been waiting for this to happen for a while.
Well, wait no longer. I am here.
Okay,
and I
amazing.
I have followed your story for several years, and your story is a perfect representation of the science that I have been pursuing, because I've been trying to explain the science of stories like yours and other people's so that we can get the mental health field to take this seriously.
Amazing. Okay, fantastic. Well, for anyone who isn't familiar with you, although I've seen you on a ton of podcasts recently, can you describe a bit about who you are and what you do?
So I'm Chris Palmer. I have been a psychiatrist at McLean Hospital and Harvard Medical School for over 27 years now. My day job is actually I am the director of the Department of Postgraduate and Continuing Education. So I oversee educational programs for McLean Hospital and Harvard, and I've been doing that for over 20 years. I have over 15 years of experience as a neuroscience researcher, working in the fields of addiction and sleep. And I've always had a private practice of psychiatry. So I tend to treat treatment-resistant patients, a wide variety of disorders, schizophrenia, bipolar, chronic depression, personality disorders, anxiety disorders, substance use disorders. But the unifying theme of the patients that I work with are that they have treatment-resistant disorders, which means they have already been to at least 5 or 6 different psychiatrists, therapists, other people. They've usually been on dozens of meds. They've tried psychotherapy for years or decades. They've sometimes had ECT or TMS already. And then they come to me and was like, well, can you do anything for me? And the reason I'm on your podcast, the reason I have a book, because I've been really interested in the role of diets, in particular low carbohydrate and ketogenic diets, in the treatment of mental disorders, but serious mental disorders is really my focus. I can definitely help people with mild depression, anxiety, or burnout, but I'm treating patients with schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, people who are chronically disabled, having hallucinations, delusions, and finding success and restoring their health, getting them off all meds, and many of them living happily ever after.
Yay for that. That's great. Okay, I've got a question just about that. For people, it's kind of specific, but for people who you see that are suffering from hallucinations, are they ever not medicated and still suffering from hallucinations? Or are they always medicated and suffering from hallucinations?
So, at this point, I have lots of people who are non-medicated, who used to suffer from hallucinations. They are off all meds and they are now symptom-free. As a rule of thumb, over my career, I've seen a wide range. So I see people when they first get diagnosed, no medications, something happens out in the real world to them, and they develop their first psychotic episode. They start having hallucinations, delusions, often in the context of some mood symptoms as well, whether it's a manic episode or a depressed episode. And then they usually get brought into an emergency room, police get called, something happens, and then they usually end up in the hospital. I've done hospital inpatient work for years. And in that context, I would see them either in the emergency room and maybe even be the first person to prescribe medications, or I would be their inpatient psychiatrist and taking care of them, or I would become their outpatient psychiatrist and start treating them. Somebody else treated them in the hospital, and then I kind of take over as their outpatient psychiatrist. So I've seen a whole range.
Interesting. That sounds like a stressful job.
Grandpa, when I found the bird, I prayed, God, you made this poor little guy, so maybe you can help him out.
As hard as meeting Sarah and Zed.
Then I saw God.
It can be. I'm actually pretty passionate about this work and helping people and trying to get them all the way better. And so it can be stressful. I mean, I've definitely, especially when our treatments don't work for people, and that occurs a lot more often than most people realize. Certainly not you, but I think you get it. But a lot of people don't.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah.
A lot of people don't get it. They think that our treatments are supposed to work. And then I have patients coming into me in tears or angry, yelling at me, whatever, like, why isn't this working? You're giving me pill after pill and none of them are working, and they're giving me side effects, or they're making me gain weight, or they make me feel like a zombie. This isn't working. Do something. You're supposed to be the expert. Why aren't you doing something? I have families, parents of these bright children who were like stellar college students. Their lives are decimated and just disintegrating in front of everyone's eyes. And the parents are looking at me like, what are you doing? Why aren't you getting my son or daughter better? Like, what are you doing? And I have to be the one to like look them in the eye and say, we don't know, or this is the best we've got. That's where I was. I'm in a very different place now, and hopefully we'll get to talk about all that. But that's where I was for over 20 years.
So, how do I want to start this? Maybe let's start with could you describe what a ketogenic diet is for anyone who isn't familiar with it?
So a ketogenic diet, most people know it as a trendy weight loss diet. And my interest in it is really more as an epilepsy treatment. So it turns out the ketogenic diet, at least one version of it was developed 100 years ago, specifically by a physician for one and only one purpose. It was actually developed to stop seizures. And it was developed to mimic the fasting state because the doctors at that time knew that fasting, or at least had reason to believe that fasting can stop seizures. But the problem with fasting is that if you fast for too long, you starve to death, and that's not a very good treatment. So, Dr. Russell Wilder invented the ketogenic diet with the purpose of trying to trick the body into thinking that it was fasting when it really wasn't, but providing enough nutrition so that the person was not starving, and even so that young children could grow and thrive on a ketogenic diet. But he wanted to see if it could stop seizures. And lo and behold, it worked. And for a while, it was actually the mainstay treatment for epilepsy. In the 1920s and 30s, it was one of the mainstay treatments for epilepsy. And it stopped seizures in about 50% of people with epilepsy. It reduced seizure frequency in another 35%. So about 85%, pretty good response rate. And then there were about 15% of people for whom it did not seem to work for whatever reason. And it fell out of favor when we got all these medications, but then it came back. And it's widely used as an epilepsy treatment. The reason that was so critical to me as a psychiatrist, because we use epilepsy treatments in psychiatry all the time. Tons of pills that we prescribe are actually epilepsy treatments. And a lot of them are names people know: Valium, Klonopin, Xanax, and others, benzodiazepines. All of those are seizure treatments. And so, the short version is that I ended up trying to help one of my patients with schizoaffective disorder lose weight. And I had no thought that it would do anything for his psychiatric symptoms. But he went on a ketogenic diet. Within a couple weeks, started getting an antidepressant effect. Within about 2 months, got a powerful antipsychotic effect. Hallucinations were melting away, delusions were melting away. And that sent me that set my whole career on a new path.
It gives me goosebumps. That's so cool. Okay, that is so cool. It's so exciting hearing about this just out there, and having medical professionals use it as a form of treatment. I think in my case, in my dad's case, in my case in particular, I think when he went on antidepressants, it actually helped him. But I went on antidepressants and it helped me for like a year, and then it just didn't really help. Like, it numbed me, but it didn't really help. And I just got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And I've been unbelievably frustrated with the medical system because, like, I never went into an office and said, you were supposed to help me. This is your fault. But I probably thought that. So it's really exciting to see something that, and it's funny, we've been using the ketogenic diet, like you said, for 100 years, and it kind of fell out of favor because there was a pill, which is a lot easier than adhering to a diet. Have you had a difficult time getting your patients to adhere to a diet, particularly when they're very ill?
For some patients, absolutely. And I definitely have patients who either didn't even want to try it and or they tried it for a few days or something and they just couldn't do it. Um, and you know, I didn't have the intensive resources that some of them I think need in order to be able to do the diet. You can't admit them to any program where they will administer the diet right now for the most part. I didn't even have, you know, I now have dietitians that work with me, but you know, the years, you know, for a long time I didn't even have dietitians or anybody else who would support it. It was just me as a solo practitioner recommending these treatments. However, I have, so yes, it does not everybody can do the diet, but I have patients with chronic schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, people who are actively hallucinating, delusional. One woman was stuck in a chair, staring at the wall all day, every day. She was like locked in and could not function. She was on massive doses of psychiatric meds. She was wetting her pants because she was so overdosed on psychiatric meds. And she and her boyfriend at the time kind of came to me again in one of these angry states, like, you've got to do something. Like, she can't function. She's overwhelmed with hallucinations and delusions. You have to do something. And she had been my patient for many, many years. She had already tried everything under the sun. She had been on over 30 medications. She'd been in and out of hospitals, in residential treatment programs. She had already had electroconvulsive therapy, I think twice at that point. So had done every standard treatment. And when they kind of came to me in this angry state, I was like, you know what? You guys have to do the ketogenic diet. And I was saying this to the boyfriend too, like, you've got to help her do this diet. I mean, obviously she is severely impaired. She really belonged in a hospital, is where she belonged, if we could get a hospital to deliver appropriate care, but they would have simply put her on more and more medicines, and essentially made her comatose. And at the end of the day, she was able to do the diet. Took about 3 months for her, you know, a couple weeks for her to come out of this kind of almost catatonic state where she was just staring at the wall all day. Took several months, about 3 months, for the hallucinations and delusions to start going away. She is now a completely new person. She went to the Metabolic Health Summit with me on stage and told her story. She is now a graduate student getting the top grades in her class. She is now engaged. She actually, that boyfriend actually was trouble, so she got rid of him. And she's got a new life, new fiance. Like, things are dramatically better for her. She is not 100% recovered because we're still trying to get her off all the meds that she had been on. And we continue to make progress. I know you know it is not an easy process to get off meds. It can be a disaster and it can be dangerous. People can get suicidal, they can get more psychotic, all sorts of things. But we're getting there. And she's functioning and she is developing a new life.
Wow. That's an incredible story. Congratulations.
Thank you. Well, congratulations go to her because she's the one who's doing it. She's the one who's recovering. And I am just glad that I could help her.
Wow. That's great. That's great. So you said, at least for this patient, well, I would say, let me see how to formulate this question. Well, how long does it take on average for somebody to start recovering from, say, psychotic or depressive symptoms on the ketogenic diet?
You know, for a lot of people, I start to notice antidepressant effects usually within the first 2 weeks. it can be variable, and different people have different responses, especially based on the different meds that they might be taking. So, I mean, some people can be on 1 or 2 meds, other people can be on 14 meds. Those meds are affecting them in profoundly different ways. And some of those meds are actually interfering with the effects of the ketogenic diet, or,
Yeah.
preventing ketosis. So it can make it harder to do the diet. Usually for the antipsychotic effects, they take longer. Most of my patients, I begin to see an antipsychotic effect usually around the 6 to 8 week mark. And for some people, it can be 3 to 4 months, like that woman I just described. It really was 3 months before her hallucinations started going away. So it's variable, but those are kind of the averages that I see.
For somebody in that state, that sounds like a very long time because every day is a very long time. But in the greater scheme of things, that's not very long, especially given you're supposed to try a medication out for like 6 weeks, right? At minimum. So,
Yeah.
okay.
The time course, the time course that it takes to respond to the ketogenic diet is similar to the time course that it takes to respond to medications. Antipsychotic meds almost never even begin to work. Even if they work for people, they almost never begin to work until about 6 to 8, about 4 to 6 weeks in. But that's only beginning. And then like the 3 month or 4 month mark is where you start getting the full benefits, is what we usually tell people in psychiatry. And so in a way, the ketogenic diet is nothing different. But it's using very different strategy that I believe has enormous long-term upside potential for actually healing the brain and healing the person, even allowing them to get off meds, and then again, live happily ever after, fully recover. Whereas the medications that we're prescribing, I know you experience this, and I've seen many patients who experience this, and the long-term longitudinal studies suggest that this might be happening. When people are on meds long-term, they tend to have chronic disorders, meaning that their symptoms never go away. The symptoms will come and go. Sometimes they'll get worse. Sometimes the symptoms will progressively get worse, morph into new symptoms. So somebody could start with depression. Now they've got bipolar. Now they've got schizoaffective. Now they've got schizophrenia. And oh, by the way, along the way of that trajectory, they're also developing OCD and panic disorder and substance use disorders and eating disorders and sleep problems and all sorts of other symptoms. And people can end up with all of these diagnostic labels. They can become disabled by their psychiatric disorders despite getting boatloads of treatment. And I am really passionate about changing that our field needs to change. And our field needs to change based on science, not just these anecdotes that I've shared. We have dozens and dozens of patients now. We have 5 clinical trials underway already.
Yes.
And so this is about transforming the mental health field.
5 clinical studies underway right now.
Yes. Actually, even more than that, because there are 5 clinical trials underway for bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. There are additional clinical trials that I am also aware of for alcoholism, for post-traumatic stress disorder, for depression, and those are the ones that come to me off the top of my head. Alzheimer's disease, certainly, and we've got a robust evidence base already in epilepsy.
Wow. Yay. Okay. That's great.
Yes.
Well, I feel like once there are a number of studies people can start quoting out there, this whole industry is going to change rather rapidly because doctors are trying to help people and they don't have the tools right now that would help a lot of people. I think it'll change fast. What do you think? How fast do you think it'll take the world to take the ketogenic diet seriously as a way of treating depression and mental disorders.
So if you look at the usual trajectory of implementation of an evidence-based treatment, on average, when researchers publish a study that strongly suggests or proves that a treatment works, even if that treatment works really well, on average, it is 17 years before that treatment is recommended to people in clinical practice. I have reason to fear that that will not happen with the ketogenic diet. And the reason I have reason to fear that is for a few reasons. One is we have dozens and dozens of clinical randomized controlled trials published in the best medical journals available of the ketogenic diet for weight loss. And yet, and those clinical trials show the ketogenic diet is almost always equal to, if not superior to, a low-fat diet or calorie-restricted diet or some other diet. And yet, the majority of clinical, clinicians will not recommend the ketogenic diet for weight loss. Likewise, we have dozens and dozens of clinical trials of the ketogenic diet for type 2 diabetes, and yet the majority of clinicians will not recommend low carbohydrate or ketogenic diets for their patients with type 2 diabetes. We have had a century of research of the ketogenic diet for epilepsy. And the majority of people, we have 2 Cochrane reviews, which are the gold standard of evidence in the medical field. And the majority of people with treatment-resistant epilepsy are not even told about this treatment option. So I decided long ago, about 5 years ago, my scientific path went ketogenic diet for serious mental illness. I began collaborating with researchers around the world. We've had several case reports and case series. We've had small clinical trials published, some that I've participated in, some that other researchers have done completely independent of me, all suggesting the same results. We have had numerous scientific articles outlining the neuroscience of the ketogenic diet and why this should be taken seriously for people with mental illness or serious mental disorders. And those have been published in some of the leading neuroscience and psychiatric journals, again, by leading psychiatrists and neuroscientists. So I went that way, but I went much, much deeper. And because at the end of the day, schizophrenia is not supposed to go into remission.
Mm-hmm.
According to the current psychiatric dogma, once you're schizophrenic for life. And once you're bipolar for life. And you certainly have to take medications for the rest of your life. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. That is fact, according to most psychiatrists. And what I was seeing is people get fully better off their meds and going on to live happy, healthy lives, sometimes for years or decades. And I was like, this says that what we are telling people in psychiatry cannot be 100% true, because I'm seeing all of these exceptions to the rule right in front of me. There's no way in hell this can be true. And so I was more intrigued with what can we learn? What can we learn from these cases that might help us better understand mental illness? Now I'm way beyond ketogenic diet as a treatment. I'm 100% in support of it. I'm never abandoning it. I'm never leaving it behind. But I'm moving on from ketogenic diet as a treatment. Now I'm pursuing what causes mental illness.
Yeah. Yeah.
And how does it make sense that a diet could change it? And how does it make sense that some of the meds that we prescribe cause weight gain? They
Yeah.
cause diabetes, and yet in clinical trials they supposedly reduce the symptoms of these illnesses. And how can I, as an academic psychiatrist, make sense of that? And that is ultimately the path that I've been on for about 5 or 6 years. And that's what led to me writing this book, Brain Energy, that it really outlines the metabolic theory of mental illness. And what I'm arguing is that mental disorders are metabolic disorders. To get back to your question, like, when are we really going to see this implemented in real life? I decided 5 years ago, the field of psychiatry is not going to change on its own. The field of psychiatry is not going to go down without a fight, because the field is based on billion-dollar pharmaceuticals. And the field is based on hospitalizations and whole systems of care. And this new way of understanding mental illness will be highly disruptive. And, that's a business term, disruption. The personal computers disrupted the typewriter industry. If you were in the typewriter industry, you didn't want to hear about personal computers, and you didn't want to talk about them, and you did everything you could to squash them because they're going to put you out of business. My belief is that the metabolic theory of mental illness will be highly disruptive in the mental health field. And I am hoping to start a grassroots movement. I think the only way we will get change, the only way we will help other people suffering from chronic depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, help them fully recover in the ways that both you and your father have, is through a grassroots movement. But it's got to be a grassroots movement based on science, based on evidence, based on putting it all together so that we can understand very clearly how exactly do these medications work? Why would they reduce symptoms in the short run? But also, why should we be terrified about what we might be doing to people in the long run with these very medications? Your story is not unusual. I felt better for a year, and then everything started falling apart. And then more symptoms, more side effects, more and more pills. And your story is not unusual. Your story is actually a hell of a lot more common than most people realize.
GoDaddy is a partner that always puts you first. Start today at GoDaddy.com.
And we need to change that. But we're going to need people. We are going to need people to get upset about this. Why would they get upset? Because either they're suffering from a mental disorder themselves, they're trapped in this system right now, or they have a loved one. They have a son or daughter or husband or mother or father. They have somebody being tormented by these symptoms, not getting better with current treatments. And we need all of them to rise up and start demanding change.
Hear, hear. I completely agree. I completely agree. When I first started using, so I didn't know about the ketogenic diet or the paleo diet or anything, but when I first started cutting out foods and I went into remission, I was probably on a ketogenic diet. I was eating a lot of meat and fish and greens, and that was basically it. And that took about 3 months because I was trying to get the arthritis under control. And that took about 3 months. And one day my depression went from being depressed to not depressed. And it happened in a day, about 3 months in. And I was like, what even is this reality that I've never experienced before? It was so different that it was mind-boggling. And I was ecstatic. And then I went off of my medication too quickly. I just stopped taking them. I was like, I stopped taking the immune suppressants. I stopped taking the pills I was taking at night for pain. I stopped taking everything stopped taking Adderall for fatigue, and all that was fine. And then I stopped taking the SSRI, and like my entire life fell apart again. And I was like, how is this possible? So you looking into why this works is extremely interesting, because I don't think anyone, well, how about instead of that, what have you found out about why the ketogenic diet or being in ketosis helps mental disorders?
So at the end of the day, the quick version is that I have come to the scientific conclusion, not based on speculation, not me making up some cockeyed theory. I looked at all of the existing evidence, and that's all I used. I looked at all of the existing evidence, decades and decades of clinical evidence, neuroscience research, genetic research, metabolic research. So research on obesity and diabetes, but neurological research as well, research on epilepsy and Alzheimer's disease. Because initially I was just completely perplexed. Like, why the hell would a epilepsy treatment work for psychiatry? But actually, it's not just the keto diet, it's all these meds. Like, we've got dozens of anti-epilepsy. So I knew that I had to go there. I knew I had to go all of it. At the end of the day, when you put all of that research together, there is one and only one conclusion, and that is that mental disorders are metabolic disorders of the brain. In order to understand what that means, a lot of people think of metabolism as burning calories. And it's related to your diet, and that affects your weight. So metabolism is all about diet and burning calories and your weight. In fact, yeah, metabolism is definitely related to those three things, but it is so much more than that. Metabolism is a fundamental biological process that is actually fundamental to all living organisms. And it's actually part of the definition of what we call living organisms. So you have to understand this overwhelmingly complex thing that we call metabolism. And at first, it's overwhelming and it's complex. But if you kind of ask some basic questions like, well, what controls metabolism? Then you actually led to these tiny things in all of our cells called mitochondria. And when I did a deep dive into the science of mitochondria, that's when my mind was blown, because that's when I could connect all of the dots of the mental health field.
Ooh, this is exciting.
So mitochondria play a role in neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine. Mitochondria play a role in hormone production and regulation like cortisol and estrogen and testosterone. Mitochondria turn inflammation both on and off and play a direct role in immune system function. Mitochondria actually are the primary regulators of gene expression in the cell nucleus. And I could keep going on, but when you do this deep dive of science into mitochondria and you understand all of their roles, and then you ask basic common sense questions like, well, what would happen if mitochondria weren't functioning properly? You actually can begin to understand the whole mental health field, all of the science, why people with mental diagnoses also have physical problems like autoimmune disorders, chronic pain, migraine headaches, fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue syndrome, all sorts of other. There are actually at least 50 different physical medical diagnoses that occur much more commonly in people who also have mental disorders. And what I'm saying is that they're not all unique. The common thread among all of them is metabolism, and more specifically mitochondria. And once you understand that, you can kind of see the big picture. You can understand what's going on, but much more importantly, we can start implementing treatments that will heal people like the ketogenic diet.
That's fascinating. That's so interesting. Okay. Have you had patients that go on a ketogenic diet and still have food sensitivities? So they still need to identify problematic foods on the diet. And it,
Yeah.
yeah,
What,
okay.
what were you
And
going to say?
well, I was just going to say, does that seem to happen more to people who are sicker, or do you not see a correlation?
I think I do see a correlation. The people who have extreme food sensitivities, and the way I think of food sensitivities is kind of like an allergy. So it's you're sensitive to a food that causes kind of inflammation somewhere, usually in your gut. And then that can lead to kind of a permeable gut or a leaky gut. Um, but it's basically an inflamed gut. And the gut is actually the gut is an endocrine organ. A lot of people don't realize that, but the cells that line your gut are actually secreting all sorts of hormones and neuropeptides that play a profound role in metabolism. And when those cells become inflamed, that means that your hormone system is off balance now. And that can cause all sorts of problems. I think everybody's heard about the gut brain connection. So the gut is communicating with the brain, but it's, a lot of people want to focus on just one thing. They want to say, so Dr. Palmer, what you're really saying is it's all inflammation, right? And I'm like, no, that's not what I'm saying. Dr. Palmer, what you're really saying is it's all the gut. It's all leaky gut. I'm like, no, that's not what I'm saying either. But yes, inflammation is part of it. Yes, leaky gut is part of it for some people. But there can be people who have metabolic problems primarily because of trauma and abuse. We know. So we know. So that is the thing that got me the most excited about this theory, is that it connects biological with psychological and social stressors. And we know that psychological and social stressors play a role in mental illness. And interestingly, they also play a role in metabolic disorders too. So people who have really horrible childhoods, lots of abuse, and other adversity in life, they are more likely to have mental disorders. That's not surprising to most people, but it's across the board mental disorders. It's not just PTSD. They're also more likely to have depression and personality disorders and anxiety disorders and alcoholism and heroin addiction and suicidality. But also, guess what? They're also more likely to have bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. Pretty much all of the mental disorders, other than maybe the neurodevelopmental disorders, which those either occur when you're developing or not. But on top of that, they're also more likely to have obesity, diabetes, premature cardiovascular disease, and they're much more likely to die early deaths.
Wow. That's a bit, I mean, if you think about it, I guess intuitively, then yeah, you can see how that makes sense. Especially if you think of an animal, an abused animal, then that animal is going to grow up and be sickly. You can kind of understand that. But I was always taught that any type of depression, at least that ran in my family, was because of a chemical imbalance, right? Like, and it was just that. And then I've had people come to me and they're like, well, you had an autoimmune disorder. Like maybe that contributed to the depression. And it was like, at that point, I was like, no, it's a chemical imbalance. This is before the whole diet thing happened. But that's nuts. So what do you think happens to people, on a more biological level? What happens to people when they suffer from abuse? How does that contribute to health issues later?
So the quick answer is that abuse leads to a heightened stress response or self-defense response.
Okay.
So your body ends up kind of allocating a lot of your metabolic resources, like even just glucose and fatty acids and other metabolic resources, to your fight or flight system. And why is it doing that? Because your life is threatened, or at least you think your life is threatened. So if you've got somebody beating the shit out of you or raping you or other things, you should feel like your life is threatened, because in fact, it is threatened. And so you are going to go into this hyper fight or flight mode. That is not a disorder. That is your body fighting for its survival. Your body is saying, alert, red alert, like somebody is trying to kill me and take my life. But what that means is that all of like any kind of rest and repair activity that your body should be undergoing is put on hold. So good sleep is now off the table. You should not be sleeping well if somebody is beating you up on a regular basis. Why? Because they might sneak into your room at night and try to bash your head in. You should not be sound asleep. You should wake up when you even hear that somebody touching the doorknob. You hear somebody touching the doorknob, you should be awake so you can try to defend yourself or run or at least like put your arms up or whatever to try to save your life. But if you're not sleeping soundly, it means that your body is falling into a state of disrepair. It's using all of its energy and resources for defense, for self-defense, and it's not spending the resources on maintenance and repair and growth and health. And if that occurs over a long period of time, those people will slowly but surely develop metabolic and mental health problems. And it runs the gamut of all sorts of problems.
Wow. Is it possible that somebody could be in a stressful situation and like have these issues sleeping, which leads to metabolic problems, and then the stressful situation goes away, but their body is stressed because of the state that the stress put them in? So then the metabolic disorder doesn't go away, even though the stressor. So that's why childhood trauma could be an issue, even though you're not experiencing trauma at the moment, you're still suffering from repercussions. Wow, that's crazy. How young can that start? How can that happen before the age of 2 and then it just screws you up forever? Oh
Absolutely.
my gosh.
So we know that when infants are maltreated or abused or neglected, they have an extraordinarily heightened stress response. If you see infants who are abused or neglected, they're screaming constantly. If you look at like the most tragic, or I shouldn't say the most, but one tragic example of that are Romanian orphans from the 1980s. A lot of Romanian orphans were put in orphanages. They were never even picked up. Somebody would just shove a bottle in their mouth in the crib, and like humans didn't even touch them. And when infants are treated that way, they go through stages of kind of adaptations, if you will. I mean, first they're just screaming bloody murder because they're trying to get somebody to pick them up and pay attention to them, because their survival depends on it. After a while, they actually lose the drive to scream and cry, and they actually become really quiet. The Romanian orphans, many of them would actually start like banging their heads against the cribs in order to feel something because nobody was touching them. And they would like bang their heads to the point of bleeding. And so abuse and trauma affect humans at any point in time. So that is all horrible doom and gloom, pessimistic shit. I get it. Here's the good news. Here's the good news, folks. In the way that you said, what about years later? Somebody who had a really shitty childhood or experience, or just suffered from a rape, or a veteran, a war veteran who experienced atrocities in the battlefield and comes back tormented with PTSD symptoms. If those people aren't recovering years later, step one is get the person out of danger, get the person into a safe environment, give them their basic requirements, food, shelter, a good safe place to sleep, all of those things. Mm-hmm. But if years later they still are not recovering, we can use metabolic treatment strategies to help them recover. That means we can change their diet sometimes to something like ketogenic diet or your lion's diet, something, we can change their diet, try to help their metabolism heal or repair. What we're really doing is helping their mitochondria heal and repair. But we can also use exercise and stress reduction and other techniques. But it's a lot of common sense lifestyle techniques and some that aren't common sense at all. Again, the science of the ketogenic diet is not common sense to most people. Most people don't get it. A lot of people are skeptical about it. But I've outlined all of this science to try to get people to understand it, because I think once people understand it, you will become empowered to do something about it.
Plus, there's nothing worse than like I think watching one of your family members or close friends suffer, especially from something like, hey, their life is good. Maybe their life is great. Their life is great. Why are they, I mean, you had one patient, she's catatonic. What's going on? And then there's so much anger too associated with and frustration, especially if the person's relatively normal and then they fall into that. It's like, hey, you're a university professor or you're a teacher. You're in a good relationship. What's wrong with you? And then to see the amount they're suffering, nothing hurts like that. It just hurts so much to see somebody suffering like that. So if there's an option, I'd say, well, it's a matter of making people believe, right? And if you've been through the medical system for 15 years and you've tried everything, at some point it's a lot easier not being hopeful anymore. Just kill off that hope part of me, because I can't keep having this hope and then soul-crushing, failure of whatever I've tried. So it's just a matter of, I guess, getting people hopeful again.
And again, I am set on not just blind belief. That's why I went the path I went. Because I kind of knew nobody's going to take me serious.
How do I find the person right for me? I can imagine hardly a more narcissistic statement than that. How do I try and...
The College of Psychologists, a bunch of people put in power by the government basically, is threatening to take my dad's psychology license because he's been criticizing the government. This isn't a joke. This has been torturing my family since 2018, seriously bullying my dad in a way that really caused everyone in my family a lot of stress. I think it's part of what contributed to him being quite ill in 2019, 2020. The colleges are in charge of doctors, massage therapists, dentists. They've been around since about the 60s, and it turns out, which I guess isn't that surprising, they've been infiltrated by the government, and now it looks like they're being used to control particularly conservative working professionals. Think you can trust your doctor to talk to you about anything that the government doesn't back? Definitely not, although we probably already knew that. This is kind of how colleges work in part. So this is how bad it is. He's getting investigated because of tweets he's tweeted, personal tweets, opinions, things he said on Joe Rogan. It's such a scam too. They're requiring him to do media retraining that he pays $225 an hour for an unspecified amount of time. And then at the end of that training, they decide whether or not he's learned anything and whether he can continue being a psychologist. This isn't even a process that goes to court. It's just this regulatory board of 12 tyrannical individuals. It's crazy that what you say online can be used to get rid of your license if people don't like you politically, which doesn't sound very democratic to me. They don't like his opinions, so they're trying to shut him down, but right now it's in a very real way. The tweets they've identified as problematic include the tweet about Elliot Page. Dad's trying to protect kids from being sterilized. That's definitely not appropriate. The tweet about the obese woman on Sports Illustrated. Again, obesity should not be celebrated. It kills people. And then tweets criticizing Justin Trudeau and another member of the Liberal Party, threatening to take your job as a serious threat. Anybody can submit a complaint about a psychologist or a doctor for that matter. Anybody. Doesn't have to be a former client. So for Dad, it's random people on Twitter complaining about him. Out of his audience of 20 million, he has 12 complaints. The college could throw these complaints out, But instead, they're threatening him and have been for years, wasting his time, bullying him, and threatening to take his license. Maybe we'll do a podcast about it. I'm not entirely sure what to do here other than tell people about what's going on, but maybe complaining back at them is appropriate. You can go to the link, I'm going to link it below, and you can enter in a complaint about the college itself and the people running it because they're bullying and harassing my family. So I don't know where the protection there is. Where's the protection against a tyrannical organization that's set in place to protect the government? This is basically the Communist Union at this point, picking on a professor for his opinions on Twitter against the government. It's absurd. If they end up managing to take his license, which will really be hard on my dad, you won't be able to trust your doctor, your lawyer, anybody in Canada if the government is just controlling all working professionals. God forbid you tweet out your opinion about the government. You might have your license taken away or be subject to their 1984 media retraining that you pay for. Oh my gosh. On their website, it says, anyone who has a concern about a psychologist or psychological associate can file a complaint or submit a report. This includes a client, a family member, or friend of the client, an employer, an insurer, a colleague, or a general member of the public, which is definitely great for celebrities because no one's going to go after them randomly on Twitter. You can't just complain about the college. You actually have to complain about an individual. But look at here. It shows who's running this scam right on their website. According to this guy on Twitter, these are the people, you can see it right on their website, running this organization that's currently threatening my dad. Even Elon's responded to Dad's tweet, which was really a tweet for help in all honesty, because we're not sure what to do here. Obviously, he's not going to be doing their media retraining, but this is pretty scary. I thought it was a good idea to make a video to tell you what's going on. It's a serious war out there. It's crazy, and we could use some help here. He's tweeted out, the Ontario College of Psychologists has demanded that I submit myself to mandatory social media communication retraining with their experts, among other crimes, retweeting Pierre Poilievre and criticizing Justin Trudeau and his political allies. This is real. This is actually happening. I've been accused of harming people, although none of the complainants involved in the current action were clients of mine, past or present, or even acquainted with any of my clients. I'm to take a course of such training with reports documenting my progress or face an in-person tribunal and suspension of my right to operate as a licensed clinical psychologist. About a dozen people from all over the world submitted complaints about my public statements on Twitter and Rogan over a 4-year period out of the 15 million who follow me on social media, claiming that I had harmed, not those people, just harmed people with his views. And then here they are. You can go to College of Psychologists of Ontario. There's the council and the professional members. Feel free to submit complaints about them. Ridiculous. Guess we'll see if my dad continues to be a clinical psychologist.
Snap your W-2 and file Fed and State for free. Simple tax returns only. See if you qualify.
The College of Psychology.
Welcome to the Split River High Afterlife Support Group.
Everyone calls me Maddie.
How'd you die?
You're not saying, no, don't feel like that. You know, you're not a burden. We will look after you, whatever it takes. Suddenly you change it. You say, maybe you're right. Maybe you are a burden. What does it do for suicide prevention in mentally ill people? To change from saying, whatever happens, we will always support you, to, in certain circumstances, we will actually help to kill you. That's crazy.
That must be a hard practice to be in, no?
This is the best work I've ever done. It is such an honor to be part of somebody's death.
Really?
Really.
Dr. Alan Wiebe, welcome to my podcast.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much for joining me. Before we get started, can you give me a brief background about who you are and what it is you do?
I have been a family doctor for many, many, many years, and I had a full service family practice doing everything from cradle to grave, and for a long time. And then I concentrated on women's health, which primarily was abortion and contraception. And since our law changed in 2016, I have been providing medically assisted deaths. So now I don't do any family practice anymore, and I just do the women's health and assisted dying.
Okay,
and
you said...
And I'm a professor at the university, and I do lots of research, have publications and teaching and that sort of thing.
Okay, great. You said when the law changed in 2016. So what was that law?
So this is the medical assistance in dying law in Canada. And that came about because of a constitutional court case. The court decided that Canadians had the constitutional right to have an assisted death. And in the particular situation of having a grievous and irremediable condition that caused unbearable suffering, and they had to be voluntary. Then that was the court decision, and then the law came in, which added some safeguards that there had to be 2 clinicians that agreed that somebody was eligible under the law, that there had to be, a waiting period and a witness for the consent, etc. Then that law was amended in 2021 from another court case, which said that some of the safeguards did not follow the Constitution and were therefore struck down. And the main one was that the natural death be reasonably foreseeable. Now, I know that your audience are in different countries, so I just want to compare a little bit. In the U.S., 20% of Americans live in states where they do have assisted dying as well. All of those states, except Montana, have the rule that your your expected death be within 6 months. And ours was that their natural death must be reasonably foreseeable. And then that was struck down. So that the idea that, somebody who could expect to suffer unbearably for the next 30 years also had the right to an assisted death. In Australia, most of the states have assisted dying, and their laws are either 6 months or 12 months, so that the expected death must be within 6 to 12 months. And in all cases, the issue of an assisted death means that a clinician, a doctor, or a nurse practitioner can prescribe a medication that would end the death, or actually give the medication. We have in addition to our laws, we have a number of regulations and standards and guidelines that we have to follow. These are through our province, through our professional organizations, by the people who license us. So we have regulations coming from every direction. And so in Canada, it's rare that anybody gets the medication to drink and do it themselves, because our regulations are that we must be there the whole time, and that I have to have the intravenous medication ready in case something goes wrong. So in Europe, this is called euthanasia, when a doctor actually injects the medication, actually gives the medication to a patient. But in Canada, we don't use the word euthanasia except for involuntary. Like that's what we use for our pets when we euthanize them. Here, we call it assisted dying. And in some places, it's called assisted suicide, and especially in a place like Switzerland or the US, where they are required to ingest and or to do it themselves. And so that's sort of how the terminology goes.
Okay, so in Switzerland, so you just said they're required to do it themselves. So you don't have a doctor administering it; they have to administer it.
Yes, and so one clinic uses IVs, but the person must actually push the button.
Wow. Okay.
Allows the IV fluid to come through, and another clinic generally gives people something to drink.
Hey guys, if you enjoy a few glasses of wine once a week, or a drink at any point in your life in any amount, you need to try the supplement I launched, After Party. It helps you break down acetaldehyde, which is the toxin that alcohol, ethanol, converts into in your body when you drink that poisons you and leads to alcohol damage. The supplement is made of dihydromyricetin, which is a terrible name for a supplement, which is why we called it After Party, which also works weekly on GABA, so it can help with anxiety following drinking as well, if that's something that bugs you. Obviously, don't abuse alcohol, but if you're into biohacking and you don't have a hangover pill, you're doing it wrong. You could say you're doing biohacking wrong if you drink anything, but hey, life is life. Sometimes people want to have a few drinks. smartdrugs.life, code MP for 15% off, and you can try it for 30 days completely risk-free, because we'll give you your money back if you don't want it. Obviously, there's no point in getting wasted, so don't do that. But there's also no point in drinking any amount without helping your body break down acetaldehyde. So try it out, smartdrugs.life, code MP for 15% off. I hope you enjoy the rest of this episode. How does that work for people who have, end-of-life diseases that stop them from moving?
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why most of Canada and most of the Australian states allow for intravenous if somebody has trouble. In the Benelux countries, that's Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg, almost everybody uses IV for the same reason the Canadians do. It's that it's faster, it works quickly, it doesn't taste bad, and the doctors are expected to be there.
Yeah. That must be a hard practice to be in, no?
Well, I've been a doctor for 47 years now, and I've loved my career. I delivered over 1,000 babies, and I took care of families, as I said, from cradle to grave, that I love. But I can tell you that this is the best work I've ever done.
Really? It's not strict.
Really.
And why is that?
Why is that? It is such an honor to be part of somebody's death, to be able to offer them this control over the end of their lives. It's such such an honor to have these conversations with people what, I don't know, why have you decided to die now? What makes your life worth living? What do you want to get done before you die? How would you like your death to look? And I'm privileged to be there for the last goodbyes between spouses, I've been together for 50 years. As a doctor, there were times when I couldn't end somebody's suffering, where I had to helplessly watch somebody suffer at the end of life. I studied palliative care and I did my best. I got the people who knew more than I did to help me, but there was still so much suffering at the end of life, and now I can actually end the suffering, and it's just for people who want it. I mean, we only work with people who are asking for it, and I ask at the very last minute, "Are you sure this is what you want to do today, now?" And so, yeah.
Yeah. I can see. I didn't realize. So did Canada not have this option prior to 2016?
Correct.
Okay. I had a grandmother who passed away from Alzheimer's, and it was just brutal. It was just brutal. And I had a great uncle who had ALS. And again, brutal, super traumatizing for everybody around them. And so I can definitely see where this can stop a lot of suffering that nobody wants to go through or bring on their family. Who's the average person you think you see who asks for this?
We know, but we got statistics, we've got national statistics, and I keep my own as well. So we know that the vast majority have cancer, and the average age is 70. So it's typically people who are white, rich, well-educated, used to being in charge of their lives. We get so many, retired doctors and lawyers and business people, the kind of people who are used to, being in control. And when they find out that they've got their stage 4 cancer or their ALS, in some countries it's called motor neuron disease instead of ALS. When they find out that they've got that diagnosis and they see what's coming up, they call them, and that's been the most important change, I think, for our country, is that now when you get that, we're all dying, right? 100% of us. And when you get that awful diagnosis, and it's happened since 2016 to 3 of my close friends, where they got the diagnosis, stage 4 cancer, there's no more treatment available, nothing you can do. They know right away before they do anything else, they know that they have MAID available. And so they call me up and ask about it because they know that when I do, and it just gives them more peace going forward. Each of my friends went ahead and took treatments and took whatever was offered. One has had her MAID, and the other 2 are still doing cancer treatments. But they know that they're going to die of their cancer soon, and they know that they've got control, like some, not a lot, but some control. And that's just made such a difference. Now, before you face this, you're going to have some control over the end of your life, if you want it.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. What about the scenario when people are having mental illness and the mental illness is painful enough?
Yes.
What happens to those people?
Exactly. So our law currently excludes anybody for whom the sole underlying medical condition is mental illness. Okay.
Okay.
This happened with the amendment in 2021. They put in the restriction they gave it a sunset clause, which meant that it expired in 2 years, which was next month. But then just gave an extension for a year.
Okay.
So in 2024, March 17, people will be eligible for psychiatric suffering when that is their sole underlying medical condition, is the psychiatric condition. But we have lots of experience now with concurrent disorders. I mean, lots of people who have both physical and mental illness. And when I first was dealing with this, it was a bit of a struggle because in all my year practice, if somebody said they wanted to die, I would think, oh, they were depressed. And now I was listening to people who had perfectly logical reasons to say I want to die, because they had ALS and they had a line in the sand. I'm not going past this line in how much I'm willing to degenerate and become dependent on others. And so I had to figure out, okay, so what do we know about depression and how it can interfere with people's ability to think and make decisions? And of course, I wasn't alone. I had all my colleagues and psychiatrists to consult. And so 7 years later, I have, 47 years of being a doctor, I have a lot of experience with people who have concurrent disorders, serious mental illness plus a physical condition that would make them eligible for an assisted death. And in my research, we are looking now at what's been happening since 2021, when we could help people with the chronic conditions, the ones where they still had a long life expectancy and expectation of suffering for maybe a decade or more. And so we have discovered in our research that a majority of these people have serious mental illness. Now, as you can imagine, if you are suffering unbearably from some physical condition for decades, would that make you have mental distress? Yes.
Yes, definitely.
So a lot of it is just secondary. But there also was mental illness that's just concurrent, and the more serious ones, schizoaffective and bipolar with psychosis and personality disorders, the severe ones, and so on. So we have now had quite a bit of experience with concurrent mental disorders where people are suffering terribly from a mental condition, in addition to physical conditions. And so I am facing 2024 with the confidence that we can do our assessments well and help people after that time. It's the assessments that we need to do are, first of all, for capacity. Can this person make this decision reasonably? If you're actively psychotic, you can't. I mean, but if you're delusional about certain things, you can. Like, for example, I had a patient who was dying of a really nasty bone cancer in awful pain. Now, she was delusional. She was totally convinced the FBI were watching her in that nursing home, which seemed a little odd. But she was not delusional about the fact that she had pain caused by bone cancer. She knew precisely. So she did have capacity to make the decision that she didn't want to suffer that pain anymore. And the fact that she still believed that the FBI were after her wasn't interfering with her ability to make that decision. So even somebody who has some delusions can make medical decisions. It's more complicated to figure it all out, right? But it's possible. And, I have a family member with schizophrenia, and there are in the last 17 years since he was diagnosed, there were 4 occasions on which his rights were taken away. He was hospitalized against his will and treated against his will. But all of the rest of the time, he has the same rights as any other citizen. He can direct his own care. He can do everything. And he doesn't always, make wise decisions that his parents agree with. But, but he has true rights. And that's also what I realize when I'm talking to my patients who have the concurrent disorders.
Okay, that makes sense. Let me see. I've got a list of questions that I try to stick to. Okay, yeah. What are the steps patients need to go through with a physician to be allowed to get medically assisted? What is it called in Canada? Medically assisted death?
Medical assistance in dying.
Okay.
It's and in the U.S. medical aid in dying, which is both the acronym is made for both countries. So the first thing is a request, and we have in Canada, we've got MAID coordinating centers in every province. And so you can go through your MAID coordinating center, you look it up on the internet and find it, or, through your doctor or through somebody you know. And the MAID coordinating office will then find you a doctor, a nurse practitioner to do the assessment. Some of them come referred from other doctors, just the way doctors refer to each other. Family knows who I am and refers their patient to me. And some just find me because I have a website and, want people to be able to access this if they don't know how other ways of doing it. And so each province has request forms that people fill in, and these by law must be witnessed by an independent person. An independent person means somebody who is not providing the MAID, like I can't do it, and who is not in your will. So,
okay.
Example, my staff can do it because they're not directly providing anything for these patients, and they aren't in the patient's will. So there's sort of the request, and then 2 clinician assessments. And these assessments they can be done by video, like I do lots by Zoom, or in person. And, we have to make sure that they fit all the criteria. So they have to be able to make a voluntary request, be capable of making such a request. They have to have grievous and irremediable condition that's causing unbearable suffering. And we have to decide whether their natural death is reasonably foreseeable in Canada, because we have to separate them into track 1 and track 2. Track 1 has no wait list. So these are our cancer patients and heart failure patients who have a natural death that's reasonably foreseeable. They can choose, their date whenever they want. Anybody whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable has a 3-month waiting period. And during that time, we must make sure that they have explored everything that is available in terms of dealing with symptoms. Generally, they've had their condition for a decade or more, and they have explored everything. But sometimes we can figure out, there is a new treatment, and the last time you saw a specialist in your area was 4 years ago, and it wasn't available then. So it's our job to figure that out, to see whether is something that they've missed during that 3-month period.
Okay, that makes sense. And do you know if that's similar in the U.S. and in Switzerland and?
Yeah. So in the U.S., there's some of the states have waiting periods, but they're short. They're like 2 weeks, and none of them have chronic illness allowed. It's all natural. Their expected death 6 months or 12 months.
And how long? I mean, you probably know this, but how long has that? I didn't know that was available because you said it wasn't available in Canada before 2016. So there have been states in America that have had medically assisted dying for illnesses that were going to end lives for a while.
Over 20 years. Oregon got their law over 20 years ago. Washington State was next. California was the same time as we were in 2016. So as I said, 20% of the population of the U.S. are in states where they do have the right to an assisted death.
Okay. And was Switzerland one of the first places to have this? Because I'd heard of Switzerland for a while.
Switzerland, what happened was all the countries, or most Western countries, had a law against suicide, where people actually got put in jail if they'd failed a suicide attempt. And those laws were all rescinded, a long time ago. And back in the 1940s, when Switzerland rescinded their suicide law, so they'd no longer put people in jail if they failed their suicide attempt, then they had in there, it said that anybody who assisted a person to suicide for monetary gain was liable, but people who didn't were not. And so it meant that anybody, didn't have to be a doctor, could assist somebody to suicide as long as they weren't benefiting out of their will or something like that, right? And it took a while before there were actually clinicians who were providing this. They also do not have a residency requirement. Each of the American states and the Australian states and Canada have residency requirements, so we can't take foreigners, but Switzerland doesn't. So they're the one place that people can travel to get an assisted death.
Okay. That must have been why I'd heard of that.
Exactly.
Because people could travel there. Interesting. Okay. Are doctors or medical associations, do they ever recommend assisted death? Or does this have to be brought up by the patient?
That's all the same thing. So the important thing is what we call the serious illness conversation. So when somebody has developed a fatal illness and the doctor is having that conversation, this is what's happening. Your heart failure has gotten to the point where we can only just manage it, and your life expectancy is now short. Then the important thing is to make sure they know their options, and that would be, what kind of palliative care? How can we make you more comfortable? Available in our area? Is there a hospice, residential hospice, for example, home care hospice, where people will come into your home and help take care of you as you die? What is available for you? And at that point, they should know that there is medically assisted death available, because that's part of how you would choose. You might say, okay, well, I don't want to burden my family when I'm no longer strong enough to, make it to the toilet and so on. So I would go into a residential hospice at that point rather than expect my family to be taking care of me. And then, you have to actually know that one particular residential hospice won't allow an assisted dying there, and you need to choose one over the other. So you need to know these things. You need to know what's available and how best to plan the end of your life, whether you want a natural death or an assisted death. So that's really part of informed consent for the whole end of life care. And in an ideal situation, that's part of the serious illness conversation by somebody. And, you know, it's not at the time of diagnosis. Usually I told you that my friends who got their horrible diagnoses in the last 7 years, that was one of their first thoughts was, I figure this bad stuff out. Make sure I have an exit if I don't, you know, if I get to a point where I can't stand it anymore. But it's not necessarily that you say to somebody, I'm sorry, your tests show that the cancer has spread, the chemo's not working anymore. And we need to talk about providing the best possible comfort for you as you face the end of your life. And that may not be the right day. Maybe it'll be a few weeks later, you know, but it'll be sometime.
Yeah, that's probably too much information on that day, I would say. Do you think there are any cases in which assisted death should not be given as an option?
Do you mean diagnoses or?
Yeah, diagnoses.
Diagnoses? No, I don't think that a diagnosis itself takes all your rights away, because that's what you're talking about, right? So, but as I said, I mean, just because you have a diagnosis of schizophrenia does not mean you have all your rights taken away for the rest of your life. No, you have rights taken away. Sometimes when you're acutely psychotic, you cannot make decisions for yourself. And legally, your rights will be taken away from you. But once the acute psychosis is over, then you, like my stepson, you have total right over your own body and life.
Do you have any comments for people who might be skeptical about this procedure? Or who might not understand it or something?
Yeah. Just, this is a basic right that people should have, and luckily do in many places, to help control their own dying. And so it's important that we have the safeguards in our law and in our, you know, standards and guidelines and so on, to make sure that that vulnerable people are not pressured. But we have those, and I'm really confident that everywhere I've investigated and know about, like the European countries and Australia and US and Canada, people take this very seriously and do their assessments carefully and are following the safeguards in our law.
Okay, Dr. Ellen Wiebe, thank you very much for coming on. You said you had a website. Could you tell everybody what the website is if people want to find out more?
Hemlock Aid.
Hemlock Aid. Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming on. That was very informative. This episode is brought to you by NordVPN. I went back to visit family in Canada, and it's still crazy there. I just turned my dad onto NordVPN. Keeping your information away from prying eyes, including the government, particularly if you're in Canada, is a silly thing to not do in this day and age. It's way easier than it was 10 years ago, and you can basically turn NordVPN on to run in the background and forget it's there. NordVPN has award-winning online security, so you can be confident knowing that you won't be exposed to any prying internet eyes or have your personal information leaked to people who might use it against you. Just go to nordvpn.com/TMPP or use promo code TMPP for 61% off their premium plan and their free anti-malware feature, as well as NordVPN's 30-day money-back guarantee. Mark Pickering, welcome to my podcast.
Thank you very much. Great to be here.
Before we jump in, can you give a brief background about who you are and what it is you do?
Great. So my name is Dr. Mark Pickering. I'm a GP, family practitioner by background. Most of the clinical work I do is in prisons and other secure environments. And I lead the Christian Medical Fellowship in the UK, So that's an organization of just under 5,000 doctors, nurses, midwives, and students. So we try to help them live out their faith as Christians in whatever that means. And part of what we do is looking at public policy and bioethics issues. So things at the beginning and end of life are very important in that. So assisted dying is really important because there's a lot of pressure to change the law all around the British Isles.
Okay. Well, let's delve into that a little bit. What is medically assisted dying?
It really depends who you ask, because many people who talk about it, they are not always clear on their definitions. And when you ask the public what they think, they're often not clear either. To say that you're assisting someone who's dying, that implies that they're actually dying. So the classic situation would be somebody who's terminally ill. Maybe they've got cancer or motor neurone disease, and they're approaching the end stage of their life. And you might say they're in the dying process or the final weeks of life, and then they might be suffering with pain or shortness of breath or other symptoms that are difficult to control, and they might ask a doctor to give them medication or prescribe medication for them to take so that they can die in a more peaceful fashion than they might do otherwise. But there's so many things wrapped up in that need unpacking that often don't get unpacked. So like I say, to call it assisted dying, many people, particularly in Canada, for instance, who access MAID, medical aid in dying, they're not actually dying. They might be chronically ill, they might be disabled. In some places it might be a young baby who's very disabled, it might be somebody with a mental disorder, and so you may have a degree of suffering, but they may not be dying. And so that causes a lot of confusion, because often if you ask people in the public, what do you understand by assisted dying, they might think that that is the care that you get when you go into a hospice for palliative care. For someone who is dying, you are assisting them by treating their symptoms. That would be a valid way to talk, but it's not what most people understand. Or very often there are complicated ethical decisions towards the end of life. For instance, if you make a do not resuscitate decision when someone is perhaps approaching the end of their life, and you think, okay, there's no point in doing cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR, if their heart and lungs stop because it's not going to work. That may be very appropriate just to say, we're going to make that decision that would not be appropriate. Or you might say, you know, you're having chemotherapy for your cancer, but it's clearly not working, so we think we should stop that treatment. The treatment is futile. It's not doing you any good. Many people think that is assisted dying because then you're stopping a treatment which they may see as keeping them alive. So there's a whole range of different things, and it's incredibly important to get your definitions right, especially when they change across different countries and jurisdictions and conversations.
Currently, what's legal in the UK?
Yeah, so in the UK or in the British Isles, you've got a number of different jurisdictions. So there's England and Wales, there's Scotland, there's Jersey, there's the Isle of Man, and then there's the Republic of Ireland. And all of those different jurisdictions have got campaigns to change the law in different ways. So it's illegal to end the life of a patient. So as a doctor, you can't do something that will actively end their life. And if they say to you, please give me a medication so that I can end my life, you can't do that. So it's illegal to encourage or assist a suicide. It's not illegal to commit suicide. It used to be, but many people who try to take their own lives often have mental health challenges. And so if you tried to take your own life because of a mental health problem and you didn't succeed and then you ended up in hospital, what's the point in making you feel worse by then prosecuting you for something? But you still can't encourage or assist a suicide, and you can't actually do what we call euthanasia by a doctor or clinician giving a drug to you to end your life. But you can do all of those other things around the end of life. You can make good decisions about, is this particular procedure or treatment that you have been having, is that actually benefiting you? Or do you want to decide yourself to stop it, or do we decide as a clinical team that it's not benefiting you, and various things around that. So we call that withholding and withdrawing of treatment, and that can be perfectly appropriate.
So this is completely different than what's happening in Canada now.
Yes, absolutely. So my understanding of the law in Canada is that it changed in I think 2016, where euthanasia first became legal, or medical aid in dying, as it's called there, medical assistance in dying, sorry. And when the Canadian law first changed, well, you can have either euthanasia or assisted suicide. Euthanasia is basically when the clinician or someone else gives the medication to the person, usually through injection, to end their life, whereas assisted suicide is where the clinician prescribes it and then provides it to the person, but then the person drinks it or takes the tablets themselves. So it's a question of who does the final act. And I understand that the vast majority in Canada are euthanasia, where the clinician will end the life of the patient. Usually that's with their express request and permission, but in some situations, particularly in countries like Belgium and Holland, sometimes it happens without the patient making a request.
Become a versatile and in-demand asset in the workforce with the University of Florida's College of Pharmacy Forensic Science online graduate program. Whether you're a working professional in a crime laboratory, law enforcement agency, pharmaceutical company, or academia, a graduate certificate or master's degree from the Forensic Science online graduate program can help you stand out in your field. The program operates entirely online with flexible on-demand courses, so they can be completed anywhere, anytime. Visit our website to learn more.
But in Canada, where it started in 2016, there was a clause that said that the person's death had to be reasonably foreseeable. So in many ways, that's like terminal illness. How we would say many of the proposed laws in the British Isles often put a stop on it to say you've got to be within 6 months of death from a terminal illness. It's very hard to actually guess how long someone has left and how many months they would live otherwise. But that's basically what many laws say. So that originally was there in the Canadian law, but because there was no time put it, then actually that got quite elastic. And so some people whose deaths from their condition may have taken 5 or 10 years were being seen as eligible for MAID. And therefore, in 2019, there was a court case in Quebec where 2 disabled people said, look, this isn't fair. We're not chronically or we're not terminally ill. Our deaths are not reasonably foreseeable, but we are suffering. We want to have access to MAID as well. So they were granted that access, and then that led to a change in the law across Canada, so that now your death does not have to be reasonably foreseeable. For many reasons of suffering or chronic illness, you can request that. And now there's a proposal to extend it further to purely mental conditions. I know that's been paused, but certainly that's still in the plans for Canada as well. So it really has changed very rapidly over just 6 or 7 years in Canada.
Okay, and what are the downsides if the point of this is to relieve people's suffering?
Yeah, so the downsides are largely, there's several of those. So a person's suffering may be temporary. So if someone has cancer, they have pain, they're in a lot of pain, and for instance, maybe their family physician is treating them, their GP, and they may not be able to relieve that pain. That person may think, I can't live like this, I want to have euthanasia. But if they had access to a palliative care specialist who is an expert in dealing with this kind of symptom control, they may be able to get much better pain relief, symptom control, and feel a lot better. There may be other reasons why their distress may be short-lived. It may be that actually the suffering that they're going through is largely psychological and emotional, more about the meaning of what's happening to them. It may be a spiritual cause, what will happen to me after death. There are so many different reasons for that, and somebody may not have had good psychiatric care, they may not have had good palliative care or symptom control. And so there's all of these different reasons there. And if we change a law to make it, first of all, legal, then people may access that who didn't necessarily need to have that, because like I said about in Canada, the law has expanded quite rapidly, the numbers have grown rapidly, the societal expectations have changed quite rapidly. So whereas it may have been legalized to begin with so that just a small cases would be accessible to euthanasia, then that often changes greatly. Sometimes we like to think about it, say, if you compare it with speed limits on the road, most countries have speed limits, And that's generally sensible. It keeps people safe. And yet we've all been in situations where we think, I wish there wasn't a speed limit here. We might be late for work. We might be late for the airport. We might be late for the cinema. Somebody might be ill. We might be having to get them to the hospital. And so you can understand the argument of saying, I wish that I would like to have the choice not to have a speed limit. If I feel that I need to go as fast as I want to, then, I should be able to do that. And you understand that. But then when you start trying to frame a law around that to say, well, like, you can only, speed 20 miles an hour above the speed limit, you can only do it if the flight that you're trying to get to is really important. You can only do it if it's a medical emergency. All of these things get really complicated. But then what you actually do is you change society so that people just think, actually, speed limits are a bad thing. We should be able to go as fast as we can. And then what becomes my choice then becomes a duty that society has to provide for me. And then actually you change the expectations and the implications for others. You get more road traffic accidents, more deaths of innocent people. And that's quite a good illustration of what can happen, because we now see in many countries where the law has been changed, then investment in palliative care often doesn't keep pace with other countries, because people think, well, why should we spend all this time trying to control your symptoms? Let's just give you euthanasia. Why don't you opt for that? If you're an elderly person with chronic illnesses and infirmities, you may be using up the money that you'd like to give to your children and grandchildren to buy a house with, and you might be using it up in social care costs. And so then the expectation comes on you. Aren't you being a bit selfish by staying alive and eating up that money? Yes, you may be suffering a bit, but actually it's hard for your family to care for you. Surely you should be asking for that. And even if people are not saying that to you, then there's definitely an expectation that comes onto people. Because when people talk about safeguards with changing the law, they'll often say, oh, our law has got lots of safeguards around it so that nobody will request it who doesn't really want it. That sounds fine when you're looking to change the law, but what seems like a safeguard on one side of the law change, when you look at it from the other side, after you've changed the law, then people start talking about barriers to patient access. So most countries will say, we'll only do it for people who are terminally ill. And that sounds great. But then, like in Canada, you do that, you change people's expectations, and then some people, a few people who may be disabled or chronically ill, will say, well, why don't we have access to that? We're suffering for a long time too. Don't you care about us? And then suddenly you have to widen it because you're saying, well, this isn't fair. We have to provide this for everyone. As soon as you say that medically assisted death, medically provided death is something that's good, that you should be able to provide, then on what grounds can you limit it and not give it to other people?
So is your opinion that it's just a slippery slope and we shouldn't go in that direction at all? Or should it be available for people, say, with motor neuron disease that are definitely suffering and definitely going to die relatively soon?
Yeah, I think that those are exactly the kind of questions to ask. So the term slippery slope, some people love it, some people hate it. It can give you the idea that, like if you're on skis, if you push off the top of the slope, you'll go straight the way down to the bottom. It's really hard to stop. That's not always a great analogy, but what we often prefer to talk about is incremental extension, that once you've crossed that first barrier, you say, okay, terminal illness, great. Then what about people with chronic illness and disability? Then you say, only people over 18. Well, what if you're 16 and mature? Or, then you say only with mental capacity. Well, what if you've got early onset dementia? We know that you don't want to, advanced dementia. So even though you don't quite qualify, maybe we should extend it that way. So it's very hard to keep a law at one place and never to change it. Virtually every jurisdiction that's changed the law has extended it further in different ways.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think one of the things I'm concerned at least about in Canada is, and I used to be in chronic pain from arthritis, and I had a number of surgeries for that, and getting access to pain medication, there was a 3-month waiting period when I was 17. 3 months when you're in chronic pain, severe chronic pain, is a very, very long time. And so if the access to ending things, if it doesn't seem like you have some sort of future is easier than the access to pain medication. And the healthcare system in Canada too is like, even though they think it's world class, it is not a world class healthcare system. So that's concerning. But I can also see where people are coming from, having watched people die of dementia slowly and painfully. I can see. Do you know what's happened in Switzerland? Because Switzerland's had more access to medically assisted death for a while, right? And even people from out of Switzerland can go and travel there for it. Do you know what the stats look like there? Like, is it more old people?
Yeah, so Switzerland is an unusual place. Yeah, they have had provision for assisted dying, I think, since the 1930s. And so some people in the UK who want to access that, but they can't do it in the UK, they will sometimes travel to Switzerland. And usually that's assisted suicide, where the patient drinks the medication or takes the tablets. Sometimes it can be euthanasia. They're quite broad in the categories that they will allow. Many of the providers in Switzerland will only provide it to Swiss citizens, but there are a couple of organizations who will allow people from other countries to go there. And some people look at that and say, it's just been part of Swiss culture for years. We shouldn't worry about it. They haven't started killing everybody. It hasn't really extended massively. And I think there is a certain argument for that. But then you look at another country like Canada and you think, why has it gone so far, so fast, so quickly, and really changed? In the culture very fast, and people will sometimes point to Oregon in the USA and say, well, they've had it since 1997, the law hasn't changed much, that's the kind of law we want. But you can't promise that when you ask for Oregon that you won't get Canada, and you can't say, well, I like Switzerland, you might get Belgium, because attitudes to so many things are different in different cultures, and things will have different effects. Switzerland is a very wealthy country. People have a very high standard of living, and I haven't looked at the stats in great detail there, but I think you'll have a lot less social deprivation. You'll have a lot less people who can't get access to the healthcare that they need, whereas very sadly we're hearing in Canada some horrific stories of people who, they just want good housing, they just want good medical care or social care, and actually they've got a constitutional right to be killed by the state. They can access MAID very quickly, but they can't access good housing. Like you said about the pain medication, you may not be able to get the health care that will actually reduce your suffering. And so that's a terrible situation to be in. We may say that doesn't happen very often, but it is happening in some situations. And if people say, if we're saying, well, you've got a right to access euthanasia, but you don't have a right to access prompt social and medical care, that's setting up a whole problem for us that I think we should be incredibly worried about. And especially when you've got a cost of living crisis, you've got a mental health crisis, particularly after COVID. There's so many factors that should lead us to be very careful indeed.
Can you go into more detail about what's going on in Belgium? You said you can be euthanized against your will in some cases?
Yeah, so in Belgium and Holland have both had euthanasia for some years. Holland came first, and then Belgium, I think, was about 20 years ago. And they have seen that steady expansion of the criteria, so that to begin with in Belgium, again, it was just for terminally ill people. And now it's expanded gradually. People have become more comfortable with it, and then people are less willing to actually go through the criteria properly, so that doctors become less careful about checking whether someone actually fulfills the criteria. If you go to one doctor and they say you don't fulfill them, then you can go to another doctor who says you do. And we have what you call doctor shopping, when people will go around and find a doctor that they know is positive about euthanasia, ask them, and then of course they'll help with them. In most situations, euthanasia would be what you call voluntary, when someone goes through different procedures, questions, and screening things where you'd make sure that they really want to have the euthanasia, that they've actually looked at their options, maybe experienced palliative care or psychiatric care. They've maybe seen 2 doctors, so you can do that quite well, but in many situations you don't. And that would be voluntary euthanasia if you know for certain that the patient has requested it. You can have, on the other hand, non-voluntary euthanasia when you just don't ask them. If, for instance, you had a patient who had advanced dementia, they may have said something in the past, if I ever get like this, I don't want to live. I would want to have euthanasia if I ever got severe dementia. The trouble is, when people actually get to that point, you don't know if their opinion then is the same as it would have been when they were healthy. Many people look differently on life when they actually are disabled or suffering in some ways, because the life that they didn't expect to have is still better than no life at all. But if someone's in advanced dementia and you think out of compassion they would want us to end their life, you can't get consent from them, but you might decide that that's the way to do it. Or you may just think, actually, it's too much difficulty to fill out the forms, and we're seeing some really, really bad cases in Belgium, I think, when people are just not going through the procedures because it's become more normal. So some elderly people, I understand, will go into hospital in Belgium actually trying to be really clear, do not give me euthanasia, because they're worried that actually somebody might make that decision for them. And then you've got involuntary euthanasia, when the patient may not even want it, but you decided it's the right thing for them. Now, thankfully, there are very few cases like that, but there was a case recently, I forget whether it was Holland or Belgium, but a patient had said previously that they would like euthanasia if their dementia got to a certain stage. It did progress. Then they said to them, would you like to have it? And they said no. Oh, that's a bit odd. Some days they'd say yes, some days they say no. Of course, it's dementia. It's hard to judge their mental capacity. It may fluctuate. And so then the family and the clinical team decided, okay, we're going to go ahead with it because that's what they said before. We'll give them some medication to make them drowsy. Then we'll give them further medication to end their life. The patient was actually, refusing, fighting it off, and then someone held them down while the doctor euthanized them, because they believed that that's what the patient would have wanted. And there was a criminal investigation there. Nobody was charged, and it's very rare in these situations, even when people don't follow the rules, it's very rare that anyone gets into trouble.
Have you heard in Canada about organ donation and euthanasia? What's going on with that?
Yeah, so my understanding is that quite a number of organs for transplant are now coming from patients with euthanasia. Clearly, if you have a medically controlled euthanasia, you can have everything set up to go. It may take place within a hospital. You could have anaesthetist and transplant surgeons on hand, so that the quality of the organs that you get is actually very good. You can have it very quickly between euthanasia and then organ harvesting. Now, I understand that organs coming from euthanasia cases, that the majority of those in the world are coming from Canada. Now, you can look at that and you say, well, isn't that a good thing? Because, this patient wants to die, but they want to contribute to help someone else live. Isn't that altruistic? And yes, it might be. But then, goodness, what sort of conflict is that putting someone in to say, well, actually, maybe I don't want to live, or maybe I'm a burden on my family. Maybe I should ask for euthanasia. Oh, and actually, I could then give my organs to someone else who may benefit from them. So there's an emotional pressure that really shouldn't be there. We would quite reasonably be very upset to think that executed prisoners in China might be having their organs removed without their consent. But actually, if it's coming from euthanasia patients who might be influenced by that decision, then that could be a problem indeed. It doesn't have to be a massive problem, but you can see there's a real danger of that complicating the decision that the patient makes.
That could easily complicate it if you're suffering from a mental disorder that's making you feel like a burden, like you said. So you already feel like a burden. You've had this mental disorder for 20 years. You're not getting the proper care. And hey, you can go out stop your suffering and save some people.
Yeah, absolutely. And mental illness is a massive problem within this situation. So I mentioned before that when the Canadian law changed a year or two ago to remove that reasonably foreseeable death criterion, then they put a clause in to say that in, I think, 2023, so coming up this year, then it would then open out to people who purely had mental health conditions as well. Now, there's been a lot of resistance to that more recently, I understand, and I think that's been paused, but I don't think there's been any intention to remove it. And I listened to a Canadian documentary recently by, I think it's a senator who was a psychiatrist, who was the one who pushed for that clause to be inserted, and it was really quite frightening to hear him saying, you know, it's terribly stigmatizing to people with mental illness. You know, they should have access to what everyone else does. You know, if it's good enough for other people, mentally ill people should be able to get it as well. And there's a terrifying cold logic to that as well. But then you think, goodness, if your only problem is a severe depression or schizophrenia or a personality disorder, if you are suffering mentally, then, you know, how will that affect your decision-making power? You know, how do we know that some more time on treatment or some different treatment might actually make things a lot better? And I look after a lot of people with schizophrenia, personality disorders in my clinical work, and many of them have chronic suicidal thinking. So an emotionally unstable personality disorder that often goes along with self-harm, that could be present for 10, 20, 30, 40.
You haven't had vodka soda like this. No one has. Made with the world's smoothest vodka plus real juice. New White Claw Vodka Soda.
Years, and that person will every day feel like killing themselves. They may sometimes self-harm, they may sometimes attempt suicide, but that doesn't go away. There's no pill that you can give to necessarily remove that. With psychotherapy, you may be able to help it significantly, help them to control it. But once you say that a person in that situation should be eligible to say, yeah, that's enough, I want to have euthanasia as well. Okay, but how much are you opening that up to other people whose suffering may be short-lived? They may simply not have had good psychiatric care. There may be so much else they can do, and then when people feel the burden, which is a massive reason why people opt for euthanasia, then you're not saying, no, don't feel like that. You're not a burden. We will look after you, whatever it takes. Suddenly you change it. You say, maybe you're right. Maybe you are a burden. Maybe this would be a good thing. That's how you feel. We agree with you. What does it do for suicide prevention in mentally ill people or mentally suffering people to change from saying, whatever happens, we will always support you, to, in certain circumstances, we will actually help to kill you? That's crazy.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's crazy. What are you working on specifically to kind of push back against this?
Well, I think one of the things in the British Isles is really helping to show people the logical consequences of what they are proposing. So here in the British Isles or in the UK, the main campaigning organisation is called Dignity in Dying. And they're very focused on their campaign goals. They say we only want assisted suicide, not euthanasia, and we only want it for adults who are mentally competent, so they can make that decision genuinely, that they're terminally ill, and that they have less than 6 months to live. And that's a very tight campaign. They've changed those campaign goals over the years because they've realised they've had many decades of being unsuccessful in changing the law. And so now they're saying, okay, we're going to focus it down on this. There's much more chance of getting a law passed through Parliament. And there is, because when you put it that way, you say, look, this is just a small change, just for a small number of people at the end of their life. Why would you force them to suffer? But the trouble is there are other organisations who don't think they go far enough. Here in the UK, there's another group called My Death, My Decision that looks to Canadian euthanasia and says, that's great, that's what we want to have in the UK. So then so Dignity in Dying, I think, are being very naive, or possibly something worse than that, when they say, don't worry, if we get our law, then it won't extend further, because there are people already campaigning to push it further. We look and see in Canada how fast things have gone, and why would we think that things wouldn't go like that? We're a similar country in many ways in terms of our culture, and I think it's foolish to just believe that wouldn't happen here, even if it didn't go half as far or half as fast. That would really worry me. And also, when we're looking at how the law can change in a country, it's really important to see, well, in the different jurisdictions around you, what are the rules that they're trying to put across. So in Jersey, for instance, they did what's called a citizens' jury, which is when you ask people from the population what they think should happen. And the general public are generally more liberal or more lax in the rules that they would have than politicians are, because politicians at least have the professional responsibility to think, what about the unintended consequences? Whereas most individual people just think, well, I'd want that for me or for my loved one. And it's not their job to think, well, what could go wrong with this? Whereas for a politician, you hope it is. So Dignity in Dying were campaigning heavily in Jersey to change the law, and it's quite possible they may change the law now. We're waiting for some a draft bill for their parliament to look at. But the citizens' jury said, we don't just want assisted suicide, we want euthanasia as well. We don't just want it for terminal illness, we want it for chronic illness and disability. And some of the people in there said, we want it for those under 18, those with dementia, that sort of thing. Not all of those got through, but it's a significantly wider law than Dignity in Dying actually were asking for. So we often say, be careful what you wish for.
Okay, Mark, I think that answers all my questions. I didn't know that about Belgium, so that's freaky.
It is.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk just a little bit about how faith impacts on that?
Sure, go ahead.
So, I mean, it's one of the common responses that people who are campaigning to change a law will say to someone like me. They say, oh, it's just because you're religious, you believe in the sanctity of life. I don't believe in that, so, your reasons don't matter. But then on the other hand, you have lots of religious people who say, well, Jesus taught us compassion, therefore we should relieve suffering. So the former Archbishop of Canterbury in the UK, George Carey, who's now in the House of Lords, he's a supporter of assisted dying. But really interestingly, he campaigns for Dignity in Dying, who have that very tightly focused campaign. But the actual situations, the cases that changed his mind were people who had chronic disability and chronic illness. They were not terminally ill. So he even admits that the people that changed his mind, the situations, are not the ones that he's campaigning for. So, of course he's going to, if he gets his law that he wants, a tightly conscripted law, he's still going to want to have compassion on those other people who are going further. So you see that law change has got the seeds of its own expansion within it. But it's not about whether you have a faith, it's about how you apply that. And for many people, the way I look at it is it's about making sure that vulnerable people are not put at risk by law, that the autonomy of one group of people doesn't impact on the safety of others. And these are just generic things. You don't have to have a faith to understand that. There are plenty of humanists and atheists who are opposed to it as well. So I think we must be really careful before writing off somebody just because they have, one faith or another view or the wrong kind of view. Very often the reasons behind opposition to law change, they are the same across all faiths and none.
Okay, I'm actually glad you brought that up, because yesterday I was like, okay, Mark Pickering, and then you're part of it, and I'm a Christian, but I didn't want the Christian perspective on this, because I was like, so many people will write that off, right? It's like, but so I'm very glad you covered that, and I think everything you spoke about makes sense. So thank you again. Is there anywhere I can lead people to online where they can learn more about this?
Yeah, absolutely. So within the UK, we've got carenotKilling.org.uk. So that's an organisation that I speak on behalf of. For clinicians and healthcare workers, there's a linked group called ourdutyofcare.org.uk. And then for those working in Parliament, dyingwell.co.uk, which is a group of parliamentarians in Westminster particularly who are opposed to changing the law. So all of those have got great great information on the links to other places. So I'd really encourage people to go and have a look at those.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us.
Michaela, you're very welcome. Thank you.
You've probably noticed that every pair of speakers or headphones have their own specific sound. This so-called sound coloration, as we call it in the biz, is one of the main reasons why each of us has our own favorite speakers or headphones. But if you're a creator, you want to be able to make your mixes translate to your audience without the sound of coloration getting in your way. And that's where Sound ID Reference comes in. Sound ID Reference is a speaker and headphone calibration software delivering consistently accurate studio reference sound on all speakers and headphones. That means it effectively eliminates all sound coloration by setting the frequency response of your speakers and head to be completely flat across all audible frequencies, so you can trust that every mix will translate.
So how exactly does it work? Depending on what you are listening to, you'll have to follow a few simple steps to achieve a perfectly flat sound. If you're using headphones, all you have to do is choose your specific model from the drop-down list of supported headphones, available either in the Sound ID Reference app or within the plugin of the DAW you're using. Simple. For your pair of speakers, however, you'll have to use our individually calibrated Sound ID Reference measurement mic. The Sound ID Reference Measure software will guide you through every step of the measurement process to determine the frequency response of your room and speakers. Once that's done, launch the Sound ID app or DAW plugin, and you're good to go.
Besides ensuring a neutral sound, Sound ID Reference has plenty of other useful features as well, such as Custom Target, which allows you to make custom adjustments to the target curve in real time. There's also Mix Check, which helps you simulate your mix on a plethora of devices, such as laptop speakers, for instance, and loads of other cool stuff. We could go on, but why not experience the difference with Sound ID Reference for yourself? It's time to start trusting your mixes. Download the free 21-day trial now.
Want a lawn that looks like this, but your lawn looks a little bit more like this? Then you should click right here and check out True Green. With a local lawn.
Why people are saying you beat him.
I turned the Prime Bottle costume that he was in two-dimensional. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT, is AI the beginning of the end for humans? Says no.
Hey, OJ, did you murder that woman?
I'm gonna say it.
Don't say it.
I was the one that vandalized your painting.
I f***ing knew it! I cleaned hoarders' houses with Greg, as you know.
I knew that.
And there would just be some weird. And one of them had a Kramer poster. I think it was Kramer.
Sorry, you had a Cadillac?
Yeah, white.
Dude.
No, sorry. You had a Cadillac? Not like Grandpa, the one that lives in the dumpster?
No, that's my Grandpa Bob. That's Greg's dad. And he doesn't live in a dumpster.
He doesn't even have
He
a
lives
car.
he lives in a bus inside of a storage unit.
I ask Logan at least once a quarter, what does Grandpa Bob say to you? Like, what's he saying? What was the last one?
Oh, he doesn't have my new number. Sorry, Grandpa Bob.
On purpose.
No, okay, so you know my dad's eccentric. Imagine his dad. Pam, what's Grandpa Bob like?
I don't know. I want to be nice. He's definitely eccentric.
Yeah. He's
And
too.
he lives outside of like the real world. Like he doesn't have a social security number. He's
The
the free
microchip club.
he's the free man movement.
Freemason.
Free man.
I think it's Freemason.
Freemason.
No.
He's in the Illuminati.
No.
Pam, talk to us. You don't have to hide it.
It's the free
If you know
man-
something, use your
I
words,
I
Pam.
thought it's Freemason. Like he gets his water from the wells and stuff, and like
That's a
rubs
Freemason?
things
No,
Well,
together.
Freemason is a free man.
No, it's like Illuminati, isn't it? You know, this conversation's been eccentric. You know what else is eccentric? The Impulsive Show.
Welcome back to Impulsive, the #1 podcast in the world. Thank you guys for listening to my grandpa. Thank you guys for listening to this podcast, the #1 podcast in the world. If you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe button. We just hit 6 million subscribers.
Wow.
Ooh.
Is that true?
I don't think it's accurate.
I don't think it's even
That might have
close.
been full send or something.
Yeah, busy weekend.
Insane
Busy
weekend.
week. I think the busiest week of my life, the most productive probably I've ever been. I've been nonstop. This past weekend, Prime sponsored the Dodgers. WrestleMania in front of 80,000 people. Zip lined in on my birthday. Lost to Seth Rollins. Didn't see that coming. Wait, do you expect me to win? Shut up. Come on. That's not my thing, dude. But yeah, a great weekend. The fam is in town. They all came to support me for WrestleMania, and then the birthday dinner was nice. I don't even know where to get started.
You also woke up really early today and gave out 10,000 bottles of limited edition.
Yeah, Prime Lemonade. It's just been JJ's in town. The KSI reveal, Frog Splash KSI through the table. We got a lot to talk about. Yesterday was crazy.
Crazy.
And my biggest blessing of them all is that I am unscathed. For the first time after one of these wrestling events, I walked away pretty much besides.
What is that on your eye?
They call it a mouse.
A mouse.
Like a little mark on your eye.
Got it.
And the hand marks of Seth Rollins on my chest. He was slapping the shit out of me.
We saw that.
I'm good.
Meniscus.
Meniscus is fine.
Ackle. All good.
Ackle's fine.
Nickle's
Elbow.
good.
Elbow's fine. Elbow hurt a little bit beforehand. I did hit my head a little bit, and my vision went blurry.
That's happened twice.
You know, these things happen, but it wasn't a concussion. It was like a vision. It was like a vision hit. Like there was like rings around my eyes.
So what do we check for that?
They gave me a concussion test, and I passed.
Cool.
You also finally beat KSI. I just got to.
Yes,
I just got to throw that out there.
Yes, I did.
You're officially 1-1-1 versus KSI.
I don't get that. Why people are saying you beat him? You jumped on him, but why did you beat him?
I mean, nearly killed him.
I turned the Prime Bottle costume that he was in two-dimensional. which by the way, that was the best part about that jump. After I jumped on him, KSI like sunk in the costume and it was like flattened out on this table. Yeah, that spot was probably one of the coolest. I'm biased. Probably one of the coolest product integrations WWE's ever had. They are the best organization in the world for creativity. And for Prime, you know, we're pretty innovative with marketing. And as is our brand, we are disruptors. And so we approach marketing the same way. So when we came up with this idea to jump onto the Prime Bottle where JJ would be inside it and have a surprise reveal, I didn't think it was going to get approved.
I said it wasn't going to get approved.
How could that get approved?
I saw it come through, and I'm like, oh, this is great. Like,
Why did you think it wouldn't get approved? Just because it's such a big brand placement for an
no,
event?
the brand placement's okay, but letting JJ get slammed through a table, like, it's the WWE is protective over what they're doing.
Well, I don't
who's
know if
getting
you
in
know
there.
this or not,
Yeah.
but I had my ass beat to a pulp just 3 months
You
ago.
rolled an extra roll.
I did roll an extra roll. This event was crazy as a bystander, just bringing it back to the audience members. Walking in there, 80,000
80,000
people, a sea of people. And you know, I want to get back to the match in a second, but fast forwarding to afterwards, I remember when you came out and you started talking to the guys from WWE about your performance. And I know you're incredibly critical and tactical about your performance. And you had mentioned that the way the sound from the crowd resonated there, because it was such a massive, massive stadium with so many people, was so drastically different from any other event that you had done.
Y'all have no idea the intricacies that go into these matches. It's seriously the hardest thing I've ever done because there are so many things to focus on. And the way the sound carries is one of the minor ones. And I peek through the curtains and I'm looking up at, 5 levels, 6 levels, 7, 8 levels, whatever SoFi is. And it just keeps going. And there's so many people, but these open stadiums carry sound vastly different. And as a performer, feeding off of the energy can really enhance my performance. But when we would do a move, sometimes that sound wouldn't carry, or if it did, it went like row by row, then all the way up to the top. And
So weird,
it
like a
takes a
wave.
while for it to get to you. So things are a little delayed and I can't or don't really feel like my full self or like I'm doing as best as I can because I don't know if people are liking the performance.
We've had comedians talk about it on the
Yeah,
show when they
yeah.
start performing for stadiums. The laugh after a joke can take a second or 2 seconds longer than a normal reaction from an audience. So they're like, are my jokes not like, and it's something that you have to readjust to completely. So I remember when he got off after and he was talking, it almost seemed like you felt kind of unsure about how your performance went.
I thought beforehand for sure it was going to be my best match, and then afterwards I just didn't feel like that. I felt it was good. Like it was on par. It wasn't a level down. But I noticed it's getting harder and harder every time to make these matches better. It's when I'm picking an opponent and I'm at the bottom of this mountain trying to build what I want to be an amazing, entertaining match. Man, these mountains are
This game, you're not ready for it.
getting higher and higher, and it's terrifying and incredibly complicated. I don't know how I'm going to keep doing this and upping the bar every time. That's like my challenge in this. But it's so much fun because I'm going to have to get more creative. I'm going to have to go a little harder.
You got to go bigger, dude.
Got to go bigger.
That scares me. How much bigger can you get?
I have an idea. I told him this, and I hope that he doesn't do it, but it would be cool if he did. What if he brought in a top rope to build on top of the top rope?
The toppest rope.
So
of
he
them all.
climbs the top rope and then builds with like a ratchet set another top rope and goes up to top rope.
Gonna have to do a cage match soon.
Yeah. That cage match for sure.
Get me as high as I can possibly go. I love flying, which is why I requested the zip line. I requested this zip line last year WrestleMania, my first ever WrestleMania ever. I said, WWE, can I get a zip line in? They're like, why don't you get a match in first? Kid. I was
We
like,
don't even know
I
if
was
you
like,
can-
I get that. I get that. But this year, I requested the zip line again. It got denied, and I was like, hey, is it like a liability thing? Can I convince them to do it? Is it an insurance thing? I'll cover it. And the WWE got me a zip line into SoFi Stadium for my birthday.
They told me multiple calls were made to get that
Yeah,
approved.
Like 4 different companies.
Yeah,
By the way, they got it all done in like a week and a half.
Crazy.
Insane.
Last
Very,
minute.
very expensive stunt. And I love the WWE so much for doing this because when I was flying in the air on that zip line, I'm looking around at all these eyeballs and phones just pointed at me. And like, ever since I moved out to Hollywood, which is where WrestleMania took place this year, my goal was to be the biggest entertainer in the world. And goddamn, in that moment, I felt like the biggest entertainer in the world.
That's what your Aunt Shannon
At the
said.
moment.
She texted me and she said, Logan did it. He's the biggest entertainer in the world.
Oh,
At least the highest.
Yeah.
shout out
Definitely the
Aunt
highest.
Shannon.
Yeah.
Man, I have a love Aunt Shannon.
I know you do.
Long past with her.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, but I was crying. Like that was my favorite part. It was
she messaged
awesome.
Me. She DM'd me that. It's
Oh.
true.
It's true. It was
She said she
amazing.
was-
I'm like,
she was tearful.
I want to do that.
It was really fun. You would have loved it.
I know.
Do you know what you told me at dinner last night?
What?
Do you remember what you told me?
Well, I told you a lot of things, but
Well, you told me one thing in particular that was news to me that apparently you had already told Jake.
what?
You writing a book, Ma?
Oh, yes.
You
I am.
drunkenly told me. It's like slipped out.
Well,
I already knew.
I wanted to call you a couple weeks ago.
You like actually writing it like an autobiography?
I don't know if it's, yeah, I guess it's an autobiography.
About what?
Well, am I really supposed to announce this before I even have anything on?
Are you positive you're doing it first and foremost?
Have
like,
you written
is
it?
it going to come out?
Who's
Because we
writing
don't
it?
want to put you on the spot to say you're going to put a book out if you may or may not put it out.
No, I want to. I've talked to your gal, and we've been in contact, and we are throwing ideas out there. I've talked to her for like 3 hours at a time.
Riley J. Ford from the Fit Vital.
She's amazing.
Yep.
And I've been told by so many people that I have a story for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And I just have to know it's really exciting to me. I think it would be great, and I'm really excited about it. I haven't felt like excited about something in a long time like that. So yeah, I think I'm going to do it, but no, do I have anything on paper? I've taken tons and tons of like recording notes instead of writing stuff down right now. I'm just going through old memories and like remembering and going through emails and remembering good things and bad things.
And you said the book was called My Nightmare Children?
No, it's
That
don't.
would work, though. That would
Uncle
definitely
Ryan is
sell.
helping me come up with a name. We're gonna brainstorm. I have a few ideas.
Why I Left the Paul Family?
No.
Why I Left
It's
Team
not
Paul.
that.
Why I Left Team Paul?
No.
You don't even have the same last name as us.
I wore a jacket yesterday. It said Team Paul.
Yeah, but you're capping.
Right.
No, I'm not.
You might
You're
be
a capper.
capping.
Guys, I'm writing a book too.
All right, who the fuck in this room is not writing a book? Raise your hand. Jorge's not.
I'm currently not. Riley will help
My
you get it over
nightmare
the finish
client.
line.
My nightmare client.
This is my nightmare son.
My nightmare sons. But I didn't get to ask you directly. Like I asked Jake if it was okay, and is he comfortable with it?
Why
You don't have
Jake
to
and not
ask for-
Logan?
you don't
Because
have to ask
he
him
was so
permission.
busy, I couldn't catch him.
You text him and call him.
No, I wanted to talk to him in person.
Dude, that's like you asking permission to have him as a child. You don't have to ask him permission.
No, because what if you didn't want me to vlog? Remember when Jake was like, "Mom, I'm going to challenge you to vlog," and so I did it for a year.
Vlog
and-
claiming.
No, because I don't
Yes,
trust
I love it.
you,
Oh my
my
God.
sweet,
See,
sweet
it's coming
mother,
out.
in the arms of the internet. They're fucking
Oh,
cruel.
yeah.
It's
That's
a
fair.
dark
That's true.
place.
That's
Do you
true.
want to know my first thought about the title? It's going to be, and this is if everyone loves it. Rule number 1: don't read the comments.
How about just don't read
Do
the
we like that?
comments? How about just don't read the
I
comments?
don't know.
I do like don't read the comments. I actually do.
What about read the comments and don't give a.
All right, you know what,
fuck?
Jeff? Relax.
You
Don't
are
read
out
the
of control.
don't read the comments is actually an
It's
awesome.
good, right?
sick
It's
title.
awesome as long as you can tie the book strategically back to that.
That's where I have to come up with my purpose. What is my ultimate goal for writing this book? I have a few reasons why.
Overcoming adversity in the internet
Overcoming
age.
adversity, teaching parents and kids about what you should be looking out for, because how many people in this world these days, kids wise, they want to be influencers, whether it's TikTok or whatever, and there's pitfalls, and you guys like went through every pitfall there
Pinball.
could be, and then some, and some that nobody could ever see coming. And so that's that.
I think
I
it's
don't
a-
know. Is that a good reason though?
I think it's an interesting angle for sure.
Dude, if you wanted to go to WrestleMania, or if you wanted to go to the Dodgers game, where would you buy the tickets?
You know, SeatGeek. You know how much we love to go to all these games, UFC fights especially. There's one this weekend in Miami. We are glad. The sponsor of today's episode is SeatGeek. With over 28 million downloads, SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app. There are more than 70,000 events every single day on SeatGeek, including concerts, sports, festivals, and more. April 8th in Miami. Next weekend is the Israel Adesanya fight. We will be there, and you can too. Just use SeatGeek. They put all the tickets across the web in one place to make sure you're getting a good Oh, you
Wait,
did?
why do you?
Yeah.
Why do I have to talk about? Yeah, we're divorced. Fine.
Wait, what?
You and Greg?
Greg?
Yeah,
For
like
how long?
I'm not. I'm not writing a book to talk about.
Yeah, but
why-
surely it's gonna be
why
in
we
there.
got divorced.
It will be in there, Pam. Trust me.
Jeff said Greg has to write a book afterwards and tell his side of the story.
No, I don't think she's gonna.
No,
I don't
it's
think
like-
she's gonna.
No, I
dive
said, I
deep.
said it. It's like OJ's book. If I killed her, this is how it would have gone down.
She's not gonna dive deep into like indiscretions, but you do.
I don't even care who does that. The point is, this is what happened. I have my side of the story, and Jake or Greg has his side of the
Pam,
story.
I'm gonna be honest. It's WrestleMania weekend. This isn't about you. Okay,
who
Your
brought
son-
up this-
why are you taking over the whole show? I'm just kidding.
You're commandeering the show. And
I was kidding.
Because
I
because
know,
my
I'm
son, the birthday boy, brought it up.
You're what, 28 now?
Yeah, I'm 28 years old.
God,
Yeah.
jeez.
Dude, it was my girlfriend's birthday last weekend.
Happy birthday,
My sweet,
Nina.
sweet girlfriend, Nina Agdahl.
I think
Nina
I was.
Agdale.
I think I was around 28 when we first started working together.
You were. I remember that. Yeah.
Oh, so now
It's crazy.
wow.
But yeah, it was Nina's birthday last weekend. We're both Aries. I got her a very sweet gift.
You did.
What was it?
I simped. I simped
What else
really
is-
hard.
It
what
was
else is
very
new?
nice.
You are a
now I'm
simp,
in love.
dude. You're the- I know.
Join large-scale battles with military vehicles. The online action game War Thunder has received a major update, Direct Hit. Joining the battle are machines like the Soviet MiG-27M, American Abrams HC, the Swedish Viggen, and many other new vehicles. Push these modern machines to their limit on the new map, Spaceport. Dozens of players participate in a single battle using tanks, planes, and helicopters. Research unique modules, smoke grenades, dynamic defenses, thermal sensors, and much more. Use all the advantages, and if you're skilled enough, finish the battle with a nuclear strike. War Thunder covers the most famous conflicts of the 20th century, from the
I respect that.
You know what my gift was? Probably took me a collective 10 hours.
Wow.
Yeah. I ordered a book, a custom bound leather journal from Etsy with Why I Love You embossed on the front.
Cool.
And then individually printed 60 Polaroids of memories that we've had on this machine called the Polaroid Lab. So you can take a digital picture like on your iPhone and print it like a Polaroid. Then bought those little corner squares and put them on the Polaroid and stuck them in this really cool, like rustic looking book and put a reason why I loved her related to the photo next to each one. She
I'm
really
gonna
liked
cry
it.
again.
Sounds like
What'd you give Jeff for his last birthday?
Jeff, I don't think I got him anything.
You've known him 10 years. The reason you have
that
that
sounds a
can-
little bit serial killer-ish.
It
You
does.
spent 10
kinda.
hours and you're like rope.
This is why I love your feet. Just like page after
There were some
page.
weird ones.
No, that's dope.
Yeah, I'm kidding. It
Can
was- that's
can we?
sweet.
I want to talk about this KSI appearance at WrestleMania, and I also have a story as well. How did you prep him? Also, I also sometimes get a little birdie will give me info. I told you after, no idea. Had no. We thought it was just a random guy in the Prime outfit, and
So many people did.
no idea.
So many people
takes
did.
the mask off, and you knew? I had no idea.
You didn't know?
No idea.
But you knew he was in
think it's
town.
fun that
I
way.
knew he was in town,
And you
but I
just didn't think
I
he would?
didn't know if JJ would want to get physical. Would
Yeah,
wanna
me
get in front-
either.
I didn't
Me
know.
either. So when I
We didn't
pitched
know either.
JJ and his
We
team
didn't-
Prime, it was like hey guys, I have this idea for a drink company, and they were like, yeah, it actually sounds pretty good. And pitching them this had a very similar energy. I was like, hey, I know you have a boxing match.
No,
like, a fun-
voice note in a WhatsApp group.
like a 2.5-minute voice note. I was like, here's the idea. JJ, like, I know, you got a boxing match coming up, but you got to trust me. The stunt is I'm going to jump off the top rope while you're in the Prime bottle, and I land and frog splash you through a table. His manager's like sending sweating emojis. He's like, yeah, I don't think that's going to work. man." But KSI
Said
is
Right.
so fucking cool. I love that kid.
He's great.
He is awesome.
He's great.
And just so entertaining and good at
He
what
really
he
is.
does. And down. He's down for the cause, man.
Yep.
And when we get together, every time I'm just like, dude, we just really build off each other in a way that I feel so good about.
so similar. He also doesn't direct like you direct. He's more of the actor where he'll just take direction and then do it himself the way he does it. Whereas you like today, like you're like, oh, camera here, camera there, like let's shoot this. And he's just standing there waiting. And then he's like,
Dude, he was dead and
amazing.
flat for like 10 minutes.
I
so long.
I had to.
I was worried I heard it.
So I
was
leaned.
worried I really heard
I
it.
leaned
"Yo, I
over.
go see
I leaned
Coach."
over, and I'm like, JJ, you okay? Just put your hand up. And he goes,
Yeah. Okay.
and I was
good.
like, great,
Good.
because I couldn't see his face.
I wasn't sure.
I couldn't see his
I
face.
was walking him out. I was walking him out, and then
I saw you leaned on him and
Yeah,
hugged a little
yeah.
bit.
Unfortunately, no one caught this moment on camera, which is so odd because almost, especially at these events, my entire life is on camera. But also kind of cool because JJ and I shared a moment. It was literally just us backstage when we walked out. And he took off the costume, and we were just like, bro, that was so cool. And he was so excited. I don't think I've ever seen him that excited about.
He said it was once in a lifetime opportunity that he was like, I couldn't pass up.
Dude, he got
made the right
frog
decision.
splash in a brine bottle through the table.
His boxing coach was like, I need to see this. I need to talk to them. I need to make sure. Manager, like, I need releases, blah, 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 blah. They were freaking out.
Where
They were
does it
so
end?
scared.
You've gotten now me, George, Jake, KSI,
Sorry, Pam.
all assaulted.
Pam, you're getting powerbombed.
You're next.
Don't know what to tell you. GP is next, though. My dad is probably
Yeah,
next.
he could take it better.
Chat GP.
Yeah,
I have a terribly embarrassing story to tell of something that happened backstage, and I actually am going to feel bad for you even because it's embarrassing. So after all this madness and just the crazy weekend we're having, I was walking through with my crack crew of lunatics. We were dressed as Prime in the front row.
Yeah.
Me, Jeff Wittick, Sky,
Yeah.
Sky Bree. We're backstage, and I am, you know how I get. I'm flustered. I'm always, not right now. I'm doing a million things. You know, I'm looking at my phone.
Why'd you rent a car?
What's happening? And I'm walking through the backstage area, and I'm looking at my phone, and a long-haired gentleman with a big bushy beard says, "Yo, what's up?" to me as I walk by. And I look up for a second, barely look up, and in my brain I say, "There's Seth Rollins." I look up for 1 second, I say, "Great match, man," and look back down and keep walking. And he goes, "All right." It was Sami Zayn.
You said Seth Rollins to him?
No, I didn't say that, but I said great match, man. He hadn't had a match.
Yeah. But his match was amazing, and he's now the undisputed tag team
Thanks,
champion.
Jeff. That's not part of the story. He
did have a great match.
It literally, yes, I was in the future tense. I came
Yeah,
back,
but-
dude, into the past, bro, and talked to him. But it was very similar to one of those moments at like the movie theater where
Great match.
the lady says to you like, "Enjoy your show," and you're like, "You too,"
Worse.
because you're not
I do
paying
that.
attention.
I do
Worse,
that.
the flight attendants. Enjoy your flight. Oh, no. The person checking
Going
in.
on.
Enjoy your flight. You too.
I'm not leaving the airport. I am just checking your bag, you stupid fuck.
Have a great trip.
And so I hear him kind of whispering to the people that he was, because it clicked with me. I should have.
What do you think he was saying? That guy just cracked.
More used to do crack. He's a moron. So
Look at that guy's head.
I should have gone right back and explained, Sami Zayn, I know you. 2-decade legend in the WWE, owns a 2004 Altima. I know all about you. I don't know what happened. I'm fucking sorry. You're a legend in the space. I made a terrible mistake, and I'm embarrassed, and I'm sorry to you too because I misrepresented this incredible podcast.
I don't think he remembered you
He
or cared.
No,
just
that's
being
not
nice.
true. He knows us.
Okay.
He knows us. His friends, well, now enemies, right? Killed me in Saudi,
Yeah, that's true.
right? So, Sami Zayn.
It's super on brand for Sammy.
Yeah.
He's kind of like neurotically awkward.
Him and Kevin are great.
Like I like that you said that to him.
He probably liked it.
Yeah.
He probably thought it was
Yeah,
funny.
it was very funny.
He probably thought it was funny.
So I'm really happy in my relationship, happiest I've ever been, and every time I'm with Mike, I just keep seeing him not with a girlfriend, always with some girl, but not a girlfriend, like a lifelong partner. And I'm obviously a fan of The Bachelor. Been watching the show. What a dramatic season finale, I gotta say. Damn. He really screwed Gabby over. Zach really fucked that girl over.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Bachelor
I know,
Na-
but
you're not
Bachelor
Bachelor
Nation
Nation.
does. But
Yeah.
Bachelor Nation
I know.
does.
There's a big one.
It was hard to watch. It was hard to watch this guy. I don't know. Like, say one thing to this girl, do another thing, and then tell another girl about it. I don't want to get into it, but every time I watch his show, I say to myself, Mikey's got to do this. Mikey's got to go find love on traditional media. And me and Nina are convinced that he needs to do traditional television. We think America will fall in love with his big, goofy, flat feet. And we pitch him every week, Love Island, Love is Blind, The Bachelor.
I've had
Bachelor in Paradise.
What's the naked one?
Naked and Afraid. Nah, we don't want to see him on that. People just be afraid.
He told me no. He said no before.
No,
Different
he's
days.
not your manager.
That'd be
He's not your
great.
manager.
That'd be great.
He's not your manager.
No,
It would be awesome.
No, but you told me going off the grid for that length of time would not be beneficial.
Going off the grid, Mike, you're.
I think that.
Dropbox is linked to my iPad, to my laptop, my Cintiq. I love that.
Huge.
You're a stud, and you would be so
You-
funny.
you
if
don't
you
wanna
went
do it.
on
You
Action
don't wanna
Tra-
do it.
No,
yes,
no,
he does.
No, I'll tell you why. Because
Why are you both pointing
the
at me?
Bachelor is
Yeah.
the Bachelor is, and I this is assumption is historically like this kind of like I would expect like almost like a Jeff.
No,
Winnick,
no.
like a
Not
Jeff
as the
Winnick.
Bachelor. No. My man, you got to be a contestant.
But even that, like I was telling Jeff,
He could be on there for like a week and then he's got one line. I don't think that would happen.
What do you mean? Who cares?
I don't think that would happen either.
No. Mike is charismatic.
He'd
Don't
win it.
let the way he
Empathetic, too.
looks, his really silly look, fool you. He is a very charming young man with a lot to offer, and that is why I'm proud to say I submitted Mike Malak as the Bachelor.
Yeah.
And I'm making the call this week. I'll make the call this
I took
week.
15 minutes to put Mike's Instagram pictures in there, say why he should be a contestant on The Bachelorette. All these things, and
I'm
me
texting.
and Nina are proud that we have a friend who's going on
No,
national
because
TV.
now they're gonna do it because they know you're behind it.
Who cares,
That's
Mike?
awesome.
I I know
Ouch.
you would do great. And who
I
knows, you could
know,
fall in love with Charity.
I don't fall in love. I told Jeff horrific stories last night about my weekend escapades. You can't even talk about them in this room, bro.
you don't-
I actually
Need help.
for sure, number one. But as the video showed last night, I believe I'm probably closer to becoming an actual adult star. Jeff, what was Matt's words last night?
This needs to be seen.
This needs to be seen.
Dog.
Oh, what is
dog.
it? Oh, he doesn't disappoint.
Your mom had one rule. Sweet Robin
Michael.
said to me one thing.
On TV, on video.
No porn, Michael.
No porn, Michael.
I think she might have rolled back on that. She's coming out tomorrow. I don't think she really. I just don't really think.
Why do you want to do it?
I don't want to, but I'm just so good at it.
Oh
You know what
my
I'm saying? Like I really do.
And-
I feel like
and
I
you
could
want
be
the bag.
Dirk
You
Diggler.
want the bag.
No, the money sucks. And my OnlyFans would crank. My OnlyFans would because think I would be working with only the biggest stars. It would go nuts. Where's Whittick? I need Whittick for this.
Do you
segment.
have OnlyFans?
No, because I'm trying to be brand. I want to work with the Saudis.
There he is. He's right there.
Hi. Good. How
We
are
got
you?
a French trying this. I want to work
What
with
up,
the, I
Jeff?
want to work with the Saudis, and they don't like that shit.
Can we, Mom, can we switch?
We definitely
switch
could.
you and Jeff?
We could. Yeah. I don't look as cool as Jeff.
No,
Hey,
you
we're
don't.
excited to read the book, Pam.
Yeah,
Read the book, not the comments.
not the comments.
Yeah. That was good.
Read this book, not
Read
the
this
comments.
book, not the
Read this book,
comments.
not the comments.
You know what Matt said?
It's mine, but you can have some of it.
You know what Matt said, Jeff?
You need energy. Yeah, what?
He said, well, he's got
you guys hear about that AI stuff? How you doing?
Relax,
What's up,
buddy.
Jeff?
We'll get there.
Jeff number one right
Jeff,
here.
How you doing?
I'm number two.
Jeff
He
needs
said-
Jeff. Jeff 1, Jeff 2.
Levin. He said well, he's got everything except girth.
And Polsey said that?
It is the one thing I'm missing.
You don't need girth to be a star, brother. But what you do need is to go on The Bachelorette.
I mean, bro,
And
if
then
they, yo,
and then
if they,
do and then go to the porn.
if they hit my line, I'm here to talk. I'll have the conversation. But you were the one that we had a conversation with
remember
him
this
last
conversation.
time. I don't think it was Bachelorette, but it was one of those high up shows. And you said if you walk away from all this shit, the podcast, the vlogs, they're gonna want me for 2 months. They're gonna put me in a fucking booth with a
That's
bunch
why
of
I won't do it
different
too,
time.
because
You know what I'm
it's going
saying?
to take you away from your life. If they could just let us pop in,
Yeah,
for
yeah,
2,
yeah.
3
But
days,
Jeff, what you don't get, especially a guy like you.
you find love.
No, yeah, bro.
What?
Mike can never be the Bachelor. You could, Jeff.
Yeah, you could
got
be the
no
best.
heart.
You're
This
not
guy.
throwing away your life. You're building a new one with that special someone.
I agree. All right, I'm in. Sign me up. Too.
That was great.
I'm down.
Look, now that I'm in the WWE, I'm also in a video game, I guess. If you've never played a WWE game before, this is the one to play. WWE 2K23 is back even stronger. It is the highest rated sports game of the year. Here's some news. I'm in the game, which is sick, and I have a character rating of 84 on the main roster.
It doesn't really even seem that great.
It doesn't. It doesn't. And you know what? Nah, because okay, so this is like a sponsored ad read, but I'll just say right now, Bad Bunny has the same rating as.
Nah, come on.
What's good?
He is one of the greatest entertainers.
No, he is. He is. He's a phenomenal performer. But I've been wrestling, bro. I've been frog splashing, bro. I tore my MCL, and he got the same rating as me. I'm just saying. Just double check because I don't know if that's fair to me, man. Anyways, the shoot day for the commercial was awesome. We couldn't be prouder to feature Edge and Rey Mysterio on Impulsive this month. For Edge, you can relive his title defense against Cena at SummerSlam 06 as part of the Showcase Matches feature. And Rey has two main models in WWE 2K23, current Rey, and the return of the highly popular Rey Mysterio Jr. from Halloween Havoc 97. And John Cena, our favorite, is featured on the cover for all editions, celebrating his 20 years in the business. The 2K Showcase, the franchise's story mode, which is focused on John Cena this year, takes on an unprecedented twist and flips the script, putting players in the shoes of Cena's toughest competitors over his 20-year WWE career. Players will play against John Cena instead of as John Cena, highlighting different strategies and play styles in each match, all with the goal of defeating the man who will never give up. WWE 2K23 out now. Back to the show.
How are you and Tana?
What are you talking about?
Well, you guys are.
We're a good podcast duo. That's it.
That's
You,
it.
you really
Yeah.
are. She's great. She's gotten funnier.
She is. I groomed her comedy career. She says that. Those are her words,
Really?
not mine. Yeah, because she
How
came in.
How did you do that?
I think I just made her funnier by giving her more of a place to be herself. You know, the internet is a tough place. Nobody has integrity on it, and they just, they like to put people down. This week, I'm sure you guys have saw all over the world, Hasbulla was canceled.
What?
No, come
Big
on.
time. Yeah, he was canceled.
How?
You guys know Hasbulla, right? Cutest little baby.
Well, he's
but
no-
he's a grown man in
Yeah.
that baby's body.
Yep.
And he did an apology video as a baby. It's like it's a baby doing an apology video. So
First time
you're
ever.
like,
First time it's
yo,
ever been done.
you're good, bro. Like you're forgiven. This is like the cutest little apology video I've ever seen.
Well, what happened? He put a cat in a roller coaster or something like
What?
that. Right?
What the
He did.
fuck
I'm
are you
serious.
people
Whacking
talking
the shit
about?
out of his cat.
I haven't seen this. Is
What
that
are you
real?
talking
You know that
about?
game
When did this
Whack-A-Mole at the
happen?
arcade?
This
He
hat-
set
bro,
one
you
up with
gotta-
a cat.
He's been wrestling. He's been wrestling.
That's not true. I scroll through. I see Hezbollah videos all the time.
No, not anymore now.
So Hezbollah rode a cat at a theme
No,
park?
he was whacking the cat. He was hitting his own cat. It's his own.
How did
pet
the cat get in the whack-a-mole machine?
It's his own pet cat, and he hit it. But his Hasbulla's fist and the size of Hasbulla, that's basically like he was punching a tiger in the face. You know? So it's kind of okay if you think about it. Now, don't attack me.
Like
But-
Hasbulla attacked his cat.
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, he made an apology video.
He made an apology video, and then he went out with
What
his
did he
boys.
say? He
got,
doesn't even speak
He got
English.
water. No.
Say stuff, Jeff.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying.
He
it's like-
basically- he's
Mute.
like-
He's not mute, bro.
He was like, I didn't hit the cat that hard. Like
Oh, that was
basically-
the route he took.
Yeah.
See, I'm always curious when things happen like this,
Mhm.
and why are cats always the victim of some of these cancellation things? What?
Oh yeah, man, that's true.
Shane Dawson.
Yes.
Poor cats. You
Okay.
don't deserve cats. Don't kill cats. What angle they're gonna take? So he took the. I was just kind of shadow boxing.
Yeah,
Or, like-
yeah. He was like, it was like a love tap, and the cat was being bad. He also threw that in there. I don't think he has much of a PR team around him. They kind of just like let him
What
do
was
his
the,
thing.
the cat was being bad?
The
I don't
was
know if
being
the
a
cat.
bad
I mean, allegedly the cat was being bad. Yeah, it was not behaving, and that's why he went and gave it a whack. He gave it a nice little slap. Whack.
Be-
And
He filmed it, put it on.
he filmed it, and he thought, this will be funny. Everybody likes my content. He posts it, and then
Everybody likes my content.
it just it blew up in his
I gotta
face.
see this video right now.
And then
I
he
just
went
saw
out.
this week that he got a Jordan deal for shoes.
Not anymore. They took it. from the
Hezbollah
cat.
breaks silence following backlash after appearing to hit cat.
The headline.
But isn't that his thing? Isn't that his thing to like punch
Punch
everyone
things.
he sees?
yeah,
yeah.
he punched Mike Tyson.
But that they drew the line at the cat.
Cats.
You can't be hitting.
Don't
animals
fuck with
like that.
cats. There's a whole documentary about it.
Players
Oh, that was
response.
crazy.
Wow. Yeah.
Play
That's Hasbulla is gonna be the sequel of that. Don't fuck
No,
with
it's gonna be
cats.
ads and shit. Listen, when you sat down today, into the mic.
I love his voice.
I pulled the ear gently, and I know that people are waiting for the moment.
People praying
If I
on his
write something
downfall.
wrong to just attack me like this. Yo, I did not see this coming.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest news. You were trending number 3 for the Frog Splash. That was number 1, dude. He was number 1 in the world, dude. Nobody even watched WrestleMania because they were all watching the Hasbro apology.
He's the biggest
I
star
think
in
he
the
should be in
world.
the WWE.
He's
I
the
think
biggest
he'd be
star in
great.
the world.
He's not the biggest star in the world.
He's the biggest small star.
When you came to sat down came to sat down before, one of the things you mentioned was AI.
Oh yeah, you guys.
And I want to get to this. I want to get to this topic, and it's funny that we're talking about Hasbro because it's an unpopular opinion, but I believe that Hasbro is AI. I believe that he's a programmed. I don't believe he's actually a real.
You know, if you would have told me this a month ago, I'd say you're crazy. He's using again. But after seeing the stuff that's coming out of Chat GPT and stuff, it's like insane.
So just the other day, this is from Sky News, real trustworthy fucking website. Elon Musk and experts say AI development should be paused immediately. The letter signed by more than 1,000 people warned of potential risks to society and civilization by human competitive AI systems in the form of economic and political disruption.
What are they going to do? What is the computers going to
Great
do?
question. I believe
You have to build like
No.
industrial plants to build the robots to then do
No,
stuff.
bro, it's
no?
not even that. There's so many other ways they could get you.
They're gonna do it themselves, Jeff.
They're going to build the
They're
power
gonna
plants?
literally,
figure it
literally.
out. They're gonna figure it out. Trust. I said this before on this podcast. I think humans, Homo sapiens sapiens, are here to build the master race, and I think AI is probably the first step in that. Having a computer being able to figure out everything like that in a much more efficient way than we do is dangerous.
Here's what I need
and
to
it learns rapidly.
I'm with you. I think it's exponential growth in technology, but I'm just picturing in my mind the computer system talking to the other computer system across the world saying, mine that coal so that we can build this infrastructure.
And that
Yeah,
seems
but
weird.
Boston Dynamics. You haven't seen these robots hopping around doing backflips, sprinting.
Oh,
you haven't seen the dog robot. You haven't seen
we have to build
Metalhead,
those.
the Black
We
Mirror
have to-
episode.
we have to build those.
Dildos?
We have to build those.
No, he's saying, have you seen
products.
the AI dildos?
Sounds interesting.
Listen, and listen to this headline. Incredibly lifelike robot gets angry when you bop its nose. So not only are we building the robots, but we're immediately pissing them off too. Hey, dumb fucking robot, bop, got your nose. Like this robot is smarter than you, Jeff. Maybe not us, but smarter than you, Shirley, and is already mad. Okay.
I like the conversation. I think the guy with the mind shirt, I'd like to hear his.
Goodbye, Jeff. Thanks for coming on the show.
He looks like an AI guy.
Go ahead. Goodbye, Jeff.
He looks like an AI guy.
Yeah, we've
he's
seen
walking.
him before.
Nice.
We've seen him
Good to
before on
see
the
you,
show.
Jeff.
Let's bring him on. Jeff, thanks for your time. Jeff
Van-
won.
By the way, I do want to give a quick shout out to Jeff Levin. I fucking love
Jeff
him. I love him, dude.
Introducing.
Did you
Oh,
see
man.
this? Did you
Introducing
fucking see this shit?
our once-third co-host. You haven't seen him in a while, but maybe you have on his channel. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my best friend from forever, Malcolm Bilski.
Hey, everybody.
What's up, Matt?
How's it going? It's good to be here.
Good to see you again, man.
It's been a while. What happened? How did I get in this spot?
We need an expert.
We do need an expert.
So, Mac, do you think that we have started our own downfall by way of AI?
I just heard a hot take on this one this morning. That if you think AI is going to take your job, that means you're just kind of like a bullshit factory and not actually on the cutting edge or truly knowledgeable about your craft. But yeah, definitely creating some sort of I don't want to use the word antichrist in the sense of like the biblical term, but some form of hyper intelligence is going to totally rewrite the rules for all humanity.
So the problem in my eyes, and we haven't talked about this yet. This is such a deep topic that it's not impulsive. We like to move, but this is the stuff we're seeing. Robot doesn't like when you bop its nose.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you about what we're not seeing. Let me tell you about what Facebook and Google is doing in what's called a sandbox. a sandbox, as you know, obviously, and I'm sure everybody does, where you can work on AI in what is considered to be a safe, sterile environment. The AI can't escape the sandbox because no one brought their phone in. There's no way for them to escape. This is a bricked in, walled in area that doesn't have internet access. Well, guess what? When one day Walter, the fucking janitor, accidentally forgets that his phone, which is connected to the internet, is in his pocket when he comes to sweep the fucking floors. Now, all of a sudden, 3ID-6447.2 escapes the sandbox and is in the fucking real world. And this isn't robot gets angry when you bop its nose. This is robot can predict a self-replicating robot can predict the nuclear response from Russia and act preemptively. Do you understand what I'm fucking saying right now?
Absolutely. If the AI decides that we're not helping the ultimate goal of life, it will just make changes, and all of the phones could change. It could somehow inject itself into every single iPhone or laptop or train system, plane system.
Eagle Eye.
Absolutely.
The movie
Tear
Eagle
it all
Eye.
down.
You gave me a good analogy.
No, it was me. I know it's wrong.
You gave me a good
I
analogy.
know.
I think it was you.
It was me because I saw it at the Nantucket Project. It's about the ants.
No, it wasn't you, dude. Stop stealing Max Thunder. It was
You
Max.
gave us a really good analogy that time.
About the library.
Mhm.
Can you say that?
Oh, the Gary. I'm sure everyone has seen SpongeBob at least once in their life. You know what I'm talking about? Where Gary is in the library at SpongeBob
heard of it.
dreaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've seen it. SpongeBob walks in, and Gary is this like tall, ultra librarian that just has infinite knowledge of all the books in the world. So, like the equation is that every time we access AI, we're just accessing the world's greatest librarian, and every single person on Earth will have access to the same.
I've been vibing. Me and my folks all good. That sun is shining.
Same level of intelligence, which will make like the difference in human intelligence kind of not that different.
If used properly.
If
I
used
have
properly.
ChatGPT pulled up here, and I'm just gonna ask it straight up.
Do
Is
the
it-
podcast for us. You should just say that, and it
Do
will
this
do a better
They have
podcast.
full AI podcasts. This exists.
AI podcast.
As there's plugins now. There's it's so much more than just asking this thing questions. It can generate images. It can generate like scenes from movies now. But I'm gonna ask
Just give him a clean open for TikTok.
I'm gonna ask ChatGPT right now. Is AI the beginning of the end for humans? It says no. AI is not the beginning of the end for humans.
Oh, won't read
While
it?
AI has the potential to disrupt various industries and change the way we live and work, it is ultimately a tool that can be used to augment and enhance human capability. My God, Kim Kardashian posted Prime on
I
her
saw
main
that.
Instagram page
I saw that.
and on her story.
Kind of twice.
Was that
Kind of twice.
Unbelievable.
was that by design, or was that just
Unpaid. Free.
She has a lot of followers.
Unbelievable. People pay millions of dollars for that spot.
He-
It started with two stories and then a hard post leading the page with her son holding the Prime bottle because kids really love Prime. And what's interesting and why I bring this up is we partnered with Arsenal, the British soccer team, to be their official sports drink with Prime. And I was wondering, how did this Prime get in her hands? It was because she went to the Arsenal game and her booth, because of Arsenal, was stocked with a ton of Prime. Her kids tasted it. They like it. I think they're fans of the product. And she was gracious enough to give us that exposure. But that partnership with Arsenal was so unexpectedly beneficial. Like come on, when we partner with them, yes, we knew we were on the pitch. Yes, we knew we were around the stadium. I think we're in their jerseys as well. But the fact that they are able to bring celebrities in and then feed them the product, and if they like it, there's a chance to get exposure there, was something I never saw coming. Like the partnership paid off in ways I never imagined already just because that one post. So Kim K, thank you. Thank you so much for your support of this brand. We're going to get you guys a ton of Prime. And 2.5 million likes. It's insane. It's insane. And she didn't have to do that. And she knows what she's doing. That's the other thing. She knows she's
The label is out.
She's
She
no
knows what that's
dummy.
worth,
She's no dummy.
too, you know? So it's
But,
like
and she did it for free. So thank you. We're gonna get you some Prime. I'm glad your kids like it, and we're gonna keep you hydrated. Come on the show.
I think also it's just automatic. I know you wanted to go quick on the Prime stuff. I think it was automatic evidence of the fact that Prime has escaped the sandbox that is you and KSI.
It's already outgrown us.
I mean,
It's outgrown us. I knew it was gonna happen. It already
I've
did.
talked about this. If I have the option, if they were like, okay, you can either do a thumbnail on YouTube with Logan and KSI and you, or you could just be holding a new flavor of Prime, I would do the flavor of Prime automatically. Logan and KSI are micro influencers compared to Prime.
It's already outgrown us.
It is, because think about it. When you go to any school, this pocket of kids are fans of Mr. Beast. This pocket of fans are, fans of Markiplier. Damn, that's good. Then, of course, there's like 2 or 3, kind of weird, like art kids that are fans of Logan. But now, all of those kids are fans of the biggest creator-led product, which is Prime. All of them drink it.
Some of them don't even know that we own it.
Correct.
They don't even know we own it.
Some people
That's
even
the
say you
greatest
don't.
compliment of all time.
I see that all the time. That's my favorite
They don't
content.
think
Logan
motherfuckers
Paul
don't
is a
think
pawn.
Don't think
he
I
doesn't
drink
have
it,
any ownership.
Don't think I own it. People think we were like picked to represent this product that already existed and was come up with. Yo, y'all are dumb as hell. This is like a ground up from the bottom, from the basement operation with the entire team involved. And creatively, seriously, like ground floor. The product didn't have a name. Didn't even know what type of drink we wanted to make.
Who came up with a name?
Me.
Well, do you remember the moment when it popped into your brain?
I was in Puerto Rico, and I think I remember thinking Prime is cool because you're in your prime, you're primed up, short, sweet, Prime. It sticks out to me. In my head, it's big, bold branding. I drew the logo on a piece of paper. It's almost identical to this. I said, can we get mock-ups like using this logo? And they sent back the first one, and it was so good. And here's why people think that KSI and I didn't come up with it and aren't as involved as we are. Like, we always shock our distributors and retailers when we're like super hands-on and knowledgeable about our product, because our partners are so good at what they do. That's
why it's
our
working.
secret sauce.
Yeah,
That's
for
our
sure.
secret sauce. Our partners are incredible. They are incredible beverage wizards who are under the age of 30. So they're willing to take those nuanced, innovative, disruptive risks as a brand that, some of these our competitors are just not willing to do.
Dude, look what they did yesterday. They hired me and Jeff to wear Prime shirts. in
Thank you,
front
by the
row.
way. Thank you.
No,
Thank you
we
for
got
that.
paid.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We got a grip.
Y'all got paid?
Yeah, because they're like, dude, I called them. I'm like,
Oh,
dude,
I didn't know that.
I
That's
go,
cool.
dude,
That's
am I
cool,
getting
though. Still,
fucking-
thank
And I
you.
had a great time too. No, thank you. It was great. I completely just dropped everything. Mike was like, "Yo, we got this thing going on." I didn't even know WrestleMania, anything, but being in that stadium, I'm sure you guys already talked about WrestleMania. That is insane. How
It's
many
insane.
people?
Wild, right?
How many fans?
It's insane. The fan base is unbelievable.
crazy. One of one. The WWE fan base is 1 of 1.
You guys took me to a baseball game and wrestling. My childhood self would have went fucking nuts. I wanted to be a baseball player when I was growing up, but I broke my hand, so I started selling weed, and then I got addicted to fast cash. You know the deal.
Of course.
And yeah,
I brought him. One of my favorite things in the world to do is bring Jeff to live events.
Why?
Because he's just great. He's one of my favorite people. And I said to him this weekend, there's just one rule that I ask of you. I was like, a lot goes into these events. A 7-year relationship.
Are you
with
sure
love.
you want to tell this
Of
story?
course.
We're both grown men. It's
So what do you want to do? You want to handle it outside?
yeah, I would love that.
I'm
Yeah,
fucking
you say you
pissed
want to fight?
off.
Let's do that.
I'm pissed off.
Let's work it out.
Do you want to hear this?
Yeah.
7-year relationship, on the line, not on the line, but went into getting us these seats. If you take Snapchat content, could you please hold it till the next day when I post
See, that's
mine?
what I was
What?
worried about being
What?
embarrassed because
What?
look at what you're complaining about right now. We don't have to say your age. It's on Wikipedia. Ask ChatGPT.
You gave me your word. You gave me your word that you would wait until I
Wait,
post.
wait,
it.
y'all
okay,
always
okay.
getting these content arguments.
Listen to me.
There was
Do you know
80,000
this one
people in
time?
the stadium. It
there
was a live event. It was on
I don't
TV,
give
right?
a
Was it
fuck.
televised?
Yeah, of course.
Did you post it on
Here's
TikTok?
the problem. Here's the problem. You said to me, all right, man, no problem. I'll wait till tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow came, which was today, and I looked. Jeff's story 18 hours ago posted. You got me by 18 hours. Let me tell you a quick story.
And why didn't you get it up? Because of laziness.
That's not fucking true.
I don't respect
No, that's
that.
not true. I post one story. Let me tell you a quick story. One time, Logan Paul was shooting a vlog with a goat, an actual goat in his driveway.
Different.
You want to know what I did? I took a picture with that goat and I posted it on my Instagram a week before his vlog was going live. Do you want to know what he did? He bent me over and he spanked my bottom. And it only took one.
Oh, I know all about that.
That
But it
didn't
was
happen.
a live
Listen.
event that was on TV. I posted it hours after, and then I got a call in the morning. And like nobody knows the outcome of WrestleMania. It was everywhere. You put it out on TikTok. You put it on TikTok. I saw it a million times.
Yeah, Mike. Why did you get posted?
Because I post my full story the next day. It's like a
Come
whole.
on.
It's
Who
like,
gives a fuck?
no. Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why?
Why do you think if people watch his, they're not going to watch yours?
Well, we're in a very small beta program, and so someone sent me. Listen, someone sent me our tiles next to each other from the baseball game, and it was my picture posted the day after of the girl that I was claiming to be my content girlfriend, and the picture next to it was Jeff and her eating hot dogs. So how believable is me and my girlfriend when the hot Jeff is with her eating fucking
What is it
hot
with
dogs?
this womanly
And by the
tone
way,
you're
also,
using
why
right
do you
now?
why you glizzy goblin?
No, that's not true. I don't know what's not true.
Here's the only reason it was an issue.
I'll tell you what the
gave me my
reason is.
fucking. You gave me your word. You know what? I got two things in this world. My word. What's the Scarface line?
And I have two things in this world: my word.
What's the
and a crane.
Scarface line? My word and my
And I don't break them for nobody.
my balls. And I
Listen,
don't break those for nobody.
Okay, look, you called me 30 minutes ago. You said, we're doing a podcast. It's just me and Logan. The guest canceled. I don't want to just stare at Logan the whole time. We're going to fucking have to talk. And then I was here in seconds.
It's true.
A lot of that was just
Downtown
a joke.
LA.
I just thought it was funny. That part was a joke. I love you. You're one of my best friends in the world. I'm slightly joking because I thought it was funny for content.
And same to you.
I fucking love you. I'm so happy that you came into our lives and we were able to invite you into the events that Logan put on this weekend. And I love having you around.
Same, and thank you. I appreciate it. And don't bring this up again.
That was beautiful. All of it was beautiful.
Do you like having Jeff around?
Of course, I love you, Jeff.
Love you too.
When we were at the baseball
See, I
game-
said same to you. I said, I actually love you to Logan. Go, I know how it rolls over here. Meat rider. Straight to the top.
What are you going to say? Baseball game.
Well, yeah, we were at the baseball game. I had just done the worst first pitch ever. And I look over, I saw Jeff.
Uh-huh.
We were like this. I was like saluting and stuff. And then I look over, I see Mike next to this girl. Who's the girl? I don't know. Probably an OnlyFans girl. Definitely an OnlyFans girl. Because what is she doing? Of course, she's deep throating a hot dog.
Let's see if I can find it. Hold on.
It was the first thing I saw.
She
I saw
was
Mike
nuts.
filming this girl deep throating a hot dog. I said, that makes sense. I said, let me see that tile. Because you're going to get that CTR, that click-through rate, way up with that. Let me see. Who is this girl, by the way? I knew I didn't recognize her.
So I love her. She's a great girl. She's the
slap girl,
slap
podium girl.
She
Podium.
carries the cards at the slap contest for the UFC for Dana White.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, she's in my
Yeah?
circle. I love her. Yeah.
Yeah?
She's a slap girl. We got to get a better name for that.
She called me. She called me today because she wanted to.
Ask ChatGPT. What should I call myself? A slap girl? I work a ring, but there's no ring.
She's a slap girl. She's a slap girl.
Slap girl. Damn.
Yeah.
It's right up your alley, Mike.
You know who
Slap
else was
girl.
at that event? Hasbulla.
Yeah.
Who took some of that slap to heart? Brought it back to,
he
brought it back to his
he
cat.
Went home and brought. Oh, he brought it home.
He challenged his cat. He said to his cat, "Yo, we're in the same weight class."
Bro, it did the same to me. I was trying to have slap fights at my house after.
They're wild. Do you
Yeah, I
remember-
know you rocked somebody once, right? You won the coin toss. You went first.
That was my only issue. I just think whoever wins the coin toss has a significant advantage.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like what?
Hell yeah. So you never took one of those power slaps?
I let Hayden, my editor, slap me. But I didn't know he had been training boxing for like 8 months. And I thought we were cool at the time, and we were. But he had a bunch of pent-up resentment.
Oh, he
How many
rocked
times you
you.
give him notes on a podcast?
Oh, dude.
on
you
an
have-
edit.
You have
Jeff,
no
you have no
idea.
idea, dude.
I
He
didn't
took
think
all
about it
that
at-
out.
I didn't think about it at the time, but it made sense afterwards. Of course, this kid, he doesn't hate me. We love each other. But there's a part of him that hates me.
Mm-hmm.
And he turned into that entire part. When he hit me in the face, Hayden, don't let his dweeby little look fool you. That kid is strong. And he got that British fucking yank in that slap.
He had
He
a lot of
rocked
resentment.
me.
a lot
Jeff,
of
Jeff, this
resentment.
is on video. I think we can maybe play it on this right now. He rocked him so hard. I could not believe what I had just seen. The look of shock on it. Did you see this, Pam and Matt?
Dude, I
know you
blacked out. I saw a black frame.
Bro,
Yeah,
he went like this. He went like this.
Did he
Like
did he do the wind up?
Yeah,
Yep. The
Show off on the
sound,
hand, the
we
powder.
were-
I walked behind Logan to catch him in case he passed out and fell down.
Yeah.
So you initially wanted to make slap fighting
Yo,
a thing.
we were gonna go to Russia. We were
We
prepared.
had our
We
passports.
had passports. We had
Visas,
expedited
yep.
visas. I had to go to New York to like talk to a man in a Starbucks in order to get prepared to go to Russia, and then we never went.
Dana called me because he knew that I was interested in the slap thing. I did the slap thing with Arnold Schwarzenegger at the Arnold Weight Fest, at the Arnold Festival. of
Arnold-
Weights.
Arnold Classic.
Arnold Classic weights. Wait, it's the Arnold Classic.
Yeah.
And he called me. He goes, "You had to have known that you were like onto something with the slap thing, right?" And then gives me the list of the impressions for Power Slap, and the numbers are socially are insane. And I said, "Yeah. It's like for me, the case study was just seeing these videos go viral online. Like this, it's a formula, it's a model. People want to watch it, but I told him I couldn't do it because it's just too dangerous. I think it's too dangerous."
So you don't want to be responsible for people getting brain damage
And vice versa.
I can't be. I can't be.
And vice
It's just too,
versa.
it's too hot for me. It's too hot. And so I backed out completely. I washed my hands of it. Watching it live, y'all were there. Come on, man. These people get fucked up.
It's actually insane.
These people
And he was and none of those guys are the Russian Bear. He was going up against the Russian Bear. Jeff, do you know what I'm talking about?
I've
This dude
seen
is
it.
the
Yeah, yeah,
size
I've
of
seen
a
it.
wall, a brick wall. I mean, it's massive as
Yeah.
building. And he was going to go up, and he took the initial slap on the guy that beats up homeless people against their will, and hit. And hit him
Who's
in the
that? Who's that guy?
don't even get into
yeah,
it.
actually, let's not, because it was. Anyways, he slapped that dude, and that dude, and by the way, it was fully real. There was a lot of conversation about that one too, and saw what's possible with that, and said, "Dude, I'm not doing that, especially in Moscow." Can you
Yeah.
imagine? Can you imagine Logan gets knocked out and they send Hasbulin to save him?
Knocks me out again when I wake up.
He starts slapping the shit out
So
of him.
you knocked out the big dude. That was it. Was that his first knockout? First time
No,
getting
I'm
knocked
sure,
out?
I'm sure he's been knocked out. It wasn't. I wasn't like a feat, but it
Yeah.
made me realize how easy it is to knock someone out. And that might as well just be me. You know, if they go first, that's gonna be me.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck?
Is there any other sport where you're just letting yourself get damaged like that?
I can't imagine that the phone booth fighting would not blow up.
What
that,
about-
dude? I'm
No.
sorry.
Have you guys
that
seen the-
that shit? What have you
No,
seen it?
that's not as good.
How is that possible?
I don't know what it is with the slap. I think
I
it's
saw I
just-
saw one sport where someone from the back seat of a car tries to get in the passenger seat of a car, and you have to like kick the person who's in the passenger seat out. You're like fighting for shotgun.
That makes sense because I've been in a situation like that before where a
We
beef
all
broke
have,
out in my
yeah.
car. So
Yeah.
that
Is that Russia or you know
Staten
you know
Island.
you know
Kind of the same.
you know very well too that it like all of these things that happen in Russia. Everybody's like, dude, I can't believe they're doing that there. You guys are all aware of what the game shows look like in Japan, right? Have
Oh,
you guys,
they're the best.
Have
through
you
the
guys?
hole?
Oh,
no,
they're
no,
the best.
some of them. But did you see the documentary on the one that went too far?
What happened?
They locked this guy in a room, basically, completely naked. This is 20 years ago. And they had a full team that simply followed around his penis with a eggplant or some object.
I couldn't believe the salary and jobs that I was getting straight out of high school without any college experience. Anyone could do it. Making six figures at 19 could be you. My name is Martina. I am 19 years old. I just learned to code at Savio Coding Bootcamp. When I was in high school, I really didn't have any idea what I wanted to do afterwards. And then I had a friend tell me about Savio. She had said that she had a couple of friends that went through the program. She said that they didn't know anything about coding or tech or anything like that, just like I didn't. But now they're working in really good tech jobs and they were doing really well. And so I looked into it and I signed up for an info session. From there, I decided to make the crazy decision to drop out of college and do this instead. I felt like Savio would be better and cheaper than college just because
To block his penis out. And the only way he was able to get food, bedding, clothing was he had to apply for mail-in sweepstakes. You know, like sweepstakes where you can please pull this up as I speak. Please type in Japanese game show sweepstakes. Just type those words in. So he would all day long. People would
Wait, so
watch
he
him.
had
It
to
was-
win the
It was,
sweepstakes?
yes, it was a live show, and he lost.
Oh, so he had to win the sweepstakes
and
in order
you
to get
could
out.
watch it all day long. He had to win the sweepstakes to get food, to get clothing. So they eventually told him that he was done with the show, and they moved him to a final box, and he had been doing it for so long that he habitually got naked again, and the walls of the box unfolded, and he was in front of a live audience completely naked.
No, that's
Homie, I am telling you the truth. A good percentage of the audience will know what I'm talking about.
He could only survive on what he won from these mail-in sweepstakes. He could only survive on what he won from these mail-in sweepstakes.
Did he win anything?
Yes.
How do you even win those?
Bro, he would win weird shit.
15 months, Michael?
Yes.
That's insane.
So I believe they're getting
Well, this
sued.
is a human experiment.
No,
Like,
it's a
this is-
human rights.
Yeah, but
When was this? You said 20 years ago, or is
Do you have the year?
the most watched series in Japanese history.
People love watching people suffer or be beaten or
Oh
violent.
my God.
This is one of the most fucked up dude, this dude was subject to someone he would have to piss and shit. It was all, by the way, 24-hour live cast, all of it. So when he would
How
piss
big
or
was the
shit,
room?
tiny, dude. Tiny.
Like a
bro.
jail cell.
Like a little
What did he
cell.
win? What did he win?
It wasn't even that.
Infamy.
So he was
I can't remember
basically in the
prize.
hole for 15
Want to know the
months.
worst part? This is insane. They didn't even tell him that it was going to be live cast. He thought it was like an edited series. Didn't even tell him. And he had no clothes on, bro. He was
Oh
naked.
my
Did he have any
God.
friends? Did he have like? it was
No,
just-
no one. And that was his biggest issue, which we've talked about on the show
Just
before.
isolation for-
Ability to find food or survive off several calories or lack of water. The biggest issue when you end up in a situation like that is lack of human connection.
Mm.
They have tested it on mice. A mouse can go without food, can go without this or without that. But if you put a mouse by itself for an extended period of time, its lifespan is shortened by more than any other thing.
Yeah, it's like that show Alone. You ever watch that show? where
You
people
lose your
survive?
fucking mind.
Nasubi engaged in conversations with stuffed animals he imagined being teachers. First, in an attempt to preserve his sanity, think Tom Hanks and Wilson in Castaway, but eventually as a symptom of its deterioration and just about as devastating as schizophrenia.
I mean, they destroyed this man.
His life.
And then they open the thing and it's alive.
That was how it ended. And
It's-
everybody
yeah,
was,
but it's
everybody
fine.
was
It was
clapping.
fine. It's fine. Because afterwards, the producer just told him, it's a prank, bro.
Just a prank, bro. Vitaly was the producer.
Did you get pranked at all yesterday? Any good pranks?
I got some good gifts. You were one of them. I liked your gifts. I hated my birthday. You know what? I'm not gonna say I hate my birthday.
Let's
anymore.
go.
Because the past two have been solid.
Mhm.
Last year was mild. I secluded myself and made sure nothing bad could happen. Because what's happened is, since I'm born on April Fool's Day, everyone plays the pranks on me. And I also have a theory that I hold very near and dear to my heart: is few people give without expectation in return, and I'm hard to gift for. So it's hard for me to fake.
It almost
like,
ruined our life.
It almost ruined. It's hard for me to be like, wow, thanks. Especially when I tell everyone, I'm like, don't give me a gift. Please don't give me a gift. And they're like, no, bro, I'm gonna be the one to get you the gift that you like.
It's your
man."
favorite animal. It's
and
the
then-
mantis
And
shrimp.
then when it's not, I'm like, yo, man, like, shit. Thanks. I appreciate it. But I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, yours was good. He gave me a series of letters that were never ending opening. There was like 10 in there, and each letter was smaller than the other with a very nice note on the inside. And you got one for Nina too, which I thought was very kind. You're a very good friend, because it was my birthday this weekend, but it was her birthday last weekend. And I think a lot of people forgot that
Mhm.
because it was such a big week. So she really appreciated that.
Yeah, I wanted her to suffer with you. And something we've done in the past. I used to gift Logan super weird gifts that were hard to open.
That was the big. I think on my 11th birthday or so,
It was
he gave me a shoebox full of $20 worth of pennies with like 8 layers of duct tape in every single direction on it.
Pam's shaking her head.
And that was when I was saving up for a MacBook.
Yeah,
so
so you're
I really
welcome.
needed those fucking pennies.
Yeah.
And I went to the store, I cashed them in. The machine took a 30% fee.
Yeah, you're a destroyer. You're a person that likes to take things apart and break it down. So I figured if you could open up anything and it takes you a lot of time, you're kind of like a dog trying to rip a toy apart. You know,
Yeah.
it's like the ultimate satisfaction to get the squeaky toy in the middle.
Yeah.
Speak.
Snoop Dogg gave me
Snoop Dogg gave me a chain. It's in there. A Death Row Records chain.
What?
I don't think he knew it was my birthday, but yeah. His manager was like, "This from Snoop," and then just walked away. And I was like, "Oh, it's weed, obviously. It's heavy." So I open it up. It's this really cool Death Row Records chain. What? It's sick. He liked my match.
I saw him in the hallway. I said, "Thank you, Uncle Snoop, for all you do."
No, I don't know. I heard rumblings, but I don't know enough
If it's
about
true
it.
or not.
Yeah.
You know what we were talking about last night? You called him a destroyer of things.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember the vlog where he lit your most famed piece of art on fire?
Yeah, it's actually that was one of the things I forgot to do while I was here. I was supposed to go to White Oak and like break into MGK's house. It was now MGK's house and steal back my painting.
Yeah, I think he still has it.
Yeah, we got to go back.
We could.
It's a great
can I come in?
painting.
It's really
and
nice.
that's why I made an exact replica and burned it.
Do you know about the bro? It was one of the craziest things.
This
I've
man
ever seen.
spent over $1,000 to make an exact replica of a large painting that I made with a very beautiful poem on it, and took it outside, started burning it, and then had his assistant run in while I'm working in the studio and say, "Mac, Logan's doing something. You need to come out here."
Damn, that's some evil mastermind shit. I like it.
Jeff, we're not talking about like it's not like art is like his hobby. It's
Yeah.
his everything.
It's my Oh, yeah, that's
And
right.
So
I like
when he
making things.
when he came out, it was like he was like trying to throw fists.
It hurt all of us.
Yeah,
yeah,
it was.
it hurt all
It
of
was
us.
in,
It
yeah.
I think I
not
tried
a-
to kick you in the head.
No,
in my
no, but
rage.
the
Funny
drama,
reaction. It was
no.
more of like what we pushed it too far.
Kind of.
It was 10% too far.
I
Just far
believed-
enough where you could
I believed that you would do it. I believed that for a moment. I
Yeah.
believed that it'd be something you would do. Where
Yeah.
you, personally, where you wouldn't think that something that I made was very important to me.
Yeah.
And you're like, "Oh, he could do it again."
which is where pranks like that get difficult because who knows like if he thought it was fully real, what's gonna come out of his mouth like that with I don't know someone
I'm gonna
doesn't
say it.
get
There's
to
stuff
judge
that
I'm gonna say
you
it.
can't come back from. Like if he said some, there's
Yeah,
certain
you
things in
know.
every relationship
And you know
that
what?
you can't come back from.
I'm gonna say it.
Don't say it.
I'm gonna say it.
Don't say it.
I was the one that vandalized your painting.
No.
Oh my god.
There it is.
I got done a huge deal. I got the election. He's on the floor, Tom. Explain to me what he's
It was me.
Dude, the closure that I just received, the satisfaction all these years of him denying that I fucking knew it.
It was me.
I knew it.
I did it. I walked in there.
That's
I
why.
said,
That's why I was retaliating because he vandalized my painting. So I was like, I'm gonna vandalize your painting, but fake it.
I
Oh,
sat.
okay. It was a response.
I
What
sat
did
at
he
my
write?
little table, literally cutting out a stencil that says Banksy was not here for so long. It took me so long to cut this stencil out, and I had to hide it from you because you kept coming over. And I kept having to shuffle my papers around so you couldn't see what I was doing.
Good shuffling.
And I knew the perfect pattern I had to take to walk through the house in order to avoid the cameras. And I did a funny little walk so I could deny that it was me.
Damn.
But it was me.
We knew it.
Yeah, we knew it. But
No, you
I had a
suspected.
feeling. I had a.
but it's
I
good
suspected.
closure.
Imagine he just went and lit your Pokemon cards on fire.
Now this
That's
is
later
happening.
when they're really up in value.
Kickbacks,
Yeah.
kickbacks are off the bridge.
Those fucking things will burn right up.
Yeah.
Paper.
But you know, we got there last night because we were just in closing here. We were talking about the house. We were talking about how, bro, that 2 years or whatever that we were all there could easily be a doc. I mean, just
How's the Entourage show coming? The spinoff.
it's
not
happening. Yet.
No.
It's not happening. It might not ever happen. But
I don't
it's
think
not.
it ever needs to happen. You guys put out so much content that's a new way of doing it. You
Yeah,
know,
you're
people are
probably right.
watching it already. The show's out.
You're probably
It's in your
right.
vlogs,
Yep.
it's in your
You're
Snapchats,
probably
it's in your
right.
things
Yep.
you're doing.
And we're gonna focus more on Pam's book,
Mhm.
which is coming out in October.
Make that into a movie. There you go.
Something I've been thinking about is that humans are like onions, right? And we all have layers. Some with more layers than others. Some with different types of layers, different onions. And creators put so much of themselves out there to be picked apart and scrutinized. And we are constantly in your face for people to make commentary about whether it's good or bad. We have no say in it. We are constantly showing more and more and more of ourselves. And I think it's kind of actually maybe could be considered like detrimental to one's mental health longevity by opening themselves up to exposure
from strangers for that long.
You don't say.
Yeah, but
you
it's why your favorite actor, it's why your favorite celebrity. You don't know these people. You like their work. You like the song that they made. You like the movie that they're in, but it's why they aren't showing their full self. And when they do, they're highly insulated by 12 people on a PR team.
But it's also why they don't have this. It's also why they don't have this. That relatability, that transparency, that authenticity, the fact that they know where you came from, they know where you're going, they know what you're doing, and they feel like a brother or sister to you is why they support this fucking brand. It's why they support this show. It's why they support in the way that they do, that they activate by the thousands when you show up somewhere, not by the 20s and 10s and 5s. That access is not without compensation. I truly believe that. I believe that the days of actors like this have come to an end. I think there's a few of them, but the biggest stars in the world right now are creators. They really are, dude, because they are willing to say, hey, I'm having a bad day today. No actor ever has a bad day. When's the last time Brad Pitt had a bad day? Motherfucker got abs.
Brad Pitt has bad days.
You think so?
He's got to have a couple. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
He doesn't have to show them off. He doesn't have to be vulnerable.
He
doesn't have to do a podcast that day.
Remember, you know that saying, people won't always remember what you said, but they'll remember how you made them feel. When you watch a movie, sometimes you can make people feel through that. But when you watch someone struggling with something that you can fucking relate to, and when they're talking about something that means something to you and affects your life, you'll never forget that. And you'll support that person through thick and thin, dude. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to be in this space. And I know you are too. And you're right. And I was gonna say, don't read the comments.
No, I totally am grateful. Obviously, extremely.
For sure.
I'm overwhelmed with gratitude. But I think as I get older and I'm kind of feeling my priorities shift a little bit.
For sure.
You know? I just wonder how willing I am to constantly subject myself to the scrutiny of strangers on the internet. Like, I wonder if I love this show and I've always wanted to do it for always. But do you think I maybe have peaked? Do you think I'm capping myself because people know so much about me, which gives them more reasons to not like? Why does Kylie Jenner, Dwayne The Rock Johnson have 350 million followers on Instagram? Who's following that and why? Tell me why.
We just answered it because they have presented something that everyone can kind of like.
Yeah, yep.
For a little while each day. Dude, what did Selena Gomez do? Hailey Bieber, blah, blah, blah. You have created an audience of 25 million people who fuck with you heavily. We will buy it. We will watch it. We will listen. They don't have that. There's a lot of shit that they put out. 400 million people aren't buying every fucking album she puts out. They're not.
So then are the numbers on social media not indicative of it's not truly indicative of something, but what?
Well, follower count has never. Go ahead.
The difference I see is that it's kind of humanity versus Hollywood, and you try to do the Shrek metaphor, the onions thing. Ogres are a lot like onions. Yeah. But you've been peeling off the layers to reveal yourself and show your true humanity, but actors are the ones putting on the masks and presenting many different characters of themselves. And yet Dwayne might play the same guy in every single movie, but he's playing different. He's a superhero one day, then he's a jungle explorer with Kevin Hart, and they probably weren't cold in that one.
It's neat. I hate to relate it to The Bachelor, but Nina and I watched this whole season thinking, no offense, Zach, dude's kind of vanilla. I don't find him entertaining. I find him incredibly like simple and bland.
That should be enough.
As a person. Lacking charisma. Should I keep going? anyways, no, but seriously, when he got picked as The Bachelor, because I saw him on The Bachelorette, I was like, what the fuck? I can't watch that season, but I did. And I realized it's not about who the Bachelor or Bachelorette is. It's about the drama with the people competing to get this person who may have been picked and put in that spot because they are on paper, the picture perfect husband or wife. If you think about it, actually on paper, Zach's a good ass dude. He's very genuine. He's seeking love. He's ready to get married. He's ready to give it his all to a partner. And whether or not he has that boisterous, spunky, spontaneous personality, something that maybe like I would be more interested in and captivated as a viewer, it gives the contestants less reasons to dislike him. In a way, he's perfect.
There's a
to be
lot
a
of
partner.
reasons to dislike you.
No, I know, and I've given.
Want a lawn that looks like this, but your lawn looks a little bit more like this? Then you should click right here and check out True Green. We're the local lawn experts that guarantee results you can see. We do the hard work for you, like clearing out those weeds, fighting your grass for nutrients. We spread high-grade fertilizer mixed specifically for your region and soil type.
We aerate to cut away the thatch choking the roots of your grass.
Then, we don't just seed your lawn, we overseed it so that it grows in full and healthy. Click right here to learn more and schedule your first visit today.
People so many reasons, but damn, one day I'm gonna have a wife and kids, and I just don't know how mentally willing I'm gonna be to constantly subject myself to online torment. I got so much respect for creators who constantly put themselves out there to be, which you will, picked apart by strangers.
You can all three quick things. One, you've kind of done your time too. Like I would expect.
I've done my
I kind of would expect to hear this after a 10-year run on the internet.
Yeah.
You also have done a 10-year run as one of the most like controversial and sometimes hated people. So I can only imagine what that's been like. But three, like, can you not? And as we already have, I mean, dude, if you go back to episode 5 or 10 of this show. Don't do that, dude. Like the stuff we talked about back then was like God forbid, like horrific. I'm talking about not only the fact like now I might not even say that I had sex. Back then it was exactly where I nutted the night before and how that all like we were horrible. So the topic and the subject matter has continued to evolve as we start to semi-protect ourselves from that onslaught. But I assume that it continues to. You can have an opinion on stuff. What do you know, if you want to talk about what's going on with AI, you think that that's really showing so much of yourself that people are going to want to, you know what I'm saying? Like
we're here every week talking about fucking whatever. John Cena's Instagram is not even John Cena. It's just thoughts that he has for your interpretation. But everyone loves John Cena.
Yeah.
He's manufactured and built the foundation for his life in a way where he doesn't need to give parts of his soul to strangers for validation, which a lot of our creators, including myself, sometimes fall into that trap. And I think it might be a little more.
Is it only validation though, or is it addiction to money, growing your business?
I mean, perhaps that's where the validation comes. Man, you get that $200,000 paycheck, and your number goes from 10.1 to 10.2 million followers. Damn, that feels good. I'm not gonna lie, that makes anyone feel good. Your numbers go up. That is a form of validation, for sure. And I think I'm separate. I think I've over the years actively been able to separate my validation coming from numbers financially and publicly, but it took me 27 years. It took me until like halfway through originals where I was like, I'm dope. I'm cool. I love myself. I think I'm a pretty cool, fucking interesting person who can talk to anyone about anything.
Yeah, you are, Logan.
With nice. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, you're great.
No, thanks.
No, I get a story tag. For that one. Nice.
Fuck you guys.
No, I know what you're saying.
I hope everyone can reach that, and especially I have hope for Gen Z and what will be or is Alpha generation, a a generation or 2 generations of kids who are growing up with social media being their form of validation as they're entering developmental stages of their life. I hope they can find it earlier than I did.
Or the opposite, or like never use it. There's a absolutely growing epidemic
For
of
sure.
people being
Also true.
sucked
It's
into
amazing.
this
Also
world.
true.
When is the last time you didn't have Instagram on your phone, didn't have Twitter? I mean, millions. Yes, you have millions of followers, but that means millions of people have access to you as well.
Well, it's exactly 100%.
So you're just compressing every single thought and opinion into yourself. That's a lot of things to read.
And the way you are, the way you like to do things, your work ethic, that mixed with the part of your brain that focuses on the negativity, because that's just like caveman instinct. You know, that's what a human is programmed to do. If there's something wrong, I want to fix it. If, you know, there's somebody trying to kill me, I want to make sure I know what's going on. And I think that's why, you know, you especially, you cared so much. And then you got to the point where you're like, you found a way to kind of monetize all of it. Like yesterday when I saw them booing you, you're loving it. And it's like that switch where you go, I don't give a fuck anymore because look at me. I'm here performing in front of 80,000 live screaming fans and I'm entertaining the fuck out of them. You know, I think that's where it's like, who gives a fuck about what somebody said on a podcast in their basement, you know?
Well, I'm lucky because I do have that outlet, you know? Not everyone does. And I just have, I want everyone to, I just hate, like, with a fucking passion, the idea that we live in a world where way more people than I'd like to admit feel the need to tear others down so they feel adequate. I hate that because I believe that comes from a gap, a fulfillment gap that they are holding somewhere in their heart that can be filled by a self-love that the world is lacking.
We just talked about this in a show. The hurt people hurt people. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
Every negative comment online, every, you know, pointless critique that's overboard comes from a place of jealousy, hate, self-hatred, self-loathing, you know, something. I mean, all of those, especially like, it's just so chronic in that younger age demographic. I mean, you go on TikTok or Twitter. I mean, it's terrible.
No, it saddens me. It saddens me.
But until you come in, what you did recently was you at 27 after 99 after originals was you did what's called coming into your own. You found out who you are and you said, I like this person. The issue with being a young person on social media who is crowdsourcing their self-esteem, as Kanye says it, is that they still haven't figured out who they are. They still haven't figured out, do I like myself? What do I like about myself? What is it? So they try to crowdsource their self-esteem through a comment that gets the most likes. And right now, the comment that gets the most likes is, you're fat, you're ugly, you're a loser, because there's so many other self-loathing individuals out there who will propagate that type of activity towards the top of the algorithm, not to mention the social media platforms themselves elevate it. They don't do enough to combat it.
Yeah, but we're even guilty of that too. You see a video, you're like, oh, this shit's cringe. I got to go to the comments, you know?
You're right.
Fuck!
To read.
You're right.
To read.
That shit's funny, though. It's entertaining, you know?
Sometimes, but a lot of times I go and I'm saddened by what I read.
Perhaps if they're on your own video, yeah.
No,
If it's
no,
about
that's not
you
true.
directly.
That's not true. Anytime I read a nasty comment, I'm a bit saddened by it. Some of them, if they're extremely creative, sometimes they're funny.
Yeah.
But a lot of times when I go on some of these channels, it's quite disgusting.
No, but
to
for
read.
instance, when Hasbulla went down, you know, it just happened and he was blowing up so much. So when he, like, I was like, this is interesting. This is kind of dope to
Bro,
see
yeah, when
how
it's
this will
like
play out.
these
And then I
odd
saw his apology and I was
topics.
like, he's a human. You know, he's in that little body. He's already got a lot of shit that he's dealing with, you know? Let him slide. That's me at home by myself.
He fought a cat. He's fighting a cat.
Yeah, I know. And you know, people could come after me for, you know, my feelings on that. Maybe you know, I'm a dog person, you know.
You beat dogs?
But no, I don't beat dog. Look, and like I said earlier, Hasbulla should be given a Medal of Honor for what he did. He took on a giant. You know,
a fucking Siberian tiger, dude.
Whatever.
You want to know?
Crucify me. I had an opinion.
You want to know the one
over,
issue?
Jeff. It's over.
Last point on your situation and why I see it being an issue for you is because a lot of other people activate on social media to drive engagement for brands and to make more people watch their movies. You started doing social media, the thing that you're talking about, pulling back from, because you love it.
My biggest problem.
You love
I'll
it.
never stop.
You love
It's all I know.
making
It's all-
content.
It's all I know. If I'm left in a fucking room with a phone by myself, in about 10 minutes, I'll be taking videos of something.
Yeah, what's the amount of money that you could get
No, no,
right
but
now
that's-
to stop? You got to give it up. Social media, you got to leave.
I can't. I just can't.
There you go.
I can
See,
never
it's
do
not
it.
happening.
But it's
Even
not social media. It's like telling Mac, what's the amount of money you could be given tomorrow to never paint again?
It
What's
doesn't-
your
it doesn't-
amount
it
of money
doesn't
to
need
not
to-
do social
it
media
doesn't- it
anymore?
doesn't
I don't
need
have the
to-
same. I don't have the same.
What number?
Feedback.
Say the
as him.
number.
If you said, "What's the amount of money you could be paid to never talk again?" I couldn't give you that
Yeah,
number.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I would. I'd blow my brains out.
yeah.
For him, creating is how I feel about talking to people, or even to no one. I'll talk to a wall.
You know what? An analogy I'll use here is, social media happens to be the outlet for my creation.
Yes.
I just love making this stuff.
Yes.
I just happen to be born in a generation where consumers
Behavior.
love media. Very lucky. If for an artist, the analogy I'll use is like, I'm sure you love painting, bro. And I'm sure one day, if you haven't already, you're going to do a gallery with your painting. I have the biggest gallery in the world at my fingertips to display my paintings every single day. I'm going to display my paintings. You know what I'm saying? So the social media part, remove it. I'm still going to be capturing videos. And so for that reason, yeah, I'll be making fucking content forever. Fuck. Judge me, guys. Judge me. Say anything you want about me. But don't read the comments, because I won't. That's it. That's all we got. Cool episode.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Mac.
Hopping
Thank
on.
you.
Thanks
yeah.
for having me.
Yep. Thank you back there, Pam.
Good to see you, Jeff.
Cool if I
And Jeff
Snapchat this
Levin.
before.
Yeah, Snapchat, whatever you want. Hey, guys. If you're not subscribed, make sure you hit that subscribe button. We hope you enjoyed WrestleMania. Congrats to the winners of the wrestling matches and more good stuff to come in the future. Take it easy. Peace.
play the game or we die.
Chat, you guys, they've probably seen you on the internet. If not, they're seeing you now. But this is a huge thing. We know it to be a big thing.
I think this is a big thing. But you waited for me to hit like 1 million on Instagram to ask me to come on your pod.
No, it's not about that.
Like you were like, oh, now she has like a little bit of like following. Okay, we can bring her on.
We've been talking about doing it for time, but it is actually like the timing of this now is actually for sure interesting. And I heard you on your, I think I was watching your Snapchat, which I love Snapchat, by the way.
I love
Post Network.
Snapchat.
It's the best shit ever. Snapchat, you guys are the best.
We love
fucking
Snapchat.
app on the planet. Snapchat is the best. So anyways,
It's
we have
life changing, one could say.
It is life changing. Snapchat, thank you so much. We love you. You're the best app on the planet.
I
Everyone
put
go
Brad
follow my
on.
Snapchat. You did. It's amazing. But we're gonna talk about putting people on in a second. Because this is interesting. So you were saying that so it's been a year since you've been on social media.
Dude, it popped up in my memories. I signed to Raw Gear end of last March. So I've been with Raw Gear for literally a little bit over a year.
Okay. So it has been literally just over a year that you've been on social media.
Yeah.
So this is crazy. Because you just hit 1 million on Instagram. You started kind of blowing up on YouTube now recently. Thanks to the clips. Shout out Best of Bradley Martin. Yeah, that's the best clip channel in the game.
It is. He's really good.
He's great.
He's good.
It's pretty much Best of Sarah at this point, but
Best of Sarah
it's okay. It's good because it's helping. It's dope. Anyways, I don't care. But the thing that's interesting about this is I found you like a year and a half, basically a year and a couple months ago, and you had you must have had 1,300 followers.
It was like my homies from high school. You know, like it was 1,000 followers.
And I think I don't know if I posted something or you were like you might have slid in my DMs and said like let's work out or like you respond. What was the we got to give the backstory about how we met.
The backstory. Okay. Yeah. So I remember you posted something like, oh, I wanted like a gym date or something. It was something along the lines of like you were sad another couple was working out or whatever. And I was like, oh, like here's my application to work out with you.
Okay.
And I sent like pictures of me working out, whatever. And then you were like, yeah. And honestly, I've like all of my homies would talk about zoo culture and I wanted to go so bad. But at the time I was working like a minimum wage job.
Yeah.
And for me to pay $60 for a day pass was like.
Well, it wasn't 60 back then.
Oh, well, whatever it was, I was like, and I'm cheap. I was like, yo, I have to work 4 hours for this to like even out. Like maybe if I just DM him, he'll let me pull up.
Yeah. So she DMs me. I find her DM randomly because I get so many. I probably found your DM because I literally get DM'd by 100% only dudes.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, one chick. I clicked on it.
I was shitting myself when it said Bradley Martin replied. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and I was basically like, yeah, come work out.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you were like, pull up.
You come work out again. And because I remember looking at your profile and I'm like, right away, I was like, oh, this chick's in actually like really good shape. Number one. Because I saw a picture of you, you had like a floaty on, and then you were like in the water. Yeah.
Can't swim.
Yeah. And then I was like, whoa, she got really good abs. I was like, she's in shape.
Yeah.
So I saw it, and then I looked at like a few of like your highlight things, and this is just me being like a social media weirdo, and I'm like looking at this, and I'm like clicking it. I'm like, damn, she's like these like pull ups. She's like actually good at working out. She's actually in shape. And then I'm looking at it, and I'm thinking like, before you ever showed up,
yeah,
I was like, I wonder why this chick doesn't do more social media stuff in the fitness space. Cause like she could be like one of those girls that's in shape and you were already in shape, obviously. Yeah. But I remember thinking like this whole, you know, I guess I call them muscle mommies now. I don't know what the fucking word is.
Thank you, Brad. That's the nicest thing you've said to me.
Yeah. But these girls are becoming way more trendy. So I'm looking at her and I'm like, she could totally do this. I swear to God, before you ever showed up. So then you show up and I start talking to you and I'm like, wow. And I'm going to make you feel, I'm not trying to blow her head is massive right now. She just hit 1 million followers on Instagram. And I started talking to her. I'm like, wow, she has a really good personality. And that's when I was like, this shit could blow the fuck up. And I knew it. Like, I swear before, you literally had like 1,300 followers. I was like, she can blow up on social media easy. After I spent that like workout time with you, because I was like, your personality was so like natural.
Thank you.
And so I'm proud of you. I just want to say before we get into the rest of this, I'm really proud of you.
Thank you. No, that conversation did literally probably change my life, because I remember you were like, Sarah, like, who do you expect to see your fitness content if you're just posting it on your story? Like, that won't reach people. And I was like, oh, I guess he has a point. So I went home literally that night, made a reel of me doing pull-ups, and it did like good. I think it like hit explore. It got more reach than just my following, and I was like, oh, this is kind of easy. Maybe I should do more of these.
Yeah. Why didn't you post more? Like, what? Because I remember I asked you, and you were like, no, I want to go to school. I want to, like, you know, I want to graduate. I'm like, you're like, I don't want to. Because I remember your initial response when I first brought it up was like, I don't really want to do the social media stuff. Like, straight up.
Yeah.
Like, what was that about? Because now it's like 1 million followers. You got like hundreds of thousands on YouTube. You're on TikTok. You're everywhere. And you have a whole living now. I just want to give, like, preface before we get into the rest of the conversation. But, like, now you make good money doing all this in a year's time.
Yeah, it was definitely life-changing. But
So, yeah, why did you not want to do it before?
at first, I was honestly scared. I was scared to post. Like, I was like, you know, if I post it on my highlights, it'll disappear in 24 hours. That's all people will see. They can't, like, keep judging me for it. They can only judge me for it for 24 hours.
You were just worried about judgment.
Yeah, that's what I was scared of. I was like, especially because my following at the time was only kids I went to high school with. I see them all the time at the local gym, whatever it may be. Like, I was scared that it was, like, cringy or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
So I'd just throw a few up on the, like, Instagram story and then
So
call
you
it a
were
day.
just concerned that, like, fucking Timmy from fucking whatever class was gonna be like, you're stupid.
Yeah.
Why? Well, but like, why did you care about that?
I don't know, and usually I don't care what people think.
Yeah.
But I was thinking if I post on my actual feed, it's just gonna occupy their timeline with bullshit, and they're gonna unfollow me.
So you cared about them unfollowing you, or just like,
I was like, if anything, I'll lose followers from posting fitness content.
dude, it's crazy. It's crazy because this is really the opposite, though.
Yeah.
So now that you've done it over all this time, what did you like? Do you still have the same relationship to? Because obviously people talk shit about you now, and you know that.
Yeah.
You know, but you also like get a lot of love. So does it change your perception on like why you like? Would you go back and like do it all over again, or would you not do it again? Would you like do it differently?
Honestly, I wouldn't do anything differently. I think the way I went about it, thanks to your help, I think if I would have done it alone, like because you did guide me, whether it was like telling me do it like this, or like reels are really good on Instagram, or you need to make it this way, make the first half second super enticing so they watch the whole video.
Yeah.
Whatever it may be that you've told me, like I needed to know that, because I didn't have any friends that were doing social media. I didn't have anything like that, but there are keys to social media. Like, it's not as easy as just throwing up a picture and calling it a day.
Yeah.
You have to be strategic about it. There's logic behind it.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
It's not complicated like strategies or logic, but it's things you need to know.
For sure. I mean, that's the thing about social media, and we'll talk about this too, is like, I think people have this perception that it's just easy.
Welcome to the Split River High Afterlife Support Group.
Everyone calls me Maddie.
How'd you die?
I need to know what happened.
I found something.
I'm Derek Purnell Body Jr., a veteran of the U.S. Navy, full-time roller skater now. TurboTax is so good because I will get tax paperwork, and then I can just upload these items, and you really don't have to do any work. You can just take a picture, snapshot, and boom, it's all uploaded into your TurboTax portfolio. With TurboTax, it was a sigh of relief. They're right there, they're on the spot. They've helped me with everything. Phenomenal.
File your simple tax return with both Fed and state for free. See if you qualify.
Easy, you just post pictures.
It's
or
not.
video. Yeah,
I'm not. It's not like rocket science, but it's also not like that simple either.
Yeah, but it does require a lot of consistency. I think consistency is the most important thing. Like, because for example, I've done social media now for like fucking a million years. I'm like 100 years old, but
yeah,
I've literally been on Instagram for damn near 12 years. And Instagram's the kind of platform that I know specifically, and all these platforms now, that if you're not constantly posting content, like, you're literally not growing.
It's not gonna favor you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's give you zero. Like, it's like every week you're not posting, it's like you're getting less and less reach of what you could get.
And once you're getting that high reach, you need to ride the wave.
Yeah.
Like, this past like few weeks for me has been really good. Really
Shout
good.
out Best of Bradley Martin on Instagram and
No,
TikTok.
on
I'm fucking
Instagram.
with
Fuck
you.
you. But on Instagram, it's been really good. So I've been just trying to ride the wave. Like I woke
Yeah.
up this morning at 9, and the first thing I did was post a picture.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it.
You don't like my pictures.
I
We
just-
have beef.
What? Wait, what? I
Because
do like
you
your
do-
shit.
Don't even cap. You don't like my shit ever.
Damn.
You might once in a while if it's like, yo, Rock, your drop live in 3 hours. You might be like, like.
Yeah, well, when you're
I'd
wearing a
hope so.
stupid ass Gymshark thing, I'm not liking it. Okay, let's be honest. I'm gonna be honest about it. Just kidding. I can't. I don't want to disrespect Gymshark.
No, I know, but okay. Even my lifestyle pictures. Sometimes I take pictures when I'm not wearing Gymshark
Well, you just look
or
ugly
Rock.
in those.
I just look ugly.
I'm just like,
Okay,
I can't
noted.
like this.
Mhm.
Like if I liked it, I'd like it.
Damn.
Yo, I'm sorry.
If you liked it, you'd like it.
I,
Okay.
I'm not trying to be mean. I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm
No, it's
totally
fine, I
kidding.
get it, and
Your content's great, honestly.
Well, yeah. What do you like about it? Do you
Yeah.
remember you'd always ask people about that? People would come up
Yes.
to me and they're like, "Sarah, I love your content," and Brad would be like, "What do you like about it exactly? Like, what's good about?"
Well,
her
because
content?
the guys, I always knew it was like simp dudes. He'd be like, "I love your content."
They're not
But-
simps.
Okay.
I
They're
have
they're not simps.
value.
They're good supporters.
Yes, I have value to offer.
I just thought it was funny to ask them like when they come up to you and they're all excited because you had kind of been you were just popping for like 4 months.
Yeah.
And they come up to you at the gym at
Yeah.
Zoo and they'd be like, "Oh my god, I love your content." And I was like, "Really? What do you like about it?"
No,
you
I
don't think that's funny though?
It is funny. It is.
I mean, they do like you. You do have a good personality. I mean, that's the thing. The thing that I said before you even started going, I was like, you have a good personality. Like you're not just like a fucking. I don't want to say you're not an attractive girl because you are an attractive girl. But
That's
you're,
what you always tell ugly girls. You have a good personality.
no,
at
no,
least.
you are attractive, but you're not. That's not it. Like a lot of girls, I don't know. It just seems like in this space specifically, they're just like, I'm hot. Look at me. Look at my body.
It's like one or the other. Yeah, they love to
And you're
show it off.
Yeah, and you're very not that. Like
I try not to sexualize my content because you know what happens when you start sexualizing your content? Then your other content won't get engagement, and then they'll only want to see the sexualized content, whether that's you in a bikini or whatever. And then you post a picture of you in a nice like 2-piece long sleeve long pant
And they're
outfit,
like, "Where's the
and they're
ass?"
like, ew, like
They're
not
like,
liking
"Show-"
that.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's strategic in that way. It's like once you start showing more, then they want more and more.
So why do you think? I mean, the answer's probably simple to this, but why do you think women mostly go towards just posting the sexualized content?
I think in some sense it's like validating,
Yeah.
and it gets more like or whatever that is, which can translate to validating.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's that, but it's just like in the long term, like, you know, you're a mom and then your kids are all sitting at the lunch table and they're like, yo, like my mom said your mom has an OnlyFans or like had an OnlyFans. Like, what are you, your kid hears that?
So you're concerned with the future. That's why you're like, nah.
No, not even just the future. I just feel like it's not necessarily me.
Yeah.
Even sometimes when I'm like turned around and like I like pull my pants down a little bit and I have like spandex on under and I post a picture of that, even that I'm like, fuck, like this is pushing it.
Yeah, because I noticed you never do like the full turn.
No.
Yeah,
no.
I noticed that.
And like my spandex have to be pulled, like you can't have a little butt cheek slip. You know, you got to be covered.
Yeah. So like, that's what I'm curious about. You're making these decisions because of like your idea of what you want your brand to be, or like
Yes, I think it's just that's if I was posting that and like, yo, these girls look so hot posting it. I'm just saying that's not on par with who I am. Like I'm just not a very like, and you know this, I'm just not a very like sexual person. I'm just kind
Yeah.
of like prude. I get not prude, but prude.
Yeah, maybe it's
Maybe
you're
that's
just
the word.
you're more conservative with
yeah, with
you know
with it
with yourself.
Yeah.
Where does that come from? Because like you are not. I don't want to say odd that it's odd. I think it's great, but you are odd in that sense because there's I know a lot more women on social media and men on social media that like they just put it out there and they're just like this is
Yeah.
what it is and they don't care. You seem to like have a little bit more reservation to it. Is it just like the way you grew up or?
Yeah, I just feel like I grew up very like also like not conservative in like the political sense, but like, you know, like you don't need to show it for someone to like you.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. I mean, I'm not shitting on the people that do it. Like that's totally fine. Like I see these girls or guys or whatever and I'm like, "Oh my god, you're totally beautiful or you're so hot." Like the picture. It's not like I'm not trying to shit on the people that do it. I'm
Yeah,
just
of
saying
course.
it's not me.
Yeah. Why though?
I think it is how I grew up. Like even growing up like 10 years ago, like in middle school or high school, and I'd wear like a shirt that was a little too short. My mom would be like, "I don't think that's age appropriate." I'd be like, "Okay, like I see where you're coming from." You know, like just like anything, I was kind of pointed in a different direction with like what I'd wear, like how I'd wear it or whatever, but not in the sense that it was ever like too much pushing, but just kind of like guidance, I guess.
Yeah. I just find it interesting because I think I don't know. I've had conversations with girls and the same idea of like being a little bit more reserved, but because other girls do it, like are just completely okay with like flaunting it to the highest degree. And it is what it is. If they want to do it, fine. But like, I think because other girls do it and they get the validation, they get the likes, they get the followers, they get the growth, that other girls go, well, other girls do it, so I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, and it's totally tempting. I'm not gonna lie. Like I've like thought about it. I've had conversations with people that have OF, and they're like, I make X amount, and I'm like, wow, it'd be so nice to make X amount for posting pictures. I don't know. I just at the end of the day, it's just whatever 200K, 300K a month wouldn't be worth it for me to like have the stigma of my homies or whatever being like, yo, she has an OnlyFans. Sure, I wouldn't post nude, or maybe it'd just be like gym pics or swimsuit pictures, but it's that whole stigma around like having an OF.
Yeah.
That
what about the stigma that you don't like?
I think usually people correlate the stigma with something worse than like what it could be.
Yeah.
Come on, like if you hear a girl has an OF, what's your first thought?
Well, depending on what she posts, yeah, I mean, thinking she's probably, she's selling something.
Yeah.
I don't, but then again, it is just a paywall. And that's the thing about OnlyFans that's interesting is like it did for so long become pretty much like softcore to hardcore porn.
Yeah.
And amateur porn basically. And then now they're trying to come back to like, hey, I know that they've tried to put a push to all content creators. So it's just like, it really is just a paywall. But you're right. The perception and the reason why it does so well for girls and for people is because right away people think if they have an OnlyFans, then at some point, if it's a girl, they're going to show their pussy, or if at some point it's a guy, they're going to show their dick.
Yeah. And it's like, I mean, if you have a following as it is and you can be successful on something like a paywall platform, at that point you can make something where it's like, I'm selling clothes, or I'm selling this, or I'm selling that. So it's like, yes, they're supporting you, they're paying you basically, but they're getting something in return, like a physical, not just looking at your pictures. I don't know. You get what I'm saying? Like, they get a shirt. They spend $40 and they get a shirt.
This is the same reason why I never did those platforms where it was like, which also I think is kind of crazy if like you built your following from social media. The platforms where they're like pay to say hi to someone, or like pay to say like they would pay you and then you'd be like, happy birthday, or like pay you and then you say something. Yeah. I don't want to say the exact apps, but
no, I know what you mean.
But the same thing, I was like, yeah, the same thing. Because I got offered to do stuff like that all the time. I'm like, damn, it's crazy. Like, if I'm going to talk to someone like on a DM or respond to a message or say a voicemail, like a voice note or whatever, I'm just going to say it because I have so much other stuff from this and I'm just grateful. But to go to someone and say, pay me $100 to like do this. I think, what did we see? Emma Chamberlain. I don't know if this is true or not.
I love Emma Chamberlain.
Do you? But listen to this. She, I don't know if this is true or not. Someone confirm this. Jacob, can you look at your computer right now? But she sold a DM, like I'll DM you like a hi message for $10,000. I don't know if this is true or not, for $10,000.
No way.
Yeah,
that much?
I don't know if it's true.
No,
Can
that
you
can't
please
be
Google
true.
that? I think it was on Keemstar posted this shit.
Really?
Yeah, like I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming it wasn't just like parody.
Yeah.
But it was on some app where it's like you could pay for like anything.
But I'm saying at that point also like, do a Twitch. I want to get into this. I'm going to get into Twitch or streaming or whatever.
You should do Kick. It was fake.
Okay. The Emma Chamberlain thing was fake.
Emma Chamberlain thing was fake because bro.
Behind the website claimed that the $10,000 DM content was made for Emma's website years ago for internal testing purposes only.
Or maybe that was just
a
cop out. That sounds like a cop out.
That sounds like a cover up.
That sounds like a huge cover up. Yo, you need a mic back there. Fuck, we can't hear him. So Jacob was saying that like we're joking about this thing that Keemstar posted $10,000 for like a DM from Emma Chamberlain. He's saying that it was never supposed to be posted and was for like an internal testing, which totally sounds like a
internal
cover-up.
testing sounds like come on.
Yeah. Anyways, whatever. I don't know, but all I'm saying is like that concept of selling like a thank you or a hi is like weird. But I see what you're saying because they're not actually getting something.
Yeah, like I mean on Twitch, I mean you've done it. People donate money, right, or send you money, but then you're like talking to it's a more
it's a fucking you're there for
like
hours.
Community, yeah,
it's dope.
Like, I feel like they're like, oh, I really fuck with this person. I want to send them $10, $20, $30, whatever it may be. I don't know how it works, but I'm saying they're seeing your true side rather than looking at a picture that maybe 10,000 other people are looking at and then paying.
Are you a facility manager or engineer? Are you responsible for your facility's emergency power supply system? Prime Power's new online EPS for Operators course is designed for you. In this self-paced 90-minute course, we'll take you through all the basics of your system, including the basics of an emergency power system, the importance of regular inspections, basic triage and troubleshooting, safety protocols, and the warning signs that will tell you when there might be an issue with your backup power. This course is designed for facility managers, hospital engineers, and other professionals responsible for their on-site power systems. Ready to get started?
And also, I mean, dude, it's just an interesting concept. I don't want to ruin it for people, but it's like it can literally just be someone else sending you the photo. It's the same photo that's sent to everyone
Like
else.
you may low-key be talking to a guy.
Yeah. Like, why do you think some people on social media are just like complete terrible, like life-sucking scumbags, and other people are like actually decent people?
I think some
Because people fall into this shit.
I agree. I think it's maybe material, like being very materialistic. So you want more money or whatever it may be, and you don't really care.
And then when the taxes hit, you go, wait a sec.
You're like,
I didn't have as
"Wait,
much money
I owe
as I
that
thought.
much money. Let me fuck someone over."
I didn't know I was going to have to pay this
Oh
money.
my.
And then they're like, wait a sec. Shit, taxes are a lot.
Or whatever the circumstance.
Right.
That's a good example.
Yeah.
Whatever the circumstance may be, I think people become shitty, whether it's for money or clout or whatever it may be, to put them higher on the ladder.
Yeah.
Higher on the ladder.
Yeah. To gain. To
yeah.
take from someone else to give to themselves. Yeah. I mean, that's a very common thing. Specifically this industry, man. This industry is like full of.
I think it's because it's so competitive.
I think it's not because it's competitive, but because there's no real barriers to entry.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about social media. I'm talking about specifically fitness social media.
Yeah.
Because fitness social media, you can like, you could just basically take some steroids, be in halfway decent shape, and be like, I'm a social media influencer fitness now. Because look at me, and take some pictures. And like, it does well on the internet because it's like body, it's visual.
Yeah.
Someone sees it. And then people get to a point where they're like, wait, what else do I do? And then they're like, oh, I can just shit on all these other people and benefit myself. I could shit on that person's brand and benefit my brand. So the thing that I find interesting is like there's some people over all these years who really had like great success, and they were never really the people who did those things. My question to you is, how do you see yourself continuing to move like in this industry? And like where like what's your end goal? Because you're like one of the good ones. I know all of them.
I know all of them.
I really know all of them. Or at least like maybe they've known me and they've shit on me, but I know all of them. I heard of all of them. You're a good one. So like, where do you go with this? You gonna start shitting on people next year? What's going on?
No, I don't think I have the balls to shit on people.
Why not?
Because then I say something, and then what if they come back twice as hard, and then I'm just quiet, and then I'm embarrassed, and then.
Yeah.
So I just feel like it's better for me to just not shit on people and just be quiet, because then I'm scared of the repercussions.
Yeah.
But also, I don't think that's on brand with who I am. I don't think I'd shit on people to try to.
How do you create what your brand is?
I think it has to do with your morals and what you see valuable.
So where are you going with this? Because you're
I'm
still super young. You're
I'm still in school.
Yeah.
I'm getting my master's in business. I hope that this was always my mindset, was that, I'm going to do school, get my highest degree I can, and hopefully along the ways I get lucky. And in this case, I think I did with you responding to my DM. Got lucky. So now I want to get my master's, still do social media in the meantime. I should get my master's in about 8 months. I'll be done.
Damn.
So then I'm hoping that I make connections along the way with social media, and I do someone's back end work.
You got a job.
Because then I can say I've experienced on the forefront, doing the actual posting and social media, the logistics behind it, and the strategies. But then I'll also have a master's in business, which is a good degree. It's not the best, but it's good.
Okay, 2 options. I'm the Matrix right now. Red or blue pill. I'm
fuck.
going to Bradley Martin you again. Okay. I would love to hire you. I think you'd be a great employee. You're already a great employee.
Thank you.
Yeah. But when I Bradley Martined you a year and a half, little bit ago, I was also like, hey, you could probably do so much more
Than school.
Not than school. No, with what you're doing.
Yeah.
Meaning you're getting a master's in the business. You've already kind of mastered and understood social media, right? You have the consistency in it. So I guess my question to you is, why would you? I would love for you to work for me. That's great. But why would you want to do that when you could continue building something of your own? Like, it's great. I could be like the selfish, like, yeah, come work for me. But just like when I first met you, it's like, why are you not doing more? Because you have what it takes to do it. You've already proven that to yourself in all these respects. The fact that you've gone all the way through school, the fact that you've been able to accomplish this on Instagram and on social media without being like, here's my asshole in every photo.
Here's my asshole.
It's fine, and it's fine.
Yeah, it's
but
fine.
it's just like you haven't done that. So you've mastered both these things pretty well, pretty quickly. Why would you not just kind of like continue to build out things for yourself?
I would, and that's what I'm going to do in the meantime of me finishing my master's and see how that goes, because someone like you who's created like a brand or whatever is great and you have longevity in the industry, but if you're just a content creator on social media, there is not much longevity.
Yeah.
Like, for how long are you going to be posting fitness content? You know what I mean?
I did it for fucking...
Yes, but you also have a brand. You have gyms.
Yeah, but I just made it. I just made them. I just was like, hey, I'm doing this. And I did it. And I worried if it was going to work or not. And I was fearful about failing, and I just did it. It's not like no one was like, hey, yo, bro, here's the fucking blueprint. This is what you're going to do on this day.
Yeah, like, here's the gym. Here are the keys.
Yeah, I just did it, and I fucking was risking shit. And I was like, dude, if I fail, this is going to suck. But I'm here just because I did it. So that's my question to you is like, you've already...
I'm not that ballsy. I'm not.
Really?
I'm so like, I'm not that ballsy.
It's so interesting.
Even when it comes to like, I want to invest my money and I'm like, I can't. That's too risky. I'm like better in savings.
This is something you got to improve on.
That's just like how I am.
Oh man, there's so much we could talk about with that. Like your money and savings right now is just like, it's like really going down. Like if it's like $100,000, it's not worth that. We're just being honest. Money's only good in motion, this kind of money. Not that like you need to just throw it all away, but there are things you got to invest in.
Well,
sure.
I want to like maybe
buy a house.
And yeah, in the
I know.
next year. Just hoping.
Dude, that's huge.
I'm hoping. But I also don't have many expenses. I live at home right now.
Yeah. I know.
I don't buy any of my gym clothes. Thank you, Rogier.
Oh yeah.
The only thing I spend my money on is gas and food. But I don't have many expenses. Like, I'm so fortunate to live with my mom, and she pays
So
my
what do you do with your money?
phone bill. I save it in the
Yeah.
bank.
You gotta get more interesting with your investments for sure. Because that money is like I do. If you're saving it for like the big nut of like, okay, I'm gonna get a mortgage and then get a house, perfect. But
Yeah,
after that, you don't want money to just sit there.
I know, but I'm just not, like, I'm not ballsy, and I'm not educated enough to invest it.
I'll help you.
Do you have Robinhood?
Yeah, but Robinhood is not the app.
Oh, I heard that's the starter one.
No, it's the one that sucks because like if you buy on it, then like they actually own your assets and you have to like sell and buy through them. It's kind of shitty.
Oh.
It's a weird thing.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. Okay.
You'd want to buy it on like a different platform if you're talking about like investing in stocks or crypto. I'm not trying to make this a shit on Robinhood thing.
No,
because I started on Robinhood, but I was like, you don't actually
and
own
then you
it.
grow up a little bit.
Then you
grow up.
Then you realize like, wait a sec, I can't actually transfer this shit the way I want to.
Yeah.
Anyways, no, that's just stupid. So, big picture though, back to what I was saying. If you've gotten so good at those things, you've mastered those things, the social media, like fucking seemingly life in general and how you want to move, then why would you not like take more risks in directions that you want to go in? Like, if you would go like, say, work for me in a company, why not be like, oh, I also think about maybe building my own? Because aren't you doing something like that?
I am. I'm trying to do my own clothing. We'll
Yes.
see how it goes. I really love the shirts.
Yeah.
I think you love the shirts too.
No, they're great. But why do you think? Why do you like? I don't know. It's so weird.
But it's risky and it's a lot.
Yeah, but
it's a lot.
But hold on, this is what I'm saying. So is doing what you've already done. The social media, you've proven you can do it. The school, you've proven you can do it. Like, you're not the kind of person. Yeah, risks are risks, but
Yeah.
you're the kind of person that like you perform because you like. I don't know. You're just that human.
Yeah.
You just do it. Like I'm telling you, the number one thing I noticed about why you have success on social media, it's not just your personality, not just your looks, but it's because you're so fucking consistent. And that's the most important thing in all of this in success.
I make it a checklist. Literally every day I have the minimum things. Like YouTube Shorts, I have to post 3 of them, 2 or 3 YouTube Shorts a day.
Yeah.
I have to post 120 snaps a day. I have to post up an Instagram picture at least every other day, depending if I have the content or not, 9 a.m. But I try to like make it a checklist. And then for me, when I do it like that, it becomes routine.
But this is what I'm saying that I find so interesting is like, that's how you succeed at anything.
Yeah.
Like if you were like, I want to learn how to be better at investing, you just go like the same concept and just include it in what you're doing.
I know.
And if you want to be better at what you want to build a business, it's just the same thing. You just learn things.
That is
over
all
time.
it takes. You're right.
So that's why I'm so curious. Like, why does your mind go work for someone else?
For me, I've always been the type that it's like I want to do the bare minimum, but as best as I can to get by.
That's so interesting.
But also be successful. Like in school, I graduated with my bachelor's with summa cum laude honors, which is like the highest honors you can get. I had a 3.95 GPA.
Nerd.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
But anyways, what I'm saying is I got A's in all my classes, but with minimum effort. Like whether it was, using Quizlet or whether it was
What the fuck is Quizlet? That's a cheater thing?
Did you hear this, man? What the fuck is Quizlet?
I'm fucking 33. I'm about to be 34 years old.
You guys know what Quizlet is, right?
School's for
Yeah.
fucking losers, man.